Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Bama's Babe by Elizabeth Knox. Narrated by J. Alder and Lori West. Prologue. 3 years ago. Bama. I stumble into the trailer, the stale scent of smoke and beer clinging to my clothes. The night's been a blur of laughter and loud engines, but now silence hits me like a brick wall. My boots thud against the worn carpet as I push the door shut behind me. "Ma?" I call out, though the darkness swallows my voice. No answer, just the low hum of the fridge in the corner. I flick on the light, and there she is, slumped on the couch, needles sticking out of her arm, face pale as moonlight. My heart stops. "Fuck! Ma!" I rush over, dropping to my knees beside her. Her skin is cold, almost waxy, and I can smell the sickly sweet tang of heroin. "Jesus!" I mutter, my hands shaking as I reach for the needle. How many times do I gotta see this? Every fucking time it guts me, but this feels different. Heroin. Always fucking heroin. She said life wasn't supposed to be this way, but she couldn't stop chasing that high. It's like she gave up on living just to survive. I grab the needle, yanking it out of her arm. The sight makes me sick, bile rising in my throat. I toss it across the room, watching it clatter against the wall and fall to the floor. My hands are shaking, but I can't let that stop me. "Wake up! Ma!" I shake her hard. Her head lolls to one side, eyes half open but unseeing. "Come on! Wake up!" Nothing. No response. Panic claws at my chest. This isn't happening. Not now. Fuck! I scramble for my phone, fingers fumbling as I dial 911. The ring feels like it lasts forever, until a voice finally answers. 911, where's your emergency? My mom." My voice cracks. "She's not breathing. I think she overdosed. Please, you gotta send someone quick." "Okay, sir. What's your address?" I swallow hard. 37 Canterbury Drive. The operator replies to me calmly. "All right, sir, we have an ambulance on the way. Can you tell me if she has a pulse?" "I don't know. I don't think so." I press my fingers to her neck, feeling nothing but cold skin. "Stay with me, sir. Help is on the way." "Yeah, okay," I mutter, staring at my mom's lifeless body. This can't be real. Not like this. The EMTs arrive within 10 minutes, and as soon as I see the lights, I throw open the front door. "You think this is an overdose?" the EMT asks, his voice cutting through the fog in my mind as he strides in through the door. A woman a few paces behind him with a gurney. I stand there, trembling, tears streaming down my face. "Yeah," I manage to choke out, shaking my head so hard it feels like my neck might snap. "She was addicted to heroin. I tried to get her to stop, but she wouldn't." My voice wavers and cracks, raw from holding back sobs. "Addicted," the EMT repeats softly, not as a question, but an acknowledgement. "Yeah," I say, swallowing hard. "Wouldn't be surprised if she overdosed or if there was fentanyl in it. This shit's everywhere now." The EMT nods, scribbling something down on a pad. His partner's already lowering the gurney next to the couch. She waves him over. He helps her get my mom on the gurney, and they strap her in. The two of them go outside and put my mom in the back of their ambulance, but the man comes back. His partner closes the doors of the ambulance, my mom's lifeless body inside. The sight makes my knees weak, and I nearly collapse. "She's been struggling for years," I continue, words spilling out like a dam breaking. Far from perfect, but she tried, you know? She was still my mom. I know, the EMT says gently, placing a hand on my shoulder. We'll take it from here. You did the right thing calling us. Sorry for your loss, son, the EMT says. His voice is calm, but it feels like a knife to the gut. You should follow us to the hospital. Yeah, I managed to croak out, my throat raw from the screaming and crying that won't come anymore. Yeah, I'll be right behind you. I stand there alone, the weight of everything crushing me. The trailer park is eerily silent, the kind of silence that follows a storm. All I can think about is how I'm going to get out of this place, how I need to run far and fast, leaving behind the ghosts that haunt these broken streets. Fuck, I whisper, wiping my face with the back of my hand. Fuck this life. I turn and walk back toward the trailer, each step feeling heavier than the last. The ambulance pulls away, and I stumble to my bike. The engine roars to life, but I feel dead inside. I follow those red taillights down the dark road, the wind slapping my face, but not waking me from this nightmare. The hospital parking lot is almost empty. I park my bike and trudge inside, feeling like I'm moving through molasses. The receptionist gives me a sympathetic look as she directs me to the emergency room. I hate that look. It makes everything too real. She's been declared deceased, the doctor tells me when I finally make it to the sterile room where they've taken her. He looks at me with pity, but his words are clinical and detached. I'm sorry for your loss. Thanks, I mutter, my eyes fixed on the floor. The linoleum tiles are dull, like everything in this place. Dull and lifeless. Do you need a moment? The doctor asks, but I shake my head. No, I don't need a moment. I need a fucking lifetime to process this. Got a phone? I ask, my voice barely above a whisper. I left my phone at the house. I need to call a funeral home, get her cremated. Of course, he says, handing me a landline. My hands shake as I dial the number, each beep echoing in my head like a death toll.
Mechanicsburg Funeral Home, how can we assist you?
A woman's voice answers, too cheerful for the situation. Yeah, I need to arrange a cremation, I stammer, trying to keep my voice steady. My mom, she's gone.
All right, sir. Can I have her name and some details? She asked gently.
Maria Thomas, I say, swallowing hard. Look, I don't got a lot of money. How much is this gonna cost?
Let me check,
she replies, and I hear the clacking of keys on a keyboard. Every second stretches into an eternity.
We can offer a basic cremation package for around $1,500.
Fuck, I whisper, thinking about the stash of cash I've got hidden in my room. It's not enough. Okay, I'll figure something out.
Would you like us to handle the transportation from the hospital?
She asks. Yeah, please. Just get her there, I respond, hanging up before she can ask more questions. I can't take it. This is all too much right now. Everything all right? The doctor asks. I nod, even though nothing is okay right now. Yeah, just trying to get everything sorted out. Thanks for letting me use your phone. The doctor offers me a sympathetic smile. Of course. If there's anything else I can do, please let me know. As I walk out of the hospital, the weight of what just happened hits me like a freight train. Where the fuck is my father? The drunk bastard is usually home, but he wasn't when I was there earlier. Fuck. I get on my bike and ride like a bat out of hell, back to the trailer. I swear to God, if the man is home, he's going to hear some shit from me. When I arrive, I slam the door the second I'm in the house. His old Chevelle is in the driveway. The old bastard's got to be here somewhere. "Where are you, you piece of shit?" My voice echoes off the thin walls covered in yellowed wallpaper. I kick open the bedroom door, but it's empty, just a mess of dirty clothes and beer cans. "Come on! Come out!" I shout again, pushing through the small hallway, checking every corner, every crevice. The smell of stale cigarettes and booze is thick, making me gag. God, I hate coming home and smelling this shit. There's no sign of him, just more evidence of his pathetic existence. Fuck! I punch the wall, plaster crumbling under my knuckles. Where the hell could he be? My mind races with possibilities. A bar, strip club, at that crack whore's house he loves to step out on my mom with so much. I sit down in the armchair and flick off the lights, waiting for his ass to come home. The lights are off, but the flicker of the TV casts ghostly shadows across the room. I don't know how much time passes as I stare at the doorway, but it finally comes open. "Where the fuck is she?" His voice slurs from the doorway, venomous and lazy. A bottle of Jack Daniels is clutched in his hand, like it's a lifeline, as he flicks on the light switch. His eyes, bloodshot and empty, lock onto mine. "You're a bitch of a mother," he growls, barely looking up from his drink. "Where the fuck is she?" A hot wave of anger crashes over me. My fists clench at my sides, nails digging into my palms. He doesn't know, doesn't care, and he never will. "She's gone," I manage, my voice thick with rage and something else. Grief, maybe. "She died, you piece of shit! Where were you? Out fucking your whore?" His laugh is a hollow, soulless sound. "Figures," he mutters, taking another swig. "Useless junkie. Good riddance. At least now I can be with Stacy." Something inside me snaps. The world narrows until all I see is him, leaning there without a care in the world, while Mom lies cold and dead. I snap. Everything goes red. I lunge at him, my hands finding his throat like they've done it 1,000,000 times in my mind. His eyes widen, momentary shock giving way to rage. I slam him against the wall, the plaster cracking behind his head. "She's dead because of you!" I spit, my grip tightening. "She overdosed because of your abuse, the shit you do to her, the shit you say, the endless cheating. She was fine when the two of you split up, but you just had to get your leech hands on her again." He tries to push me off, but he's weaker than I remember. The booze has made him soft. "You think I give a shit?" he snarls, his breath hot and sour with whiskey. "She was always a weak bitch." "Shut the fuck up!" I roar, slamming him again. His head hits the wall with a sickening thud. "You could have helped her. You could have sent her to rehab." "Helped? She was beyond help," he sneers, trying to claw at my face. His nails scrape skin, but I barely feel it. "It just would have been a waste of money." "Fuck you!" I yell, my fist connecting with his jaw. His head snaps to the side, then he crumples to the floor, unconscious. I stand there, chest heaving, looking down at him. For a second, just a second, I see the old man who used to take me fishing before everything went to hell. But that man is gone, replaced by this monster. And monsters need to be put down. I step over his limp form and head to the kitchen. The knife block gleams under the harsh fluorescent light. I pull out a blade, its edge cold and sharp. My hand doesn't shake as I walk back to him. "The only place you deserve to be is in hell," I mutter, kneeling beside him. I wrap his hand around the knife, the metal cool against his clammy skin. Pressing down hard, I drag the blade across his wrist, then the other. Blood pools around my father's wrists, spreading like a dark, twisted halo on the dingy carpet. I stand above him, chest still heaving, heart pounding in my ears. The old bastard's breaths are shallower, each one weaker than the last. "Hope you burn," I whisper, my voice raw. I turn away from the dying monster and head for my room. It's a cluttered mess of memories and mistakes, but I know exactly what I need. My duffel bag sits under the bed collecting dust. I yank it out and toss it onto the mattress. Clothes first. Jeans, tees, socks. Nothing fancy. It's just enough to get me by. My fingers brush against the snake tattoo on my chest as I pull on a fresh shirt. A reminder of who I am, of where I came from. The room is closing in on me, the walls suffocating. I grab a few more essentials. A photo of Mom before the drugs took over, an old pocket knife she gave me when I was 10, and a half-empty bottle of Jack Daniels. I stop for a moment, staring at that bottle, at the memories it holds. I toss it into the bag anyway. Might need it later. My bike keys jingle in my hand as I head back to the living room. The sight of my father's lifeless eyes sends a shiver down my spine, but I don't linger. I flick off the lights, plunging the house into darkness. Stepping out into the night, I take a deep breath of the cool Alabama air. The roar of my Harley is the only thing I need now. It's my ticket out, my escape. With the duffel slung over my shoulder, I stride toward my bike, determination hardening inside me like steel. "Time to move," I mutter, swinging my leg over the seat. The engine roars to life beneath me, a comforting growl that drowns out the chaos in my head. I rev it once, then twice, feeling the power surge through me. "Goodbye, you piece of shit," I say, glancing back at the trailer one last time. The place where everything went wrong, where I lost everything. I twist the throttle, and the bike leaps forward, carrying me away from the ghosts and straight into the unknown. I gun it down the back roads, the night swallowing me whole. The wind slaps my face, stinging like 1,000 tiny needles. But I don't care. It's better than the numbness creeping up on me. "I need to go to Billings," I mutter to myself, the word barely audible over the roar of my Harley. "Rose is there. She'll know what to do." The moonlight flickers through the trees like a broken strobe light, casting eerie shadows that dance across the road. My mind races as fast as my bike. I can't stay in Alabama. There are too many memories and too much pain. Not to mention, I just killed my father. I have to keep moving. I zip past the old gas station where I used to buy smokes as a kid. The place is a shell now, just like everything else in this godforsaken town. A blur of rusted pumps and shattered windows. Good riddance. The miles melt away under my tires, each one a step closer to freedom. The weight of what I've done presses heavy on my chest, but I push it down. No time for regrets. Lights from an oncoming car flash in the distance. I squint, leaning into the curve, knowing the worst of my life is over. And for the first time, I can look forward to my future.
Chapter 1. Present Day, Jordan. The bass from the speakers thrums through my veins as Blake and I sit in a corner booth at the Rusty Nail, the grittiest bar Billings has to offer. My fingers drum against the sticky table, trying to match the rhythm of the music. It's been a few weeks of late-night dates and whispered secrets with Blake, but tonight feels different. He's insanely charming, not to mention good-looking. Plus, his family isn't associated with the club, so it's a win-win in every aspect. "Another round?" he asks, already halfway through his beer. His eyes flicker over me, scanning my graphic tank top and the skull tattoo peeking out from underneath. "Sure," I reply, forcing a smile. I can't ignore the gnawing feeling in my gut. Something's off tonight. Blake signals the bartender, a burly guy named Rick, who knows us all too well by now. Rick doesn't even give a shit that I'm underage. He knows who my family is and wouldn't dare try to tell me no. A couple of beers land in front of us with a clink, foam spilling over the sides. I take a sip, the cold liquid doing nothing to ease the tension coiling tight in my chest. Blake leans back, eyes narrowing. "What's on your mind, Jordan?" "I'm just tired," I lie, tracing circles on the worn wood of the table. It's safer than digging into whatever's simmering in his gaze. "Really? Because you seem distracted." His voice drops an octave, a hint of something dark slipping through. "Just thinking about tomorrow. I'm supposed to go on a ride with the club. It's going to be a long one, and I'm still a newbie," I say, hoping the half-truth will placate him. "Right," he snorts, leaning forward. "More like you're thinking about which biker you'll hop on next." I think he's fucking around with me until I realize how malicious his tone is. He wasn't joking. He wasn't fucking with me in the least bit. I blink, taken aback as I still process this information. "Sorry, what did you just say?" "Don't play dumb, Jordan. I've seen the way you look at them, like you're just waiting for one of them to scoop you up." "That's not fair," I snap, my hands curling into fists under the table. "They're my family, Blake. You don't know what you're talking about." "Oh, but don't I?" His words are slurred, venomous. The Blake I thought I knew slips further away with each passing second. "You're drunk," I mutter, standing up. The room spins for a moment, the mix of anger and alcohol making my head swim. "Sit down," he commands, grabbing my wrist. His grip is tight, too tight. "Let fucking go of me," I hiss, yanking my arm free. The bar seems to quiet around us, eyes turning our way, but I don't care. I need air. I need out. "Running away again?" Blake taunts, but I don't bite. I push past him, heading for the door, the night air calling my name. "Jordan, you better get the fuck back here!" His voice is sharp, cutting through the haze in my mind. Against my better judgment, I stop and turn around. "Blake, what the hell do you want?" My patience is hanging by a thread, but his smirk slices right through it. "Just wanted to let you know," he starts, leaning back against the bar like he's got all the time in the world. "You're good for nothing, except being safe pussy to use and abuse whenever I want it." My jaw drops. Did he really just say that? "Yeah, you heard me," he continues, eyes darkening with malice. "Not that I even know if you're safe. You're probably some biker slut anyway." "Excuse me?" The words are out before I can process the full weight of what he's just said. The room seems to close in on us, the rest of the patrons fading into a blur. That's right. Biker slut. He spits the last word like it's poison on his tongue. Fuck you, Blake. The anger is boiling over now. I've had enough. I turn to leave again, but before I can take another step, a blur of movement catches my eye. Bam! A fist collides with Blake's jaw, sending him staggering backward. What the... Bama? My voice is shaky, disbelieving. I didn't even know he was here. Stay out of this! Blake snarls, recovering quickly and lunging forward. Like hell I will. Bama growls back, his ocean blue eyes locked on Blake with a deadly intensity. His slim, athletic frame moves with a lethal grace as he squares up, ready for more. Jordan, get behind me, Bama orders, not taking his eyes off Blake. Why should I... But I don't finish. Something in Bama's gaze tells me this isn't the time to argue. Stay out of it, pretty boy, Blake sneers, trying to look tough despite the blood trickling from his split lip. Or what? Bama retorts, voice low and dangerous. You gonna cry 'cause you picked on the wrong girl? She's mine! Blake barks, stepping closer. Not anymore, Bama snaps, and with one fluid motion his fist connects again, harder this time. Enough! I shout, but my voice is drowned out by the chaos. Rick yells something, but it's lost in the commotion. Never touch her again, Bama says, his voice a menacing whisper. Or I swear, next time, you'll wish you were never born. Blake's fist swings wide and Bama ducks, his golden curls bouncing with the movement. Rick hollers over the counter, shouting, Knock it off! But it's like yelling into a tornado. Useless. Stay down, Bama snarls, landing another blow to Blake's gut. Blake stumbles back, wheezing, but he's stubborn, coming at Bama again with wild eyes. Jordan, get away from here! Rick yells, trying to wedge himself between them. I don't move. My feet are glued to the sticky floor with a mix of fear and adrenaline. Blake roars, shoving Rick aside. Get out of my way! He makes a desperate lunge for Bama, swinging but missing as Bama sidesteps smoothly. Big mistake, Bama says, almost too calmly. His fist flies forward, connecting with Blake's jaw so hard that it echoes through the bar. Blake's body lifts off the ground before crashing down like a sack of bricks. I meant what I said. Never look in her direction again. Bama growls, standing over Blake's crumpled form. Or next time, I won't give you the opportunity to get up. The room is silent, save for Blake's groans and the ragged sound of my own breathing. Eyes follow us, whispers ripple through the crowd, but I can't care about any of it right now. The two of you need to get the fuck out of here. Rick's face is red with fury, pointing toward the exit. I'm still frozen when I hear the familiar click of high heels against the wooden floorboards. Jordan fucking Harold? Shelley hisses, her sharp eyes flicking between me and Bama. Your fathers will hear about this if you don't do what Rick said and get the hell out of here right now. God, I have enough fights in my bar. What I don't need is more because of your damn club. Come on, let's go, Bama mutters, grabbing my arm gently but firmly. He starts leading me toward the door, his touch warm and steady amid the chaos. Don't fucking come back here for a while, Shelley calls after us, her voice cutting through the din like a knife. "And Jordan, you'd best tell your fathers they owe me for the damages." Outside, the night air hits me like a slap in the face. My heart's still hammering in my chest, Bama's hand lingering on my arm. Despite everything, I feel a strange sense of relief wash over me. "Thank you," I breathe, looking up at him. He meets my gaze, those ocean blue eyes softening just a fraction. "Anytime," he says, and I know he means it. Bama licks his lips and arches a brow. "Are you good?" "Yeah, I'm fine. It's just... that was intense." I run a hand through my hair, trying to shake off the adrenaline that's still pumping through my veins. "Blake's a piece of shit," Bama mutters, his jaw tightening. "You deserve better than that." "Guess I should have figured it out sooner," I say, my shoulders sagging slightly. "Don't beat yourself up over it," Bama says, stepping closer. "Guys like him are good at hiding who they really are." "Thanks for stepping in when you did," I say softly, feeling a strange warmth spread through me despite the cold. "I didn't even know you were here tonight." "Was just passing through." He shrugs, but there's something in his eyes that tells me he's downplaying it. "Couldn't let him talk to you like that." I playfully roll my eyes. "Well, I'm glad you stepped in for once." I look up at him, really seeing him for the first time tonight. His golden blonde curls catch the light from the street lamp, and those blue eyes seem to pierce right through me. There's a fierceness to him, an edge that's both intimidating and incredibly sexy. "Jordan," he says, his voice serious, low and rough. "I'll always be here to help you. You know that, right?" "Yeah, I do," I whisper, my heart racing for an entirely different reason now. The way he stands here, so solid and strong, makes my pulse quicken. He speaks so seriously, his gaze never leaving mine. "Good. I need you to know that. Whenever you need me, for whatever reason, I promise I'll be here." He's close enough now that I can feel the heat radiating off his body and smell the faint scent of leather and motor oil clinging to him. It's intoxicating. "You're something else, Bama," I murmur, taking a step closer. Something is different between us, and I can't quite put my finger on it. Is it because he became my knight in shining armor out of nowhere? "Guess you'd know." He grins, but there's a seriousness in his eyes that takes my breath away. Without another thought, I grab onto Bama's leather cut and tug him close. Fuck it. I'm going to follow my heart and be spontaneous. His eyes widen for a split second before I crash my lips onto his. The taste of whiskey and adrenaline mixes between us. He responds instantly, his hands sliding around my waist, pulling me even tighter against his hard body. The kiss deepens and becomes rougher, as if we're both trying to say everything we can't with words. My fingers curl into his hair, feeling the soft curls intertwine. There's an urgency to our movements, a raw desperation that makes every touch electric. His hand slides up my back, sending shivers down my spine. I press myself harder against him, needing him closer, needing more. It's like the world fades away, leaving just the two of us under the dim streetlight outside the bar. After what feels like both an eternity and a heartbeat, I pull away, gasping for air. My lips feel swollen, and my heart is pounding like I've just run a marathon. Bama's breathing is heavy too, and his eyes are dark with desire. "Jordan," he murmurs, voice thick with emotion. "We should get the fuck out of here. What do you think?" "Yeah," I nod, still clinging to his cut. "Let's go." "Where?" he asks, eyebrows raised. "Not the clubhouse," I say quickly. "My fathers would have your head if they knew what I want to do with you tonight." "Hotel, then?" His lips curve into a knowing smirk. "Yeah," I confirm, my own smile forming despite the chaos in my mind. "Just outside town." "All right," he says, stepping back but not letting go of my hand. "Let's ride." I squeeze his hand, feeling the shared understanding, the unspoken promise at that moment. Tonight's about escape, about giving in to what we've both been denying, and maybe even about using each other for pleasure. As we walk toward his bike, the night air cools my flushed skin, but nothing can douse the fire burning between us. The roar of Bama's bike drowns out everything else as I wrap my arms around his waist, pressing myself against his back. The world blurs into a rush of headlights and shadows as we speed down the highway, each mile taking us further from the chaos and closer to whatever tonight is going to become. We pull up to a rundown motel just outside of Billings, neon sign flickering like it's on its last legs. Perfect, discreet, no questions asked. Bama cuts the engine and the sudden silence rings in my ears. He helps me off the bike, our hands lingering longer than necessary. There's an unspoken urgency between us, a need to escape more than just the bar. We get a key from the night clerk, who doesn't even look up from his magazine. Room 12. We make our way down the dimly lit corridor, the scent of mildew and cheap disinfectant filling the air. My heart pounds harder with each step. The door clicks shut behind us, and suddenly we're alone in this tiny, grimy room. It feels like the walls are closing in, pushing us together. Bama's eyes lock onto mine, and before I know it, we're tearing at each other's clothes, like we're starved for each other. He throws his cut on the dresser, and it lands with a thud, followed by my jacket. Hands fumble with buttons, zippers, and anything that stands in the way. His fingers brush my skin, sending electric shocks through me. I yank his t-shirt over his head, revealing the tattoo of a snake wrapped around flowers on his chest. It's mesmerizing, and I can't help but trace it with my fingertips. "Jordan," he breathes, voice thick with desire. "Come here." I pull back just enough to slip out of my jeans and top, standing there in nothing but a black lace set I've been saving for God knows what. His eyes darken, pupils dilating as they rake over me. He steps closer, hands gripping my hips possessively. "Fuck, Jordan," he murmurs, voice gravelly. "You look fucking gorgeous." Heat floods my cheeks, but I don't shy away. Instead, I lean into him, feeling our bodies align perfectly. His hands slide up my back, unclasping my bra with practiced ease. The fabric slips away, leaving me bare to his gaze. "God, you have no idea how much I've thought about this," he whispers almost reverently. "Shut up and kiss me," I demand, pulling him down toward me. Our mouths crash together, desperate and hungry. Every touch, every kiss is filled with the promise of what's to come. The night is ours, and for once I'm not afraid to take what I want. Bama's hands are everywhere, rough and demanding. His lips follow a frantic path down my neck, leaving a trail of fire in their wake. I arch into him, gasping as his teeth scrape against my collarbone. The motel room around us fades into oblivion. It's just him and me now. "Jordan," he growls, voice thick with need, as he pushes me back onto the bed. The old mattress creaks under the sudden weight, but I don't care. All that matters is the feel of him between my thighs, the way his body fits against mine. "More," I whisper, pulling him closer. "Fuck, baby," he mutters, lips hot against my skin. He's like a force of nature, all raw power and unrestrained passion. My breath catches as he tears the lace panties from my hips, the delicate fabric no match for his urgency. "You're so fucking perfect," he says, his eyes burning into mine. He palms my breasts, thumb rolling over my nipples until I'm dizzy with desire. My nails dig into his back, urging him on. "Now, Bama," I demand, voice husky with want. "Please, I can't wait any longer. I need you." "Whatever you want, sweetheart." He thrusts into me hard and deep, and I cry out at the sensation. It's brutal and beautiful, each movement sending shockwaves through my body. We move together, a wild rhythm that builds and builds until it feels like we're going to shatter. His grip tightens on my hips, bruising but grounding me in the chaos. His name is a mantra on my lips, a desperate prayer as everything else falls away. "God damn, Jordan," he groans, driving into me with an intensity that leaves me breathless. Sweat beads on his forehead, mixing with the glistening sheen on his chest. Every muscle in his body strains with effort, and I can't look away. "Don't stop," I plead, wrapping my legs around him to pull him deeper. The world tilts as we lose ourselves in each other, nothing else existing but the burning heat and the heady rush of our connection. "Don't you worry your pretty little head. I don't plan on stopping," he promises, his voice a gravelly whisper against my ear. And then he's kissing me again, tongue tangling with mine as we spiral toward the edge. "Fuck, Jordan," he gasps, breaking the kiss to bury his face in my neck. The sound of my name on his lips sends me over, and I fall apart beneath him, clutching at his shoulders as wave after wave crashes through me. "God, you feel so fucking good," he groans, following me into the abyss. His body shudders against mine, holding me tight as we ride out the storm together. For a moment, there's nothing but the sound of our ragged breathing, the faint hum of the air conditioner, and the pounding of my heart. Then, slowly, reality begins to seep back in. Bama rolls to the side, pulling me into his arms. I nestle against his chest, feeling the steady beat of his heart under my cheek. That was... Words fail me, but he seems to understand. "Yeah," he agrees, pressing a gentle kiss to my forehead. "It was."
Chapter 2. Bama. The sun sneaks through the thin motel curtains, casting a sliver of light across the bed. I blink, my eyes adjusting to the morning. Jordan's beside me, her chocolate brown hair sprawled out like a halo on the pillow. Each strand catches the light, accentuating the golden highlights she has in some places. I'm caught for a moment, just watching her breathe, chest rising and falling in a steady rhythm. Her face is peaceful, her lips slightly parted, and she looks nothing like the firecracker she is when awake. It's these moments that get me. Moments where the world outside, bikes, club business, danger, doesn't matter. I'll shift, trying not to disturb her. My arm's gone numb from having it under her all night, but hell if I'd move it sooner. Jordan stirs, murmuring something unintelligible before settling back into stillness. I'll take a deep breath, inhaling the mix of her floral shampoo and the lingering scent of last night's whiskey. My phone buzzes on the nightstand, snapping me out of my reverie. I reach over, careful not to wake her, and grab it. The screen lights up, and I see the time. 8 a.m. Shit. I've got to be at the clubhouse soon, or Blackjack and Zane will have my hide. "Jordan," I whisper, placing a hand gently on her shoulder. She doesn't stir. I don't really want to wake her since she looks so damn peaceful. But duty calls, and the club waits for no one. "Jordan," I try again, a bit louder this time. Her eyes flutter open, those hazel depths slowly focusing on me. "Morning, beautiful," I say, brushing a loose strand of hair away from her face. She smiles sleepily, but then I watch realization hit her like a freight train.
Shit, what time is it?
She asks, suddenly wide awake, the tranquility of moments ago shattered. 8:05, I reply. "We need to go. I've got to get back to the clubhouse."
"Fuck,"
she mutters under her breath, throwing the covers off and scrambling to find her clothes from last night, scattered around the room like breadcrumbs leading to our wild evening. "Late to something?" I ask, already knowing she must be.
"Yeah,"
she says, pulling on her jeans.
"Tara's gonna kill me. I'm late for my shift at Tart."
She grabs her phone and dials Tara, pacing the room while waiting for her to pick up. I start getting dressed too, pulling on my jeans and a black t-shirt, the fabric feeling rough but familiar against my skin.
"Hey, Tara. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm running late. I'll be there in 30. Yeah, thanks."
She hangs up and looks at me, hope flickering in her eyes.
"Can you drop me off at Tart?"
"Sure thing," I nod, grabbing my cut. "But what about your car?"
"I'll get Tara to drop me off after work so I can pick it up. I'll tell her I was too tipsy to drive last night and left it there,"
she explains, slipping on her shoes. "Smart," I say, appreciating how she always thinks things through. It's part of why I'm drawn to her, beyond just the obvious chemistry. Licking my lips, I look right into her eyes. "Look, this should be a one-off kind of thing." Jordan forces a smile.
"Yeah, after that clusterfuck of a relationship, I don't need anything serious right now anyway."
We hurry out of the room, the cold Montana morning hitting us as we step outside. The cold air bites, waking us up fully. My bike waits like a loyal dog, chrome gleaming under the pale sun. I swing my leg over and fire it up, the engine's roar echoing through the quiet streets. "Hop on!" I shout over the noise. Jordan climbs on behind me, her arms wrapping around my waist. It feels right, her holding on to me like this, like we're two pieces of a puzzle. "Make sure you hold on tight," I warn, though she already knows the drill. She's lived and breathed this life, and Jordan even has her own bike and rides. We peel out, tires screeching against the asphalt. The city blurs around us, a mix of gray and muted colors. We ride through Billings, past run-down buildings and up-and-coming neighborhoods. The wind whips through my hair, stinging my eyes, but I don't mind. This is where I belong, between the rush of speed and the promise of something more. As we near Tart, I feel Jordan's grip tighten. She leans closer, her breath warm against my neck.
"Thanks, Bama,"
she murmurs, sincerity lacing her words. I just nod, eyes on the road ahead. We pull up to Tart, the neon sign flickering in the early light. I cut the engine, and the silence hits me, deafening after the roar of the bike. Jordan slides off first, her boots clicking on the pavement as she lands. She smooths down her hair and adjusts her jacket.
"Thanks for the ride,"
she says, eyes meeting mine, a mix of gratitude and urgency.
"Next time we should have helmets."
"Yeah, you're probably right," I reply, though the clock's ticking in my head. I have to get back to the clubhouse before Blackjack and Zane start raising hell.
"Hey,"
she stops me as I'm about to rev the engine again.
"I'll tell them I called you this morning, that I stayed at a friend's place because I was too tipsy to drive home last night."
"Appreciate it, Jordan," I say, a weight lifting off my shoulders. The last thing I need is more heat from the club.
"Don't mention it,"
she says, flashing a quick smile.
"Just get back there before they notice you're gone if you can."
"Will do," I promise, watching her walk toward the entrance. Her stride is confident, like she's got the world figured out. Maybe she does. As she disappears through the door, I can't help but feel a pang of something. Regret, maybe. Or just the cold reality that our worlds only collide in moments like these. The bike roars back to life beneath me, and I speed off, the wind trying to tear away the thoughts gnawing at my mind. The city blurs past once more, each mile taking me closer to the clubhouse, closer to the questions I'll have to answer. But for now, all I can think about is how Jordan jumped to have my back. She didn't have to offer up that alibi, but she did, and that means the world to me. The ride back is a blur of asphalt and wind. Billings wakes up around me. The early risers and the stragglers blending into one faceless mass. But I'm not part of their world. My world is danger, leather, and the code we live by. One that doesn't forgive mistakes easily. I pull up to the clubhouse, the familiar sight settling the unease in my gut. Dismounting, I park my bike next to the row of others, each one representing their riders. I take a deep breath. It's time to face the music, and hopefully they don't have my head. Inside, the air is thick with smoke and the remnants of last night's party. It's quieter than usual. Most of the brothers are probably nursing hangovers or still sprawled out on couches. I scan the room, looking for my Prez and VP. He's the one I need to answer to. No point delaying it. I push further inside, steeling myself for whatever comes next. Blackjack's hunched over a newspaper at the scarred wooden table in the corner. The kind of corner that's seen deals, threats, and brotherhood. He doesn't look up as I approach, just flicks his eyes my way before burying them back in the print. "Where the hell you been, Bama?" His voice is low, gravelly, the kind that demands answers. "Jordan called me this morning," I say, keeping it brief. "She needed a ride to Tart." He lowers the paper slowly, like every second's a test of my patience. His eyes, sharp and cutting, finally lock onto mine. "That right?" "Yeah." I shift my weight from one foot to the other. "She was too tipsy to drive last night. Left her car at a friend's place." Better not be messing around when there's work to be done. There's a hint of warning in his tone, but he doesn't press further. Wouldn't dream of it, I reply, my jaw tightening. Just helping out. Blackjack grunts, folding the paper neatly before tossing it on the table. Get to it, then. On it? I nod, turning away, already feeling the weight lift slightly. One hurdle down, 1,000 more to go. I get to work, cleaning up the bar area, and I might be 20 minutes into it when someone calls my name. Yo, Bama! A voice cuts through the air like a blade. I turn to see Dracus leaning against the wall, arms crossed over his chest. His eyes are like steel, sharp and unyielding. Hey, Dracus. I nod, bracing myself. This isn't a conversation I can afford to mess up. Why'd Jordan need a ride this morning? He pushes off the wall, taking a step closer. Her car okay? Yeah, it's fine, I say, keeping my voice steady. She drank a little too much with some girlfriends last night. Left it at a friend's place. Drank too much? Dracus's brow furrows, concern flickering across his face. Where'd you pick her up from? Friend's house, over on Maple. I shrug, trying to play it casual. She called me early, figured I'd help out. Maple, huh? Dracus rubs his chin, eyes narrowing. Which friend? Didn't ask. I meet his gaze head on. Just wanted to make sure she got to work on time. All right. He finally nods, though the tension doesn't leave his shoulders. Thanks for going to get her. No problem, I reply, feeling the weight of his scrutiny. Now get your ass in gear, he says, turning away. There's a hell of a lot of work that needs to be done. On it, I mutter, already moving toward the garage. I'm done here at the bar anyway. As I walk away, I can't shake the feeling that the cat will get out of the bag eventually. Dracus seemed very accusatory when he was asking me about Jordan. So did someone see me and her at the hotel? It makes me wonder. I feel eyes boring into my back like a hot brand. The whole place smells like oil and sweat, an undertone of desperation clinging to the air. Hey, Bama! Blackjack calls out from his corner, not looking up from his newspaper. Don't forget to clean the tools after you're done. Got it, I grunt, pushing the door open to the garage. The second I make it through the door, I reach for the grease-stained rag on the workbench. My hands move on autopilot, muscle memory from endless mornings spent here earning my keep. Being a prospect isn't easy at all. It's hard work. But it's hard work that will show the club I want to be here. Not only that, but that I deserve to be here. Dracus seemed pretty tense. It's Blackjack again, this time coming into the garage with his newspaper in hand. His gaze is sharp, cutting through the haze of exhaust. Yeah, I mutter, focusing on the wrench in my hand. He's just worried about Jordan. Always is, Blackjack says, more to himself than anyone else. Don't get me wrong, he's worried about Nova too, but Jordan and Dracus have a special father-daughter relationship. Yeah, I've seen that kind of love before. Rare, fierce, and consuming. Makes you do crazy things. Is he her biological father, or do they not know? Jordan's mom is with 3 dudes, almost like they're brother husbands. You know, instead of sister wives. Blackjack shrugs. I'm not sure. She looks like Bolt more than anyone else. I nod, hearing his words. I didn't ask for any specific reason, other than the fact I'm nosy as hell. The wrench slips from my fingers, clattering against the concrete floor. I curse under my breath, bending to pick it up. When I straighten, I catch Zane watching from the doorway, arms crossed, face unreadable. Heard you picked Jordan up this morning, he says, voice low but carrying. Good on you for showing up when one of the ladies needed help. We take care of our own around here. Yeah, I did. I'll do anything for the club, Prez. Whether it's picking one of the ladies up or scrubbing toilets. I'm here to prove myself to y'all, I repeat, meeting his gaze head-on. For Jordan, I'd walk through fire, but no one knows that. Somehow, I feel like last night changed everything between us, and I hope it did. Good. He nods, finally turning away. Now get back to work. On it, I say, gripping the wrench tighter. I will bust my ass for however long I have to, until I prove myself to the club. My ultimate goal is to get patched in, and I will. I've already taken a bullet for the club, and I'd gladly do it again. As I dive back into the familiar routine, I can't shake the sense that today is anything but ordinary. Maybe it means things are going to change for the better, and I hope it does.
Chapter 3. Jordan. The broom scrapes against the floor, the sound grating on my nerves. I push it back and forth, collecting the last remnants of the day's chaos into a neat pile. Tara's already flipping chairs onto tables, her movements quick and precise. "Almost done here," she calls out, glancing over her shoulder at me. Her eyes are sharp, as if she's been chewing on something all day and hasn't decided whether she likes the taste. "Got it," I mutter, dragging the dustpan over to scoop up the dirt. The smell of coffee and pastries still lingers in the air, mingling with the scent of cleaning supplies. Tart might be quiet now, but the echoes of the rush still hum beneath the surface. "Place looks good. Kelsey will be elated when she comes in tomorrow morning," Tara says, wiping her hands on a dish rag and tossing it onto the counter. She arches a brow, a silent question hanging between us. I pretend not to notice, focusing on dumping the dustpan into the trash. "Yeah, she will. Thanks." My voice is flat, trying to steer away from whatever it is she's itching to ask. "When you were on break, Blake called," she says casually, too casually. I didn't answer, but I recognized his number. "Don't answer if he calls again," I reply, more bite in my tone than intended. Blake, just his name sets my teeth on edge. He's a real piece of shit. "Tell me something I don't know." Tara laughs, a short, sharp sound. "Pompous asshole. Are you done with him?" "Oh yeah, I don't have the best taste in men, so," I admit, leaning against the counter, feeling the coolness through my shirt. "Everyone picks a bad one now and then," she says, brushing off my self-criticism. "Not all of them will be like Blake. I'm sure someone is going to pop into your life, and that is amazing." "Hope so," I sigh, rubbing the back of my neck. I do like Bama, and I have such a strong physical attraction toward him. He's a good guy, but I don't want to jump into anything serious. I know I could tell her that I was with Bama last night, but I don't want anything getting back to my mom or my dad's. "Let's call it a night," Tara suggests, grabbing her keys. "You still need me to take you to get your car, right?" "Yes, please," I say, exhaustion creeping into my bones. I cannot wait to hit the hay tonight. Bama and I barely slept last night for obvious reasons. We lock up Tart, the click of the deadbolt echoing in the empty street. Tara's SUV is parked nearby, and I slide into the passenger seat, grateful for the break from the chilly evening air. I give Tara instructions, and she drops me off on Maple Drive. I tell her my car is parked at my friend's house in the back part of the driveway. Tara insists on staying until she sees me get in my car, but I tell her to go ahead and that I'm okay. Tara drives off, and I act like I'm heading down the driveway until she's out of view. When I can't see her anymore, I walk across the street and head straight for about a block. I'm right up by my car, so I unlock it and get in my car. It doesn't take long until I'm back at the clubhouse. I park my car on the side of the building like a lot of the other ladies do. Walking into the clubhouse feels like coming home and stepping into a minefield all at once. The noise, the laughter, the clinking of beer bottles. It's sensory overload after the quiet of Tart. I spot Bama behind the bar, the sight of him sending a jolt through me. He's alone, polishing glasses with a practiced ease. "Hey, can you get me a drink?" I ask, strutting up to the bar with more confidence than I feel.
"Sure thing. The usual?"
he says, a slow smile spreading across his face. I lean against the bar and give him a nod, letting the tension of the day melt away. For a moment, everything else fades. The questions, the doubts, the ghosts of past mistakes. In this second, there's just Bama and a desperately needed cold Smirnoff Ice raspberry.
"Here you go, sweetheart."
He grins, reaching into the fridge behind him. The bottle emerges with a frosty sheen, and he pops the cap with practiced ease, sliding it across the counter to me. "Thanks," I mutter, taking the bottle and bringing it to my lips. The first sip is a bitter relief, washing away the grit of the day. I end up chugging the beer and take a seat at the bar. God, I don't know if it's all the stress from last night with Blake, or if it might happen to be hiding the fact I slept with Bama from everyone.
"It's good to see you relaxing for once,"
Bama says, sliding me another beer without asking. His fingers brush mine, and the touch is electric, sending a jolt straight to my core. "Don't get used to it," I reply playfully, fighting to keep my voice steady. "I like keeping you on your toes."
"Is that so?"
He leans in closer, eyes gleaming with mischief.
"Think you can handle that, Jordan?"
"Try me," I shoot back, raising an eyebrow. The tension between us is thick, almost tangible, and damn do I like it. There's something hot about the playful banter the two of us have.
"Maybe I will,"
he murmurs, his voice low and promising. Before I can respond, a heavy arm drapes over my shoulders. I look up to see one of my fathers, Dracus, his presence immediately grounding me.
"Hey there, firecracker,"
he greets, pulling me into a half hug. Bama raises his brows.
"Firecracker? There's gotta be a story behind that."
Dad laughs hard.
"Oh, there is. When Jordan was 5, she thought it was a great idea to grab a box of firecrackers and light them up under Zane's bike. Nearly blew the damn thing up."
Bama can't help but laugh his ass off. I shrug. "Yep, so now I'm firecracker." Dad chuckles and tugs me close to him.
"How was your day?"
"Not bad," I say, leaning into his familiar warmth. "Busy, but good. Tara and I managed to close up shop pretty quick."
"Kelsey okay? I know Tara doesn't usually close with you."
He rumbles, kissing the top of my head. "Yeah, some sort of family thing going on." I shrug. "I didn't ask for the details, but I hope she's okay." He nods.
"Me too. So you know you can call us if you need us, right? We wouldn't have given you shit for drinking a little too much."
A pang of guilt hits me right in the chest. I know, I probably should have called, but when I went on Facebook I saw that Bama was active, so I called him. I'm not gonna wake you guys if I don't have to.
"You should have called one of us. It's not his job to go get our hungover daughter."
One of my other father's voice cuts in as he approaches, his expression a mix of concern and irritation. "Had it covered," I shrug, trying to downplay the situation. "It really wasn't a big deal. Bama had it covered."
"Still,
My dad bolt presses, crossing his arms over his chest.
We're your family. We're here for you.
Okay, I sigh, holding up my hands in mock surrender. Next time I'll be sure to call one of the three of you, okay?
Good.
Dracus nods, giving Bama a pointed look.
We just want to make sure you're safe. Tex was pissed about it too.
I roll my eyes. It's one thing to have one overbearing father, but I have three. Imagine how lovely my teenage years have been. I get it, but you could be hassling Nova. She's a wild child compared to me, I say, glancing at Bama from the corner of my eye. There's something stirring beneath the surface, something I can't quite name. But it's there, simmering, and I just want more. Another beer would be great right about now, I tell Bama, breaking the momentary silence with a smirk.
Coming right up.
He chuckles, reaching into the fridge. He hands me a cold one, our fingers brushing again. This time I don't pull away. Thanks, I say softly, meeting his gaze. Bama's eyes linger on mine for a second longer before he looks away, a small smile playing on his lips. Just as I'm opening up the can, I notice my father's eyes on me.
Nova might be wild, but you're the one with the big heart,
my dad bold points out. He elbows me in the side playfully and kisses my temple.
I gotta run. Love you, kid. Me too. We have to run into town,
my dad Dracus comments.
Love you, Firecracker.
Love you too, Dads. Be careful. I'm not sure if running into town means they're going for some sort of supplies, or if it means that they're going on a run for the club. We were supposed to go on a ride today, but Zane advised us all that riding in such a large number would be foolish, given the threats the club is currently still dealing with. I might be at the bar for another 15 minutes when the last of my fathers comes walking up.
I thought I'd find you here.
Tex's gruff voice cuts through the haze of the dimly lit clubhouse. He strides up, his boots heavy on the worn wooden floor. He's got that look, like he's about to lay into me. I remember it time and time again after being reprimanded when I was being naughty as a child. Hey, Pops, I greet him, trying to sound casual, but there's no missing the steel in his eyes.
Want to tell me why you called this dimwit last night instead of one of us?
His tone is sharp, almost accusatory.
Instead, you called Bama, the kiss-ass prospect.
Seriously? I roll my eyes, exasperated. Are you all going to hound me for my choice to call Bama?
Yes.
There's no playfulness in his tone at all. Come on, Pops, I groan, running a hand through my hair. I'm not a kid anymore. I can handle myself.
Doesn't mean we suddenly stop caring since you're over 18,
Pops retorts, crossing his arms.
We worry 'cause we love you.
Mom worries too, but she's not up my ass, I grumble, my shoulders slumping. In fact, I haven't even heard any shit from her. Probably because she knows I get enough from the three of you. Pop's stature softens a bit and a smile breaks out.
You know, you're probably right. The three of us worry enough about you girls that your ma doesn't even need to bring shit up.
I arch my brows and widen my eyes. No, she doesn't. Look, I get it. I'm your little girl, but I'm not a little girl. Please loosen the leash a bit. Pops inhales deeply through his nose.
Fine. I'll work on it.
I smile and grab his hand. Thank you. He nods and clears his throat.
Let me go see what your ma is up to. Maybe I can get up in her.
My jaw drops to the floor. Oh my God, Pops, go, you disgusting old dog. I shove him away, and he walks off cackling like a damn hyena. Bama's wiping down the bar, chuckling to himself. "Don't you dare laugh at that! He's nasty!" I mutter, glancing over at Bama.
"I think it's funny how he tries to get under your skin and you let him. He only says that shit to get a reaction out of you."
Bama's eyes bore into mine. "You know, you're probably right."
"I usually am,"
he replies with a laugh, the sound rich and warm.
"I will say, I didn't expect you to get hounded so much about me picking you up."
"Tell me about it," I groan, taking a long sip. The cold liquid is a stark contrast to the heat rising in my cheeks. "They mean well, though."
"Yeah, they do."
He nods, wiping down the bar, his golden blonde curls catching the dim light.
"You're lucky to have overbearing parents like that. Not many people do."
I furrow my brows a tad, sensing the underlying tone beneath his words.
"Hey, Bama."
Zane's voice cuts through the moment, rough and commanding.
"You've done enough work for today. I'm getting Siren to come handle the bar for a few hours." "Got it,"
Bama responds, a mix of relief and uncertainty flashing across his face. He gives me a quick look, something unspoken passing between us, before he turns to follow Zane's order. As Siren steps in behind the bar, I can't shake the feeling that things are about to get a hell of a lot more complicated.
"Thanks for relieving me, Siren,"
Bama says, clapping his hand on Siren's shoulder. I don't know why, but I grimace at the sight of him putting his hands on another woman. It might be light-hearted, but it irritates me. "Like I had a choice," Siren grunts, already grabbing a rag to wipe down the bar. Bama turns back toward me, and our eyes lock. There's that spark, something raw and electric that makes my pulse quicken. My lips curl into a smirk, daring him to make the next move. His ocean blue eyes hold mine for just a beat longer than necessary, filled with unspoken words and possibilities.
"Catch you later, Jordan,"
he says, the corner of his mouth lifting in a half smile. "Yeah, see ya," I reply, trying to keep my voice steady. He walks off, his shoulders squared, and each step measured and confident. I watch him go, the room seeming to dim a little in his absence. It's like the air shifts when he's around, charged with an energy that both excites and unnerves me. I finish the rest of my beer, the cold liquid doing nothing to quell the heat coursing through my veins. Bama may have walked away, but the tension between us lingers, thick and undeniable. And something tells me this is only the beginning.
Chapter 4. Bama. "Hey, Bama, you got a minute?" Ripper's voice cuts through the noise of the clubhouse, a rough edge to his tone. "Yeah, what's up?" I reply, glancing around to make sure no one's eavesdropping. The place is buzzing tonight, but my mind's been a mess since that night with Jordan. A week feels like forever, and yesterday all at once. "Just need to talk," he says, leading me to a quieter corner. His eyes have that look, the one that says there's more going on than he's letting on. "Man, I gotta get this off my chest," I say to Ripper, as we sit at the bar, nursing our beers. The dim lights cast shadows across his face, making him look even more worn out than usual. He nods, signaling me to continue. "Remember that night at the Rusty Nail?" I start, feeling the pressure build in my chest. "You were with me having a beer and went off to the bathroom? When you did, I saw Jordan with that bastard Blake. He's all cocky and shit. He starts running his mouth, saying she's a biker slut." "Fucking Blake," Ripper mutters, his eyes narrowing. He takes a long swig of his beer, but it doesn't ease the tension etched into his features. Yeah, fucking Blake is right. I slam my fist on the counter, the sound echoing through the clubhouse. I lost my shit, man. Couldn't just stand there and take it. Had to show him no one disrespects her like that. Good for you standing up for her, he says, arching an eyebrow in approval. But there's something else lurking in his eyes, something heavy. What's up? I ask, leaning in closer. You suddenly look stressed out. There's something you should probably know, he says, his voice low, almost a whisper. He looks around, making sure no one's eavesdropping. Blake's the commander's grandson. Son of a bitch, I breathe out, the weight of his words hitting me like a freight train. That's who Jordan got mixed up with? Fuck, that's not good. Yeah, she really knows how to pick 'em. Ripper nods, his expression grim. It's a mess, man. Mess? I scoff, anger bubbling up inside me. I wasn't about to let the bastard talk to her that way. Knowing he's the commander's grandson doesn't change a thing. Sure, it makes it more complicated, but fuck him. He had no right to stand there in front of everyone and call her a biker slut. Ripper's eyes darken. Yeah, you're right, dumbass bastard. Yeah, I growl, slamming my beer down on the counter. I can't even hide my anger remembering what he did. I have to give credit where it's due. Ripper runs a hand through his hair, eyes darting around the room as if searching for answers. You did right by her, man. Standing up for her like that? Yeah, but I'm sure it's going to add fuel to the fire, I mutter, wiping my hand on my jeans. He couldn't just be some stuck-up prick. He just had to be the commander's grandson. This is going to cause all sorts of problems. Yeah, Ripper sighs. It is, but we'll deal with it. Fuck, I whisper, more to myself than to him. The image of Jordan hurt and vulnerable flashes in my mind. The thought of anyone disrespecting her makes my blood boil. Ripper nods slowly, taking another swig of his beer. His gaze is hard and thoughtful. She means something to you, doesn't she? More than I thought, I admit, my voice coming out rougher than intended. Jordan's face flashes in my mind, a mix of defiance and vulnerability. But it's not just about what he said, Rip. It's everything. The way he looked at her like she was nothing. Ripper licks his lips. If someone did that to Tara, I'd have their fucking head. You ended your situationship with Stiletto because you had a thing for Jordan, didn't you? I swallow hard and look over my shoulder, making sure we don't have any prying ears. Yeah, I did. Jordan's always captivated me. But the moment I had her, I suggested we have a one-night stand like an absolute idiot. What man in his right mind does that? Ripper cackles and takes another sip of his beer. A kind that wanted to talk himself out of what he really desired. Shit. Sometimes I think Ripper's like a damn therapist. Blake's gonna be a problem, Ripper mutters, almost to himself. He leans back against the bar. As much as I don't want to, we're gonna have to tell Zane and Blackjack what happened. I really don't want to, I confess, knowing it'll spread through the clubhouse like wildfire. The second we tell them, Zane or Blackjack is going to tell her fathers. Yeah, Ripper nods, shrugging his shoulders. There's not much we can do about that. With the issues the club has, we need to go and tell them so they can be aware. Fuck. I wish shit was simpler. The words leave my mouth before I can filter them. Wish I didn't have to blow up my spot like this. You're walking a fine line, Bama, Ripper warns. But coming from someone who's with a club member's daughter, just keep your head screwed on straight. I hear you, I say, though I'm not sure if I really do. All I know is that Jordan being mixed up with Blake probably isn't a coincidence, and I wonder if the commander sent him to her for surveillance or even leverage. So, Ripper mutters, running a hand through his now scruffy beard. It's like since he's settled down on Tara, it's been growing out. When you gonna lock her down? Lock her down? I scoff, shaking my head. The weight of the question feels like a punch to the gut. Man, I don't even know. Gotta sort out my feelings and shit before I can do anything. Testing the waters, huh? He smirks. Yeah, I say, leaning back against the rough wooden bar. My fingers drum an erratic beat on its surface. I need to talk to her about shit. We said one time, but you know damn well I can't ignore the way I want her. Do I ever? He replies, nodding slowly. Just don't take too long, Bama. Waters have a way of getting choppy real fast around here. Trust me, I say, locking eyes with him. I don't plan on waiting too long at all. I change the subject from me and Jordan to something that's been nagging at me the last few days. Hey, what was up with the ride being canceled last week? I ask, shifting gears. The memory of Blake's cocky grin flashes through my mind. Since you knew about Blake being the commander's grandson, you must be privy to more shit than the rest of us. Ripper's expression hardens, his jaw tightening before he shrugs nonchalantly. I don't know. You're a teacher's pet around here, or did you forget that? He asks, his voice lacking the usual edge. Seriously? I press, unable to mask my frustration. You don't know? Yeah, seriously, Ripper repeats, his gaze meeting mine without flinching. Don't got all the answers, Bama. His indifference stings, but I know better than to push further. Knowledge is power, and while I want to dig deep, if he doesn't have the answers, then he doesn't have the answers. I glance around the clubhouse, the familiar scent of leather and stale beer grounding me. The place was mostly barren, but is now buzzing with low conversations, the hum of engines outside a constant reminder of the life we've all chosen. All right, I mutter, letting the subject drop for now. Guess some things we have to wait to hear about. Exactly, Ripper says, his gaze drifting past me, probably already moving on to the next issue at hand. His shoulders relax slightly, the tension easing from his posture. Still, I add, my thoughts veering back to Jordan. Whatever happens, we gotta watch our backs, especially with this issue. Want to talk to Zane and Blackjack tomorrow? Yeah, we can get them while they're drinking their coffees, Ripper agrees, a dark shadow crossing his face. Probably better that way, honestly. Yeah, I say, the weight of his words settling in my gut. There's a part of me that doesn't want to tell him, but I don't have a choice. I know I need to because my hitting Blake is only going to add fuel to the fire. Well, Ripper says finally, clapping me on the shoulder. I gotta get going. Poison's at Tart with Tara, and it's about time for her to get off. Catch you later, I reply, my eyes flicking to the door just as it swings open. And there she is, Jordan, walking in with that confident stride that makes my heart skip a beat. My gaze locks on her, and I can barely remember what we were even talking about. This is my fucking point, Ripper says, smirking as he catches me staring. That stare right there is why you two can't be a one-time thing. Look how you lose yourself when she walks into a room. Shut the fuck up, I mutter. But deep down, I know he's right. There's no fucking denying it. I force myself to blink, dragging my eyes away from Jordan and back to Ripper. He's leaning against the bar, arms crossed, giving me that look, like he knows exactly what I'm thinking. Just stating the obvious. He shrugs, his smirk widening. You stare at her like she's the last cold beer on a hot day. Can't fake that shit. Fuck off, I mutter, but my eyes drift back to Jordan despite myself. She's talking to her mother, Roxy, now, laughing about something, her smile lighting up the whole damn place. See? You're hooked. Ripper's voice pulls me back, but his words sit heavy in my chest. Yeah, I admit, knowing there's no point in denying it anymore. I need to talk to her about it. Do it, before someone else takes her, he says, his tone turning serious. Life's too fucking short to play games and live with regrets. He's right. Damn it, he's right. I can't keep pretending there's nothing between us. I take a deep breath and push off the bar, making my way toward Jordan. Each step feels like I'm fighting my way out of quicksand, but there's no turning back now. Hey, I say as I reach her side. Her eyes meet mine, and for a moment, everything else fades away.
Hey, yourself,
she replies, a hint of a smile playing at her lips. Can we talk? I ask, jerking my head toward a quieter corner of the room.
Chapter 5. Jordan. We reach a shadowed alcove away from the hustle and bustle going on in the club. The music's still pounding, but it's muffled a bit here. Bama leans against the wall, arms crossed, his golden blonde curls catching the dim light. I take a moment to study him. Athletic, but not overly muscular. There's an intensity in his posture I haven't seen before, which only makes me wonder why he wants to have this little chat. I lean against the opposite wall, trying to play it cool. What's up? He shifts his weight, looking down for a second before meeting my gaze again. His eyes are searching, almost vulnerable. It's not like him. Usually Bama's all confidence, the guy who can charm anyone with a smile and a joke. Tonight, though, there's something else lurking beneath the surface.
Jordan,
he starts, voice barely above a whisper.
I've been wanting to tell you something for a while now.
Yeah? I tilt my head, intrigued. So, spit it out. I make sure to layer on a playful tone because he's obviously nervous.
I don't want to be too loud,
he says, glancing around. Okay then, this better? I step closer, the tension between us thickening. He takes a deep breath, and for a moment I think he's going to back out. But then he locks eyes with me, and I see that fire in them again, the fire that beckons me.
Jordan,
he says, each word measured, deliberate.
I've had my eyes on you for a long time. This isn't just some one-time fling for me. I want more. And I hope you do too.
My heart skips a beat, caught off guard by his admission. Part of me wants to laugh it off, make a joke, but the look on his face tells me this is no laughing matter. He really feels this way. Wow, Bama, I say, struggling to find the right words. I just got out of something bad. You know that.
Yeah, I know,
he replies, stepping closer.
But I'm taking my shot now. I don't care about your past. I care about how good we could be together.
His bluntness hits me like a punch, but in a weird way, I respect it. No games, no bullshit, just raw honesty. You're serious? I ask, searching his face for any hint of doubt.
Dead serious,
he says, eyes never leaving mine. A smile tugs at my lips despite my reservations. He's got guts, I'll give him that. And maybe, just maybe, that's exactly what I need right now. Okay, Bama, I say, finally letting the smile break through. Let's see where this goes. His face lights up, and for the first time in a long time, I feel a flicker of hope. Maybe this can work. Out of nowhere, the joy on his face shifts to something else entirely. "Hey," I nudge his arm playfully, trying to shake off the weight in the air. "What's with the long face? You look like you just lost your favorite surfboard." He chuckles, but it's half-hearted.
"Just got a lot on my mind, babe."
"Yeah?" I raise an eyebrow, giving him a teasing smirk. "For a guy who's dead serious about me, you sure seem distracted." He runs a hand through his golden curls, his ocean blue eyes clouded.
"Am I that obvious?"
"Like a neon sign, Bama." I try to keep my tone light, but inside a knot starts to form. What could be bothering him right now, right when things are starting to look up?
"Look, it's nothing,"
he says, shaking his head, but his words lack conviction, and it only makes the knot tighten in my gut. "Come on, out with it." I lean in closer, dropping the playful edge. "You know you can tell me anything." He hesitates. For a moment, I think he might actually open up, but then he shuts down again, shaking his head.
"It's club stuff. Nothing for you to worry about."
Club stuff usually means trouble. Or worse. My mind races, conjuring worst-case scenarios. Was it another screw-up? Is someone gunning for him again? Could it be something worse than what I'm imagining? "You're starting to make me worry," I confess, voice softer now. He sighs deeply, avoiding my gaze.
"Jordan, trust me. It's complicated."
Complicated is never good, and the fact that he won't meet my eyes sends alarm bells ringing in my head. The clubhouse is loud around us. Laughter, music, clinking glasses. But here, in our little corner, it feels like we're in a bubble of tension. Bama clears his throat and speaks up.
"I hope you know I'd do anything for you, including beat the shit out of your dumbass exes."
I laugh loudly. I appreciate that. Licking my lips, my tone grows a bit more serious. Blake did break me. He fucked with my head in ways I never thought he could. He broke pieces of me. Pieces I never thought could break.
"Then let me help put the pieces back together,"
he says, stepping even closer until I can feel the heat radiating off him.
"I don't care about your past. I care about you."
"Why now?" I whisper, still trying to catch up with everything he's throwing at me. "Why tell me this now?"
"Because seeing you with other guys, knowing you're hurting, it kills me,"
he confesses, his hand reaching out to touch my arm gently.
"I couldn't stay silent anymore."
"Jesus, Bama," I mutter, my mind racing. "You sure know how to get right into a girl's heart." He runs his thumb, tracing gentle circles on my skin.
"Yeah, well, it's exactly what I'm trying to do."
"You're really serious about this?" I ask, needing to hear it again to believe it.
"Dead serious,"
he replies, his voice steady.
"I want to be there for you, Jordan, in every way."
God, Bama, I sigh, feeling a strange mix of fear and hope bubbling up inside me. This is crazy.
"You're probably right."
He grins, that familiar spark lighting up his eyes.
"But sometimes crazy is exactly what we need."
You're really not scared off by all my past relationship baggage? I ask, half expecting him to flinch, to show some sign of hesitation.
"Not in the slightest.
he replies, his tone firm, unyielding. A slow smile curls on my lips. It's impossible not to admire the sheer audacity of this man standing before me. Here he is, laying it all out, no bullshit, no games, just pure honesty. And damn if that doesn't make my heartbeat kick up a notch. A touch of amusement seeps into my voice. I guess we're really doing the damn thing, and seeing where this goes. His face lights up, relief mingling with excitement. There's something raw and real in his expression that makes me believe maybe, just maybe, this could be different. Blake never looked at me the way Bama is right now, and that's so cool. My hand reaches out on its own accord, fingers brushing against his tattooed chest. His skin is warm beneath my touch, and I can feel the steady thrum of his heartbeat. You're full of surprises. You know that? I murmur, more to myself than to him.
Stick around, and you'll see just how many.
He grins, his eyes sparkling with that familiar, mischievous glint.
Come on, let's get a drink.
We make our way to the bar, and I feel the stares from some of the club members. They're curious, maybe even a bit judgmental, but Bama's presence next to me feels like a shield, warding off any unwelcome attention. He orders us a couple of beers, sliding one over to me with an easy grin. He raises his beer bottle.
To seeing where this goes.
I echo him and smile. We both take long swigs, the cold liquid a welcome distraction from the intensity of our earlier conversation. The clubhouse starts to fill up, the air buzzing with laughter and loud conversations. People drift in, greeting each other with rough hugs and slaps on the back. This really is a second family to a lot of people.
Looks like it's gonna be a full house tonight,
Bama observes, his eyes scanning the room. Yeah, I agree, taking another sip of my beer. Guess everyone wants to blow off some steam.
Can't blame 'em,
he says, turning his attention back to me.
But right now, all I care about is you.
Smooth talker, I laugh, shaking my head. You always like this?
Only when it matters,
he replies, his gaze unwavering. Well, keep it up, I say, feeling a strange mixture of vulnerability and excitement. I kinda like it.
Good to know.
He smirks, leaning closer.
Want to go upstairs?
Bama's voice cuts through the haze of smoke and chatter. He licks his lips, eyes locked on mine, making my pulse quicken. Upstairs? I tilt my head, eyebrow raised. You mean your bedroom?
Yeah,
he says, straightforward as ever. His blue eyes burn with a mix of need and something deeper, something that makes my entire body run hot. The room around us bursts with life, laughter, shouting, the clink of bottles, kids running around and screaming. But right now it's just background noise. It's just me and Bama, standing in our own little world. I think that's a great idea. I nod, trying to sound casual, but my stomach does a flip.
Let's get out of here.
His hand finds mine, rough yet reassuring. We weave through the crowd, dodging elbows and spilled drinks. His grip tightens as we near the staircase, like he's afraid I'll slip away. We reach the bottom of the stairs, and for a moment, I hesitate. My past flashes before me, broken promises, shattered trust. But then I look at Bama, and there's something in his eyes that tells me this is different. This could be the real thing, and I haven't experienced it, so I should give it a real shot, right?
Ready?
He asks, his voice low and husky. Yeah, I say, taking a deep breath. I'm ready. With every step up those creaky stairs, anticipation coils tighter in my chest. We reach his door and he inputs a key code, unlocking it. Inside, the room is a surprising contrast to the rough exterior. Warm southern touches, a quilted bedspread, rustic wooden furniture, photos of Alabama landscapes make it feel like I'm right in the South. You've decorated very nicely, I say, taking it all in.
Thanks,
he replies, shutting the door behind us.
I've never lived away from Alabama until I came here. Guess I tried to take some of it with me.
I think you did, I admit, turning to face him. And that helps me learn more about you. Bama chuckles, a deep rumbling sound that sends shivers down my spine.
Glad it's a good thing.
I barely have time to process his words before he's on me, closing the gap between us in a heartbeat. His lips crash into mine with a hunger that catches me off guard. It's not sweet or gentle. It's raw, primal, like he's been starving for this moment. His hands cup my face, fingers tangling in my hair as he deepens the kiss. I respond instinctively, my own hands grasping at his leather cut, pulling him closer. The scent of his faint cologne fills my senses, grounding me in this electric moment. The world outside his room fades away. There's just Bama and me, tangled up in a whirlwind of pent-up emotions. Our breaths become ragged, mingling in the heated air between us. Every touch, every movement is charged, like we're both testing the boundaries of this newfound connection. He pulls back slightly, just enough to look me in the eyes. His gaze is intense, filled with unspoken promises and a fire that matches my own.
Jordan,
he whispers, his voice rough.
You have no idea how much I've wanted this. I've waited so damn long.
I'm glad we're here now, I manage to say, my voice barely more than a breath. And it's true. Despite the fear, despite the past, this feels right. It feels inevitable.
Then let's not waste any more time,
he murmurs, leaning in again. This kiss is slower, more deliberate, but no less consuming. It's a promise, sealed with passion, a step into the unknown. And right now, I'm ready for whatever comes next. Bama's hands move with a kind of reverence, sliding my shirt up and over my head. A shiver runs down my spine as his lips brush against my collarbone, each kiss leaving a trail of fire on my skin. He moves slowly, savoring every inch of me, like he's been starved for this moment.
God, you're beautiful,
he murmurs, his breath hot against my neck. I can barely think, let alone respond, as he unhooks my bra with practiced ease. The cool air hits my bare skin, but it's nothing compared to the heat radiating from his touch. Piece by piece he undresses me, taking his time. Each article of clothing falls away, leaving me exposed under his intense gaze. His fingers trace the lines of my tattoo, lingering on the roses wrapped around the skull. A soft smile tugs at his lips, a rare glimpse of vulnerability that makes my heart skip a beat.
"Always loved this ink,"
he says, his voice husky.
"It suits you."
Thanks, I manage to whisper, my voice trembling with anticipation. He kneels in front of me, sliding my jeans and underwear down in one smooth motion. My breath catches in my throat as his lips follow the path of his hands, pressing gentle kisses down my belly, my hips, my thighs. It's almost too much, the way he worships every part of me.
"Relax, darling,"
he whispers, looking up at me with those ocean blue eyes that seem to see right through me.
"Just let me take care of you."
And then he does. His mouth finds its mark, sending shockwaves of pleasure through my entire body. I grasp the edge of the bed, knuckles white, trying to steady myself. His tongue works magic, precise and relentless, driving me to the brink and back. Jesus, Bama, I gasp, unable to contain the moans that spill from my lips. Every flick, every stroke feels like a promise kept, a testament to the connection we've both been craving.
"You're so damn sweet,"
he mutters against me, the vibrations adding another layer to the bliss. My legs start to tremble, and I know I'm close, teetering on the edge of something profound. Don't stop, I plead, my voice barely recognizable, thick with need. And he doesn't. He pushes me further, drawing out every ounce of pleasure, until I finally shatter, crying out his name. As I come down from the high, he looks up at me, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, a satisfied grin on his face.
"Told you I'd take care of you."
Yeah, you did, I say, breathless and dazed. And for the first time in a long while, I feel safe, cherished, ready for whatever comes next. His mouth leaves me, but only for a moment. He shifts, his body pressing against mine, and I can feel the heat radiating off him. His eyes lock onto mine, and there's an intensity there that makes my heart race. God, why is he so hot?
"You're not done yet,"
he murmurs, his voice a gravelly promise. Good, I manage to reply, my breath hitching as he positions himself between my legs. Then he's inside me, filling me completely. It's overwhelming, this connection, this raw, electric sensation. I wrap my legs around him, pulling him closer, needing more. His rhythm is slow at first, almost teasing, but it quickly grows more urgent, more demanding.
"Jordan,"
he groans, his breath hot against my ear.
"You're incredible."
Don't stop, I whisper, my nails digging into his back, desperate to hold on to this moment. Please, don't stop. He doesn't. He drives into me with a purpose, each thrust sending waves of pleasure crashing through me. I can feel myself building again, that sweet tension coiling tighter and tighter within me. And then I'm there, shattering around him, crying out his name as I come undone for the second time.
"That's it,"
he encourages, his voice thick with desire.
"Let go, baby."
I do, completely. My body trembles in the aftermath, but he doesn't let up. His pace quickens, becoming almost frantic, and I can tell he's close, too. The room is filled with the sounds of our shared ecstasy, and it's intoxicating.
"Jordan,"
he gasps, his movements growing erratic.
I'm gonna...
Do it, I urge, tightening my grip on him. Come for me, Bama. It's all he needs. With a final, powerful thrust, he finds his release, and the feeling of him spilling inside me sends me over the edge once more. It's like nothing I've ever experienced, this perfect blend of passion and intensity. We're both panting, spent, as he collapses beside me, pulling me into his arms. For a moment we just lie there, soaking in the afterglow.
You're amazing,
he finally says, his voice a reverent whisper. That was... wow, I managed to reply, still trying to catch my breath. Best sex I've ever had.
Yeah?
He grins, looking pleased with himself. Yeah, I confirm, snuggling closer to him. You set the bar pretty high.
Good,
he says, his tone serious now.
Because I meant what I said earlier. I'm not gonna hurt you, Jordan. Not ever.
I know, I reply, looking up into his ocean blue eyes. I believe you. And in this moment, wrapped in his arms, I realize something. Maybe, just maybe, this could be the start of the best relationship I've ever had.
Chapter 6. Bama. Fluttering my eyes open, and I'm met with the familiar sight of the cracked ceiling in my room. The morning sun filters through the blinds, casting slanted stripes across the bed. Jordan lies next to me, her chest rising and falling in a steady rhythm, still lost in whatever dreams she's having. Her dark hair spills over the pillow like a chocolate river, and for a moment, I just watch her sleep. She looks peaceful, almost as if the chaos of our world doesn't touch her when she's here. But I know better. We all carry scars, visible and invisible. Hers might not be as obvious, but they're there, carved deep by the life we all live. I ease myself out of bed, careful not to wake her. She stirs slightly, mumbling something unintelligible, but doesn't wake up. I grab my jeans from the floor, pulling them on quietly. My shirt comes next, followed by my boots. Each movement is deliberate, almost ritualistic. The snake tattoo on my chest catches the light as I reach for my cut. It's been with me through thick and thin, a reminder of why I do what I do, why I fight, why I protect. And right now, it feels like it's burning, a premonition of the storm that's brewing. Jordan shifts again, rolling onto her side, her face half buried in the pillow. I can't help the small smile that tugs at my lips. She's tough as nails, but there's a softness to her, a vulnerability she rarely lets anyone see. I've been lucky enough to catch glimpses of it. I lean down, brushing a soft kiss against her temple. She sighs in her sleep, and I pull back, making my way to the door. There's always business the club needs to handle, and I can't afford to be distracted, no matter how much I'd rather stay here with her. As I step into the hallway, the weight of responsibility settles onto my shoulders. The club needs me, and I won't let them down. I already let my mother down growing up. I feel as if her death is on my shoulders. She was an addict, sure, but if I had pushed her more to get clean, she might still be here. Underneath her addiction, she was a good lady. Incredibly flawed, but good. I shoot Jordan a quick text. "Morning, babe. Gonna handle some club business first. I'll see you later." The stairs creak under my weight as I head down, each step echoing in the silence of the early morning. The scent of coffee wafts up from the kitchen, mingling with the faint smell of motor oil that seems to seep into every corner of the clubhouse. It doesn't matter how many times we clean the garage. It's always lingering one way or another. Zane and Blackjack are already there, mugs in hand, eyes sharp despite the early hour. Zane's got that look, like he's been up all night wrestling demons. Blackjack, on the other hand, is his usual stoic self, but there's a tension in his jaw that tells me he's on edge too. "Morning," I grunt, moving to pour myself a cup. The bitter liquid scalds my tongue, but it wakes me up enough to focus. "Morning," Zane replies, his voice gravelly. "Got yourself a busy day?" "Something like that," I say, leaning against the counter. I know I need to talk to them about what happened at the Rusty Nail. Ripper said he'd meet me down here, but where the fuck is he? Like summoning a demon, he steps in behind me, his presence a quiet storm. We exchange nods, a silent acknowledgement of what we need to do. "Coffee?" I offer, lifting the pot. "Yeah, thanks," Ripper mutters, taking the mug I hand him. "What's the deal?" Blackjack's deep voice cuts through the tension, directing the question to no one in particular. He's been doing this long enough to tell we have something we need to discuss with the two of them. "Just need to go over some things," I say, keeping my tone neutral. My mind races with thoughts of how they're going to handle this, but for now, we sip our coffee, letting the moment stretch just a little longer. "Okay, then," Zane finally says, setting his mug down with a decisive clink. "Let's take this to my office." Blackjack raises an eyebrow, but doesn't press for details yet. He knows better than to ask too many questions until we're behind Zane's closed door. It's how the club operates. Some things are meant for closed doors, while other things are shared with everyone. We finish our coffee in tense silence, the air conditioner humming in the background. My mind races, each thought sharper and more frantic than the last. I glance at Ripper, his jaws clenched tight, a muscle ticking in his cheek. He's just as wound up as I am. It's nice to say I'm not alone in my anxiety. "Let's go," Zane says finally, leading the way. His boots thud against the wooden floor, each step echoing down the hall. Blackjack follows, his presence a looming shadow behind us. We file into Zane's office, the room dimly lit by a single overhead bulb. The walls are lined with old photos and mementos, relics of what the club used to look like. His family, older club members. There are even photos that include his father, Fist, and Uncle Cracker. Zane shuts the door behind us, the click of the lock sealing us in. "Get right to it," Zane says, dropping into his chair behind the desk. "What's this about?" "Yeah, spill it," Blackjack adds, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed over his chest. His eyes are sharp, dissecting. I take a deep breath, the tension coiling tighter in my gut. "It's about Jordan," I start, my voice low but firm. "And Blake Ojai." The air here feels heavier, like the walls are closing in on us. We all sit down, the chairs creaking under our weight. Zane's eyes bore into me from across the desk. I glance at Ripper. He swallows hard, Adam's apple bobbing. His hands are clenched into fists in his lap. "Blake got into an altercation with Jordan the other night at the Rusty Nail," he finally says, words coming out tight and strained. The room goes dead quiet. So quiet you could hear a pin drop. I can almost see the gears turning in Zane's head, processing what Ripper just said. The tension ratchets up another notch, like a noose tightening around our necks. Zane's fists hit the desk with a sharp crack. His face goes pale, eyes narrowing into slits. You mean to tell me Blake Ojai beat on my baby cousin, and no one had the decency to tell me? His voice is a low growl, barely controlled fury vibrating through each word. I can feel the heat radiating off him, like standing too close to a bonfire. The room seems to shrink even more. Blackjack shifts slightly against the wall, his jaw tightening. Ripper looks like he'd rather be anywhere but here. "Hold up," I jump in, raising my hands. "Nothing physical happened. It was all verbal." The air thickens with tension, Zane's glare slicing through it. He leans back in his chair, exhaling slowly, but the fire in his eyes doesn't dim. "Verbal, huh?" He spits out the words like they taste bad. "And what exactly did this piece of shit say?" My mind races, trying to find the right response without digging a deeper hole. But there's no evading Zane when he's like this. My jaw tightens as I recall Blake's crude remarks. The room feels like it's closing in, the air dense with tension. "He called her a biker slut," I say, each word deliberate and heavy. Zane's eyes darken, his knuckles whitening as he grips the edge of the desk. I can see the rage simmering just beneath the surface, ready to explode. But I need to give him the whole picture. "And it wasn't just that," I add, my voice steady. "Seems like they had something going on. They went on a couple of dates or whatever." "Dates?" Zane's eyebrow arches, his expression shifting from anger to confusion, mixed with a hint of betrayal. He's protective of Jordan, always has been, and hearing this isn't sitting well with him. "Yeah," I nod, meeting his gaze head on. "Blake thought he had some claim on her. When she shut him down, he got nasty. That's when I stepped in." The room falls silent, the weight of my words hanging in the air. Ripper shifts uncomfortably behind me, and Blackjack's eyes flicker with concern. But it's Zane I'm focused on. His face is a mask of controlled fury, but I can see the gears turning in his mind, calculating the next move. "Dates," he mutters, more to himself than anyone else. His fingers drum a slow beat on the desk, a sign he's deep in thought. "And she didn't tell me a damn thing." "I doubt she knew exactly who he was. Hell, I didn't even know," I offer, though I know it's a weak excuse. Zane's eyes drift up to meet mine with pure and utter fury. "I wasn't fucking talking about that. I'm talking about a man being a real piece of work with her. Jordan's independent, so I'm not surprised she didn't run and tell Zane. Hell, I probably wouldn't have known about it unless I was there to witness the damn thing." Zane snaps, his eyes locking onto mine. I'm pissed. "Yeah, well, I didn't stand there and do nothing when he said that shit," I say, my voice hardening. "I interjected the second he crossed the line. Beat the shit out of Blake when he got too mouthy." Zane's eyes narrow, but there's a flicker of approval in them. It's fleeting, but it's there. He leans back in his chair, arms crossed over his chest like he's weighing every word. "Good," Zane grunts finally, nodding slowly. "Guy had it coming." "You're damn right he did," Blackjack chimes in, clapping a hand on my shoulder. The weight of it is solid, reassuring. "Thanks for sticking up for her, Bama. Means a lot." "Wasn't a big deal," I shrug, though the adrenaline still courses through me at the memory. Blake's sneer, the crack of my knuckles against his jaw, the satisfaction of watching him crumble. Just did what needed to be done. "Still," Blackjack presses, his grip tightening briefly before letting go. "It shows character. Loyalty." "Yeah, well," I mutter, glancing down at my worn boots. "It's what we do, right?" "Right," Zane echoes, though his tone suggests he's thinking far beyond just this incident. His gaze lingers on me, calculating, almost as if he's re-evaluating everything he thought he knew. We protect our own. Damn straight, I agree, meeting his eyes again. The room feels charged, like we're standing on the edge of something bigger than any of us can see. Thank you both for letting me know, Zane says, breaking the silence. I want you both to keep your guard up. The fact she was with an Ojai is a complication in itself. It doesn't help we're having issues with his grandfather, the commander. Things are only going to get rough from here. Understood, I reply, feeling the weight of his words settle around me like a second skin. Good, Blackjack adds, his voice low but firm. And good job sticking up for her. Zane clears his throat, furrowing his brows. Wait a second. Jordan told her father she stayed at a friend's place because she was tipsy. His eyes narrow, locking onto mine like twin lasers. So you're telling me she lied? I keep my face impassive, muscles tightening under his scrutiny. I thought everything was good and dandy, but apparently not. Zane's stare doesn't waver, and I can see the questions swirling behind those sharp eyes. He arches an eyebrow, waiting for me to break. Well, he presses. Didn't say anything about that, I reply coolly, keeping my voice steady. The truth hangs heavy between us, but I ain't confirming or denying. Not my place to spill Jordan's secrets, or tell them what the two of us were doing that night. Blackjack's low chuckle breaks through the thick air. Careful, Bama, he warns, amusement lacing his words. Treading on dangerous ground there. I'm always careful, I counter, meeting his gaze with a half-smile. But inside, my guts twist. Being with Jordan feels like balancing on a knife's edge, and one wrong move could cut deep. Good. Blackjack nods, his grin fading into something more serious. Keep it that way. I glance over at him once more. I count on it. Ripper clears his throat, cutting through the tension. We think the fight between Bama and Blake is only going to cause more issues with the commander. No shit, Zane says, leaning back in his chair, fingers steepled under his chin. His eyes scan the room, calculating. But the threat's already there. The commander had Bama shot, remember? Ain't like we can make it much worse. I'm sure beating the shit out of his grandkid isn't gonna help, I mutter under my breath, feeling the phantom pain from that bullet wound flare up. Exactly, Zane continues, eyes narrowing. So while it's a problem, it isn't the biggest one on our plate right now. Regardless, we'll handle it like we always do. Blackjack cuts in, voice gravelly as ever. We need to start nailing down a plan to deal with the commander, and soon. Yeah, I agree, my mind already racing through possible strategies. Sooner the better. Leave that to the big dogs. The two of you are dismissed, Zane states, signaling Ripper and me to get the fuck out of his office.
Chapter 7. Jordan. I push open the door to the boutique, the bell jingling above me. Mom is already flipping through a rack of summer dresses, her eyes sharp like she's scoping out a target. It's been 3 weeks since Bama and I started this thing, this relationship, and I'm still riding that high. Every time I think about him, my heart does this stupid little flutter, like a damn schoolgirl. Hey, Ma, I say, trying to sound casual as I join her. The scent of lilacs and leather fills the air, familiar and comforting. Hey, sweetie, she says without looking up, her fingers skimming over the fabric. Find anything good? Not yet, I reply, but my mind's not really on the clothes. It's on Bama, and how he'll look at me when I wear one of these dresses. His ocean blue eyes, that crooked grin, it makes me feel like I'm floating on a cloud. "Try this one on, honey," Mom says, holding up a sundress with a pattern of sunflowers. "Sure," I reply, taking the dress from her and pretending to inspect it. My mind is miles away, drifting back to Bama's lopsided grin and those ocean blue eyes. "Jordan," Mom's voice cuts through my thoughts like a knife. "When are you finally going to fess up that you and Bama are an item?" The hanger in my hand slips, almost dropping the dress to the floor. What? I snap my head up to meet her gaze. Her eyes, sharp as ever, pin me down. "Don't play dumb with me, little girl," she says, crossing her arms. "You think I haven't noticed? You practically float around the house these days." I swallow hard, my pulse quickening. Damn, so much for being discreet. How did you know?" "You're not exactly subtle," she smirks, picking at another dress on the rack. "And Stiletto might have let it slip that you've been staying over at the clubhouse. You're just lucky I was around and it wasn't your father's." "Stiletto?" I spit out, anger bubbling up inside me. She had no right. Why would she do that? "Maybe she's jealous. Maybe she just likes stirring the pot." Mom shrugs. "Point is, I know, and I'm not mad, but your father's—" Yeah, I know." I cut her off, frustration seeping into my tone. "They won't exactly be thrilled." "Correct," she nods. "But that's their problem. As long as you're happy, that's the only thing that matters." "Mom, I am happy. Happier than I think I deserve," I confess, feeling a lump form in my throat. "Jordan, you deserve the moon and back," she says, her voice softening. "Just remember, secrets don't stay buried forever. You need to tell them before somebody else does." "Yeah, I will. Soon," I murmur as I sift through more dresses. I yank a crimson dress off the rack, trying to shake off the storm brewing inside me. I can't believe Stiletto. She had no right, and yet she still said something. Why? What's the point? The silk feels smooth against my fingers, but it does nothing to calm the fire. "Mom, while I'm happy, I'm furious at the same time," I confess, feeling a lump form in my throat. "I'm fucking pissed about Stiletto opening up her mouth. I should have come to you on my terms, not anybody else's." "Oh, I know, sweetheart," she says, her voice softening. "Just make sure you tell your fathers soon. If they hear it from someone else, they're going to be upset. You're one of their little girls, and they love you bunches." I smile to myself. I know, and I love them so much. You know, I've never talked to you about this, but how did you know it would work between the three of them? I mean, how did they not get jealous or snap? "Well, that's a bit complicated," she admits. I find a teal sundress that looks absolutely beautiful. "I'm sure it is, but how did you know?" "I think I just knew. There was some part of me deep down that trusted the three of them more than life itself." She smirks, picking at another dress on the rack. "They made me feel so safe, and I didn't want to give them up. I was just lucky that I was able to be with them." Her words hit me right in the heart. You guys have a beautiful love story, even though it is totally unconventional. Mom laughs hard. "You have no idea. You should have seen your uncle's faces when they figured out I was with all of your fathers. They were so damn confused." I stifle a laugh as I throw the teal dress over my arm. I bet they were. I yank another dress off the rack, my fingers trembling with a mix of frustration and adrenaline. I love knowing more about my parents' love story, But what Stiletto did is really getting under my skin. I pick up a bright pink dress that has a cool cutout on the back. It would totally show off my tattoo. The fabric feels like sandpaper against me, even though it's probably some kind of overpriced silk blend. Mom's voice slices through the haze of irritation clouding my mind. "What's eating at you? I can tell something is on your mind." "Stiletto," I mutter under my breath, tossing the dress back onto the rack. "I think she told you about Bama on purpose." "Why would she do that?" Mom asks, grabbing a hanger and examining the tag as if it holds all the answers. "Because Bama and Stiletto used to be in a relationship," I say, feeling the word twist bitterly on my tongue. "And I think she's trying to mess with me. It wasn't serious between them. They were just sleeping together, you know?" "Did they end things badly?" Mom looks up, her eyes narrowing slightly. I shrug, feeling a tight knot form in my stomach. "I don't know. Bama doesn't really talk about it. And honestly, I'm not sure I want to know." "Regardless," Mom says, stepping closer and placing a hand on my shoulder. "If the two of you are happy, that's all that matters." "Yeah," I breathe out, feeling some of the tension leak away. "You're right." "Of course I am," she smirks, giving my shoulder a squeeze. "Now, let's find you something that'll knock Bama's socks off." "Right," I nod, forcing a smile as I pull another dress from the rack. My grip tightens around the hanger, imagining it's Stiletto's throat instead. I swallow hard, my worries slowly eating away at me. "Do you think that the three of them will come around?" She furrows her brows for a split second. "Who? Your fathers?" I give her a curt nod. "Of course they will, baby girl. They just want you to be happy. All you have to do is just give them some time." "Time," I echo, staring at the rows of dresses but seeing only Bama's face, his crooked grin, his steady hands, his damn irresistible charm. "Yeah, okay. Now, how about this one?" Mom pulls out a dress with a flourish, breaking through my thoughts. It's got a deep neckline and a skirt that flares out just enough. "It's perfect," I say, taking it from her. Mom and I walk through the charming boutique and head over to the dressing room area. There's only one dressing room, so she lets me go in first. I start taking off my clothes and try on the teal dress first when she pipes up. "What's going on with you and Nova lately? You both seem distant." Nova, my younger sister. Licking my lips, I finish tying up the dress and open the dressing booth door. "I wish I could tell you what's going on. It seems like we're two ships who pass in the night, barely seeing each other." I suck in a deep breath. She's not wrong in pointing out that we've been distant. Nova and I used to be so close when we were younger, and now I find myself calling our older sister Kat, just to have some sister time. She lives in Las Vegas with her husband, Damon, who's the president of the Las Vegas charter. They have a little girl named Luna, and are the perfect couple. Kat's got her own thing going on, you know, but she still finds time to talk to me. My voice breaks as I head back into the dressing room to try on the next dress. She's got her own family and everything, so you think she'd be too busy to talk to me. It's ironic. I feel the void now more than ever. Nova and I used to spend so many nights with endless conversations, laughter, and underage drinking. Now we barely see each other. "I know," she whispers back. "But that doesn't mean you can't fix things with Nova or talk to Kat about what's going on. They're your sisters, Jordan. Kat might even have some good insight." I run a hand through my hair. "I know. It's just," Mom finishes for me. "Complicated?" "Yeah, I let out a bitter chuckle. Complicated. Every word feels like a stone sinking in the pit of my stomach, pulling me down. I'm not here to focus on the drama with my sister. I'm here to have a nice outing with my mother, so I need to do that. Did you want to go to any other stores after we're done here? I ask as I finally get the next dress all zipped up. Mom laughs.
Oh, they gave me their cards, so hell yes, I want to.
I laugh hard, knowing I won't have to pay for a damn thing today. God, my mom is a hoot.
Chapter 8. Bama. The four-wheeler roars beneath us, kicking up dust and gravel as we tear through the back of the property. Jordan's laughter is a melody I could listen to forever, her arms wrapped tight around my waist. The air smells like pine and freedom. "Hold on!" I shout over my shoulder, feeling her grip tighten. I take a sharp turn, the wheels skidding before they find their grip again. Her squeal of delight sends a rush of adrenaline through me. This, right now, feels like living. We crest a small hill, and the land opens up, stretching wide and wild before us. I slow down, letting the engine purr as we come to a stop. The creek glimmers right in front of us. "Thought I'd bring you somewhere special," I say, cutting the engine. She slides off the seat, her caramel-highlighted hair catching the sunlight.
Special, huh? It looks like you just have to impress me, Bama.
"Always do," I wink, unstrapping the picnic basket I'd ratchet-strapped down earlier. The silence of the creek swallows the echoes, leaving just the sound of water trickling over smooth stones. God, Montana really is God's country. Alabama might be beautiful, but it doesn't compare to this. I glance at Jordan, her cheeks flushed with excitement, eyes sparkling like the damn stars. Everything about this moment feels right. "Tomorrow's Dex's big day, huh?" I say, bringing up the rager we're going to be throwing at the clubhouse. "Graduation party and all that?"
Yeah,
she replies, a hint of laughter in her voice.
My cousin's really worked his ass off.
"Yeah, he has. You wonder what he's going to be using that fancy-schmancy degree for?" Jordan giggles lightly.
Hell if I know. I'll only assume something that will benefit the club.
I nod as I unstrap the picnic basket, careful with every move. It's packed to the brim with everything she loves. A lot rides on moments like this, and most men don't realize it. Small gestures, thoughtful touches. I spread out the blanket near the creek, the water's sound providing a calming ambience. Jordan watches me, curiosity mixed with something deeper. "Sit," I tell her, and she does, gracefully folding her legs beneath her. I lay out the food, sandwiches, fruit, even some damn fancy cheese I picked up in town. Not exactly gourmet, but it's the thought that counts.
Wow, Bama,
she says, genuinely surprised.
This is amazing.
Only the best for you, I reply, feeling a warmth in my chest that has nothing to do with the sun above us. Honestly, I'm glad I fessed up and told you how I really felt.
Me too,
she says, her smile bright enough to light up the darkest parts of my soul.
You make me so happy.
I reach over to brush a stray hair from her face. Good. Her skin is soft, inviting. If only life could stay this simple forever.
Tell me something,
she suddenly asks, breaking the spell.
What was your life like before you came to Billings?
Not much to tell, I say, my voice dropping. I grew up in a rural town in Alabama, lived in a trailer park. My mom, she was addicted to drugs. Started with pills, then shifted to heroin. It was rough, to say the least. She reaches out, her fingers brushing mine, offering silent support. I take a deep breath and continue. Things weren't any better with my old man. He was an abusive alcoholic. He used to come home drunk every night, looking for someone to take his anger out on. Most times that someone was my mother, but sometimes it was me. Jordan's eyes fill with empathy, but she stays quiet, letting me tell my story at my own pace. He used to dread hearing his truck pull up, knew what was coming next. Never gave a shit about us, me or my mom. Just wanted another excuse to swing his fists. I even remember a time when my mom wasn't so bad. She got put on pain pills, and then eventually it turned to heroin. I swallow hard, the memories clawing their way to the surface. That's why I left when they died. I came here to Billings looking for a fresh start, and I found one. It's all thanks to Rosa. She told me Zane was looking for prospects.
I'm sorry, you said they died?
She asks, offering silent support. Yeah, I say flatly. Mom overdosed. As far as my father goes, well, he offed himself the same day. The horror in her eyes matches the darkness of my memories. But there's more. What I don't say, what churns inside me, is that I damn well know I killed him. That night, my anger and hatred boiled over. When I told him about my mom dying, he acted like it didn't matter at all. And I snapped. I beat the shit out of him, and then slit his wrists. No one ever found out. They just assumed he did it himself after finding Mom. Her grip tightens, and I see the sadness in her eyes, a mirror to my own buried pain.
I'm so sorry, she whispers. Thank you for sharing that all with me.
Don't be, I reply, squeezing her hand back. Past is past. Ain't never going back. Jordan licks her lips.
Not everyone knows this, but Kat had a really bad problem with drugs. Damon was the one to help pull her out of it.
I arch a brow. No shit. I didn't have a clue. Jordan offers an uncomfortable smile.
Yeah, she's been clean for a very long time. She did a lot of things to herself that no one should have. Cut herself, tries to hurt herself however she could. She even tried to kill herself, but Damon got to her in time.
I raise both of my brows in surprise. Wow. I'm so sorry, that's tough. We eat in silence for a while, the food tasting better than it should. I think it just might be the company I'm keeping that's making it taste amazing. We sit here for a while, the creek whispering secrets as it flows past us. I watch her, the way her eyes sparkle when she laughs, the way her fingers dance over the picnic spread. Every little detail makes my chest swell with something fierce and protective. Jordan, I say, breaking the comfortable silence. She looks up, her eyes locking onto mine, curious and open. Are you happy? Her smile is like sunrise over the mountains, bright and undeniable.
Bama, you make me so happy.
Hearing those words, seeing that smile, it hits me harder than any punch ever could. It's raw and real, and for the first time in a long time, I feel like I've found something worth fighting for, maybe even dying for. Good, I say, trying to keep my voice steady. That's all I want.
Is it?
She teases, leaning closer. Her fingers brush mine, sending jolts of electricity through my veins. Yeah, it is, I answer, more serious now. I meant what I said before. Being honest with you, it changed everything for me.
Me too,
she whispers, and there's a depth in her voice that makes me believe it.
Our relationship can only go up from here, Bama.
You're damn right, I agree, pulling her into a gentle kiss. Her lips are soft, sweet, And for a moment, everything else fades away. It's just us. No club business, no dark pasts. Just us. In this perfect, fleeting moment. Let's not waste another second, I murmur against her lips, feeling more alive than I have in years. Because with her by my side, I know we can face anything. But we should finish our food first. When the meal's done, she gets playful, nudging me with her shoulder, making me laugh. A sound that still feels foreign, yet welcome.
Come on, big guy. Think you can take me to the ground?
She teases, eyes glinting with mischief. Bring it on, babe, I challenge. And before I know it, we're wrestling on the blanket, the world around us forgotten. I lunge forward, pinning her down easily. Her laughter echoes through the trees as she squirms beneath me, trying to break free. It's infectious, wrapping itself around my heart and squeezing tight. Gotcha, I whisper, my face inches from hers.
Not yet,
she replies, twisting her body and flipping us over. She ends up on top, her teal sundress hiked up her thighs, her breath coming fast. Impressive, I admit, looking up at her breathless.
Surprised?
She asks, her voice low and sultry. Her fingers trace the line of my jaw, sending shivers down my spine. Always, I murmur, eyes locked on hers.
Good,
she whispers, leaning closer. Her lips brush against mine before moving to my ear.
Because I've got a surprise for you.
Yeah? My voice is hoarse, my heart pounding in my chest.
Yeah,
she breathes, her hands moving down to the buckle of my jeans. Jordan, I start, but my words trail off as she unfastens them with practiced ease. Shh, she murmurs, her eyes darkening with desire.
Just let me.
And as her fingers work their magic, all thoughts of the past vanish. There's only here, only now, only us. Her lips are on me before I can catch my breath. The warmth, the wetness, it's a shock to my system. My hands clutch the blanket beneath us, trying to anchor myself as her mouth works its magic. Every flick of her tongue sends electricity shooting through my veins. Jordan, I rasp, but it comes out more like a groan. She doesn't stop, doesn't even slow down. Her eyes meet mine, dark and full of intent. She knows exactly what she's doing, and damn, she's good at it. My hips buck involuntarily, chasing the pleasure she's giving me. Fuck, I mutter, unable to hold back. My world narrows down to this moment, this feeling. Nothing else matters. When I'm on the edge of losing it and telling her she needs to fuck me now, but she moves. She positions herself over me, and in one fluid motion, she sinks down onto my cock. Jesus, no panties? I gasp, my hands gripping her hips tightly. She doesn't say a word back in response, only smiles at me. The sensation is overwhelming. Her heat, her tightness. It's like coming home. She rides me with a ferocity that takes my breath away. The creek babbles nearby, a serene contrast to the wild passion between us. Her hair falls around her face, a curtain of dark silk framing her flushed cheeks. She looks like a goddess, and right now, she's mine. Look at me, I command, and her eyes snap to mine. There's something primal in her gaze, something that matches the hunger in my own. Right there, I groan, guiding her movements. Just like that. We move together, finding a rhythm that's all our own. Each thrust, each grind brings us closer to the edge. Her nails dig into my chest, leaving marks, but I couldn't care less. It only adds to the intensity. I want you to come for me, I urge, my voice rough with need.
Say it again,
she moans. I grab her by the throat and keep my hand there, but not too tight. Come for me, Jordan. Before I know it, she tightens up around me, and we're both tumbling over the edge, spiraling into oblivion. Her body clenches around mine, and I lose myself in the feeling, the connection. For a few precious moments, everything is perfect. But reality hits hard and fast. Fuck, I curse, searching for my phone. What time is it?
What does it matter?
She asks, still catching her breath. I gotta pick up some Zorro, Ruby, Axel, and Rosa from the airport. I gently shift her off me, regret washing over me at the loss of contact. I'm sorry, babe, but we have to go.
If I bitch and moan, it won't make a difference, will it?
She playfully jokes. I shake my head. I'm afraid not, baby. We scramble to pick up the picnic and get everything back to where it needs to be. We toss everything onto the four-wheeler, securing it with the ratchet strap. I help her climb on, then swing my leg over, revving the engine. Hold on tight, I tell her, feeling the adrenaline kick in again, but this time for a different reason.
Twist my arm, why don't you?
She playfully replies, wrapping her arms around my waist. And as we tear through the property, racing against the clock, I can't help but think how lucky I am. Not just to have Jordan, but to have this life, this family. I barely make it back to the garage in time to hop in one of the trucks the club owns and race toward the airport. I pull up to the airport in record time, the old truck rumbling beneath me like a restless beast. The airport's busy, people scurrying around like ants on a mission. I spot Zorro and Axel almost immediately. Hard to miss those two with their leather cuts and imposing presence. Their old ladies, Ruby and Rosa, are right beside them. "Hey, brothers!" I call out, leaning out the window. "Bama!" Zorro grins wide, slapping Axel on the back. "Look who decided to show up." Yeah, I smirk, hopping out of the truck. "Traffic was a bitch."
Sure it was,
Rosa says, giving me a knowing look. She steps forward, wrapping me in a tight hug.
Missed you, little brother,
she whispers in my ear. Her voice is soft, but carries that edge of steel I've always admired. Missed you too, sis, I reply, squeezing her back before pulling away. Rose isn't technically my blood, but she's the closest thing to a sister that I have. Let me help get your stuff loaded up, I say, eyeing the bags at their feet.
Axel, help him out,
Rosa orders, crossing her arms. Axel grumbles but moves to grab the bags anyway. How's Billings been treating you? Zorro asks, as the three of us load up the truck bed. Better than expected, I admit, wondering how much I should tell him. I got a good thing going here. Good to hear. Zorro claps his hand on my shoulder, his grip firm. We need all the stability we can get. Tell me about it, I mutter under my breath. Axel grumbles at the ladies, slamming the tailgate shut. I think that's everything. What is with you two packing so much shit for a few days' trip? Let's roll then, I say, climbing back into the driver's seat. They pile into the truck, Rosa taking the passenger seat beside me. She looks out the window, a small smile playing on her lips.
Feels good to be back,
she murmurs. Yeah, I agree, starting the engine. It's nice to have you all back, even if the trip is a short one. As we drive away from the airport, the conversation shifts to business. Club matters, updates from the Mexico charter, plans for Dex's graduation party tomorrow. Rosa asks suddenly, breaking me out of my thoughts.
How's Jordan?
Fuck. I told her Jordan and I were dating in confidence. No one else knows. She's amazing, I admit, dropping my tone a tad. There's a warmth spreading through my chest. It's not known around the club yet. We're keeping it on the DL.
Ah, shit, I'm sorry.
She cringes, seeing where she messed up.
It won't be on the DL for long,
Zorro pipes up. I glance in the rearview mirror.
It better. We aren't ready to let the cat out of the bag yet.
Ruby jabs Zorro in the side.
You better keep your flappers shut.
Zorro huffs.
Fine. You had to get my old lady on me, didn't you?
The ride back is filled with laughter and stories, the kind that make you feel like you're home, even when you're miles away from where you started. Rosa fills me in on the latest antics from down south, and Zorro recounts a wild bar fight they got into last month. Axel mostly listens, interjecting now and then with his dry humor.
Sounds like you guys never catch a break,
I say, shaking my head with a grin.
Who wants a break?
Rosa teases, nudging my arm.
Life's more fun at full throttle.
True that, I agree, feeling a sense of belonging that only comes from being around people who understand you, scars and all. As we pull up to the clubhouse, the sun's setting behind us, casting long shadows over the gravel lot. The sight of the Reaper's Rejects MC logo painted on the building gives me a sense of pride. This is where I belong. Ruby quips as she hops out of the truck.
Home sweet home.
Let's go inside and grab a drink, Zorro suggests, already heading for the door. Axel follows, nodding in agreement.
Sounds perfect,
Rosa says, linking her arm with mine as we walk.
I've missed this place almost as much as I've missed you.
Chapter 9. Jordan. Billings is a scorcher today. Sweat drips down my back, plastering my tank top to my skin. The sun's relentless, turning the clubhouse yard into an inferno. Not that we expected it, but hell, here we are, the guys scrambling to open up the pool behind the clubhouse. The water glistens like salvation itself. A few of the kids are already splashing about, their laughter cutting through the heavy air. I catch sight of Bama lounging by the edge, beer in hand, shooting the shit with Zorro and Rosa. His laugh carries over, rough around the edges but genuine. But I'm not here for fun or to cool off. My mind's got other fires to put out. I spot my 3 dads, Tex, Bolt, and Dracus, clustered together near the grill, flipping burgers and chatting among themselves. They're a sight, all leather and tattoos, intimidating as ever. But then again, they raised me. I know better than anyone that under their terrifying demeanor, they're just big softies. Hey, I call out, walking up to them, my voice steady, masking the churn in my gut. I need to talk to you guys. Dracus cocks an eyebrow, smirking.
There's nothing you can tell us that we don't already know, kiddo.
Yeah? I challenge, crossing my arms. Pretty sure you don't know this. I take a deep breath. Bama and we're seeing each other. They exchange looks, silent communication passing between them. My dad, Bolt, chuckles first, shaking his head.
Figured that out when he beat the shit out of Blake at the Rusty Nail.
Wait, what? I'm taken aback, eyes narrowing. How did you even hear about that?
Ripper and Bama let Zane and Blackjack know.
Tex answers, flipping a burger.
There could have been, or still be, repercussions from the commander, so they couldn't keep it to themselves.
Why would that matter? I ask, trying to piece it together, tension coiling tighter in my chest. My dad, Dracus, speaks up, his tone low and serious.
Blake O'High is the commander's grandson.
Shock hits me like a punch. Blake's identity, Bama telling Zane and Blackjack without warning me. Irritation bubbles up, hot and fierce.
Uh-oh.
My pops Tex jokes, probably noticing the fire in my eyes. Uh-oh is right, I mutter, scanning the yard until I spot Bama. There he is, sitting at a picnic table, oblivious, chewing on a burger. He's totally clueless about the storm heading his way.
Jordan.
My dad bolt starts, but I'm already moving, each step fueled by a mix of disbelief and anger. Time for a little chat, Bama, I mutter under my breath, closing the distance. I march across the grass, the heat pounding down on me like a relentless hammer. The pool sparkles behind the clubhouse, an oasis in this blistering hellscape. Water splashes as kids dive in, laughter ringing out, but none of that matters right now.
Jordan, wait.
My dad Dracus calls after me, but I don't slow down. My boots crunch against the gravel path leading to the picnic area. Each step fuels my anger, every breath stoking the fire inside me. Bama finally looks up, his ocean blue eyes meeting mine. His smile fades as he registers the fury on my face. He sets the burger down slowly, wiping his hands on a napkin.
Hey, Jordan, what's...
Don't hey me! I cut him off, planting my hands on the table, leaning in close. Why didn't you tell me about Blake? Or why didn't you tell me that you told Zane and Blackjack about what happened that night at the bar, His face pales, and he glances around, probably hoping for backup. Tough luck, buddy. This is between us.
I was gonna tell you. Just needed the right time.
Right time? I hiss. Do you think keeping me in the dark was the right thing to do?
No, it wasn't.
He mutters, his voice barely audible over the sounds of the party. Then why the hell didn't you say anything? Do you have any idea how dangerous this could be for all of us? Especially me? My voice rises, drawing a few curious glances, but I don't care. Let them watch.
Look, I'm sorry,
Bama says, running a hand through his curly hair.
I was trying to protect you, okay? Didn't want you getting hurt.
Protect me? I scoff, straightening up, crossing my arms. I'm not some damsel in distress, Bama. We're supposed to be partners in this. Equals. How can we be that if you keep shit from me?
Jordan, please.
He starts, but I hold up a hand to silence him. Save it. We need to talk. Now. My tone leaves no room for argument, and he knows it.
All right,
he agrees, standing up, squaring his shoulders.
Let's talk.
Good, I say, spinning on my heel and heading toward a quieter spot. Bama follows closely, and though I can feel the tension radiating off him, I don't slow down. This conversation is long overdue, and we're going to settle it, once and for all. It's crazy how today is supposed to be about happiness and celebrating my cousin's graduation. But all I can seem to think about is why the hell Bama would keep something like this from me. Sure, I get that club business is club business. I understand the politics of the club life. Trust me, I get it because I've grown up around it my whole life. But him keeping me in the dark didn't just piss me off. It hurt me. He and I need to have a long discussion about what's going to be acceptable in our relationship and what isn't. I'm not an asshole here. I understand he's a prospect and he has to prove himself. But the man has already gotten shot for the club. Trust me, Zane knows that his loyalty is exactly where it should be. I just wish I felt a little bit of that loyalty too.
Chapter 10. Bama. What's got you all riled up? I ask, trying to keep my voice steady. My heart drums louder than the engines in the garage. Is it just about me talking to them about what happened at the bar? She doesn't answer right away, just crosses her arms and leans back, her gaze never leaving mine. It's like she's measuring me, deciding if she's going to speak at all. Jordan, I say again, softer this time. Come on, tell me. The corners of her mouth twitch. Not quite a smile, but close enough that I can see the humor fighting through the anger.
You should have at least had the decency to give me a heads up, Bama, she snaps. Talking to Blackjack and Zane about the bar? You know how they are. And now my dads know about us.
Why's that a problem? The cat was gonna come out of the bag at some point or another, I ask, genuinely confused. The club is family. Family's going to end up knowing about things like this.
Because,
she bites out, leaning forward, eyes blazing darker.
I have a good relationship with them. Part of that is being honest, up front. Now it looks like I was hiding something.
Her voice rises, raw and edged.
Not all of us had shitty parents we didn't communicate with.
Whoa, I say, taken aback. Her words hit like a sucker punch, knocking the wind out of me. I reach for my beer, needing something to ground me. The cold liquid slides down my throat, but it does nothing to wash away the sting of her words. That one burned, Jordan, I say, licking my lips. Her eyes soften immediately, regret seeping in.
Sorry,
she murmurs, shutting her eyes.
I shouldn't have said that last part. I hate when things happen without me knowing. It makes me feel like I don't matter.
Jordan, listen, I start, leaning forward. When it comes to club business, I have to tell Zane and Blackjack. I know you understand that more than anyone. If Blake wasn't mixed up in this, I wouldn't have said jack shit. She nods slowly, understanding dawning behind the storm in her eyes.
Yeah, I get it,
she says, her voice barely above a whisper.
I'm just frustrated.
Jordan, I say, reaching out for her hand. I know you are, but you more than anyone should understand why I did what I did. I'm not trying to use this as an excuse, but I want her to know there wasn't any malice or ill intent in my decision.
Yeah, you're right,
she mutters, swallowing hard. Then she stands and walks away, leaving me at the table. I don't know if I should follow her or give her space.
Everything all right, Bama?
Rose's voice cuts through my dilemma. She stands beside me, concern etched on her face. I think so, I reply, running a hand through my hair. Just gonna give her some time to cool off. Hours pass, and I can't help but feel like I need to track her down and talk to her. I hop on a four-wheeler, heading toward the lake by Blackjack and Ashley's house. The sun dips low, casting an orange glow over the water. It's so picturesque it looks like it should be on a postcard. There she is, sitting by the shore, feet dipped in the cool water. I kill the engine and walk over, the crunch of gravel under my boots the only sound. Hey, I say softly, sliding down next to her. Jordan, I murmur, wrapping an arm around her and pressing a kiss to her temple. Her skin is warm, soft, and for a second, everything feels right again. She finally turns to look at me, those caramel-highlighted strands of hair framing her face. There's hurt in her eyes, but also something else, something softer.
I needed some air, she says quietly. Needed to think about stuff.
Yeah, I get that. My voice is low, matching the gentle lapping of the water against the shore. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to be an asshole earlier.
Me too,
she whispers, leaning into my touch, and I feel some of the weight lift off my chest. Look, babe, I start, my voice rough with emotion. "I didn't mean for things to go down like this. When it comes to club business, I have to tell Zane and Blackjack. If Blake wasn't directly in the middle of some club shit, I wouldn't have told them shit, and I mean that." She nods, her eyes softening a bit.
"I know, Bama. Trust me, I do. It's just, I hate when things are done without me knowing, or in a way that reflects badly on me."
I shake my head. "This doesn't reflect badly on you, babe. Trust me." She swallows hard, her eyes flickering away from mine. A moment of silence, then she adds,
"I'm sorry about what I said earlier. I shouldn't have brought up your parents. That was a really low blow, and I'm not proud of it."
"Hey, it's okay," I tell her, squeezing her shoulder. "We both said some shit. Let's just forget about it and move on, okay?"
"Yeah, that sounds good,"
she murmurs. But there's still something in her eyes, something unresolved. "Come here," I say, pulling her closer until our faces are inches apart. Her breath is warm against my lips, and suddenly all the tension melts away. There's only her, only us. What we said earlier doesn't matter, and the only thing that does is proving how much I care. I press my lips to hers, gently at first, then harder. She responds instantly, her hands tangling in my hair, pulling me closer. The world around us blurs, leaving nothing but the heat between us.
"God, I missed you,"
she breathes against my lips, her voice trembling. "I missed you too," I murmur, trailing kisses down her neck, feeling her pulse quicken under my touch. Her hands roam over my chest, fingers tracing the lines of my tattoo. I shiver under her touch, my own hands slipping under her shirt, exploring the smooth skin underneath. "Jordan," I groan, my voice thick with desire. "God, you have no idea how much I always need you."
"Then take me, Bama. I'm yours,"
she whispers, her eyes locking onto mine, filled with a fiery need. We begin peeling each other's clothes off, tossing them randomly as we unite our bodies. Her fingers trace my tattoos, nails scraping lightly against my chest. A low growl escapes from deep within me, the warmth of her touch sending a shockwave through my system. Each stroke of her fingers is a reminder of the connection between us, something that runs deeper than blood and leather. "Jordan," I groan, running my hands up the small of her back. She arches against me, her skin warm and inviting, intoxicating. I lower my head, capturing her lips with mine again. The taste of her tongue is like a shot of whiskey, potent and burns just right. She pulls me closer, wrapping her legs around my waist as we tumble down onto the grass by the water's edge. I hit the ground first, cushioning her fall. We're bare under the open sky, bodies slick with sweat and desire. There's an urgency to our movements, a desperation born out of words unsaid. I revel in every gasp she makes, loving the way I can make her come undone in a moment's notice. Her body clings to mine like a second skin, our bodies fitting perfectly together. My fingers trace the outline of the skull and roses on her back, feeling the fine lines of ink under my touch.
"Bama,"
she whispers, her voice shaky as I push into her over and over again. She wraps her legs tighter around me, a gasp escaping her lips.
"God, Bama!"
I can barely hear her over the pounding in my ears. It's a symphony of desire, of want, and I'm drowning in it. "Babe," I groan out, pressing my forehead against hers. Her eyes flutter open to look into mine, and for a moment, everything else just fades away. It's just me and Jordan by the water, lost in each other. There's a fire in her eyes that matches the one raging within me. She rakes her nails down my back, pulling me closer and closer, until there's no space left between us. Each thrust is like a promise, a reassurance, a vow that we'll always be here for each other. I feel her body tighten around mine, telling me she's close, so damn close. I keep up the rhythm, pushing her over the edge and then following right after her. We both let out strangled cries, our bodies convulsing together in the throes of pleasure. Slowly, we come down from the high. The world sways gently around us, our hearts pounding in sync. I leave a trail of kisses down her neck and shoulders as she plays with my hair, her fingers gently untangling the sweaty curls. I hold her closer, feeling her heart beating against my chest. She's panting lightly onto my skin, a light sheen of sweat making her glow under the faint moonlight. "We good?" I ask quietly, looking into those beautiful eyes that hold a whole universe within them. She takes a moment before answering, her gaze roving over my face as if memorizing every inch.
"Yeah, Bama. We're good. We're always good, even if we're fighting."
She closes in the distance and presses a passionate kiss to my lips.
Chapter 11. Jordan. "Next!" I call out, trying to keep my voice steady despite the absolute craziness going on in Tart right now. The smell of sugar and freshly baked goods mixes with the scent of sweat. My hands are sticky from icing I've wiped away hastily on my apron. "Yeah, I'll take 2 dozen of those red, white, and blue cupcakes," says a woman in a patriotic t-shirt, her kids bouncing around her legs like ping-pong balls. "Coming right up." I force a smile, punching in the order and grabbing a box from beneath the counter. The clock ticks closer to closing, but there's no end in sight. Memorial Day weekend always brings out the masses in Billings, Montana. I know damn well everyone is going to be barbecuing, getting their alcohol, sweets, and laying poolside. "Hey, Jordan, you got any more of those star-spangled donuts?" Someone yells from the back of the line. "Just a sec," I shout back, trying not to snap. My caramel-highlighted hair sticks to the back of my neck, damp with sweat. I glance at the display case, nearly empty. Damn it. We're running low on everything, and I don't have any extras in the back. "Ma'am, can you hurry it up? I have to get my kids from their dad in 10 minutes. Another customer grumbles. Yeah, I'm doing my best," I mutter under my breath, shoving cupcakes into the box and slapping a lid on it. "That'll be $24.50, I say, handing over the box and taking the woman's cash. Her kids start squabbling, and I suppress an eye roll. "Thanks," she says, giving me a sympathetic look before wrangling her herd out the door. "Next!" Within the next 20 minutes, I get everyone taken care of and out of the bakery. Once it slows down, I decide to make myself a latte. A familiar voice cuts through the din, making every hair on my arms stand on end.
"Well, look what we have here."
I know that voice. I know it all too well. I look up and there he is. Blake. His presence sends a chill down my spine, even in this stifling bakery. He flashes me a smile, but it's anything but friendly. It's the kind of smile a predator gives its prey. "Blake," I say, my voice barely above a whisper. "What the hell do you want?"
"Gee, I don't know. Just some alone time with you,"
he says, eyes scanning the shop. His fingers reach for the lock on the door, and my heart skips a beat. Shit, I breathe, fumbling for my phone. I text the MC group chat as fast as I can. 911, Tart. My fingers tremble, and I pray they get here in time. Blake is unpredictable, and that makes him much more dangerous.
"Now, Where were we?
Blake turns back around, eyes dark and menacing. He steps closer, and I can feel his anger radiating off him like heat from an open flame. Blake, it would be best if you leave now. Trust me and get the fuck out of here, I command, trying to sound braver than I feel. But he doesn't budge.
Not until we've worked some things out.
He sneers, taking another step forward. My pulse races. This isn't good. Not good at all. Leave, Blake. Now. I try to sound firm, but my voice wavers. I know he's pissed, probably still sore about Bama beating him in public. But standing up to him feels like trying to stop a freight train with a paper wall.
No. Not until we've worked some things out,
he growls, closing the distance between us. His anger radiates off him, making the small shop feel even more claustrophobic. I won't say it again. Get out, I say, my voice rising.
Guess you didn't learn your lesson, huh?
His voice is low, dripping with menace. Stay away from me, I manage to choke out, trying to keep my voice steady. But it's useless. He can smell fear.
Or what?
He taunts, stepping closer.
Your knight in shining leather gonna save you.
I swallow hard, but my throat's gone dry. The room feels smaller, the walls closing in as he moves toward me. I glance toward the kitchen door, calculating my chances. Not great, but it's all I've got. Out of nowhere, he stops moving, and I feel like things are going to change. But my momentary peace doesn't last for long. Instead, he lunges at me, and I bolt toward the kitchen door. My pulse pounds in my ears. Almost there. Almost. The bakery blurs around me. Flour-dusted countertops, the scent of sugar lingering in the air. I almost make it, fingers brushing against the cool metal handle, when he grabs my ponytail and yanks hard. Pain lances through my scalp, and I'm pulled backwards, stumbling. Blake sneers, dragging me back to the center of the shop.
Think you're fast, huh?
My body tenses, every muscle coiled tight like a spring. He kicks me, each blow a burst of agony.
You're the dumbest bitch I've ever fucking met,
he snarls, pulling me up by my hair.
Useless. More trouble than you're worth.
Let go of me, I scream, thrashing against his grip. But he's strong, stronger than he looks. He picks me up and slams me down onto the floor. The world spins, stars exploding behind my eyelids as his boot connects with my ribs. Again and again, each kick sends shockwaves of agony through my body.
You're so fucking useless,
he spits, hauling me up by my hair.
A waste of space, if you ask me.
The taste of blood drifts over my lips. You're not going to get away with this.
Watch me,
he snarls, lifting me easily and hurling me into the display case. Glass shatters beneath me, pain blazing as shards slice into my skin. You're insane, I manage, glaring at him as pain radiates through my body. They'll kill you for this.
Maybe they will,
he says, shrugging.
But I doubt they're going to get to you in time.
The words hang in the air, heavy and suffocating. I try to move, but pain flares up my side, and I can barely breathe. The hope that the club will get here in time is the only thing keeping me conscious. A sharp, searing agony blooms in my side. I look down and see glass embedded in my flesh, crimson red oozing through my shirt. Blood drips onto the tiles, each drop making me realize this is real. This isn't some fucked up nightmare.
How does that feel, huh?
Blake jeers, stepping closer, his shadow swallowing me whole. Fuck you! I spit, struggling to push myself up, but my limbs refuse to cooperate. And even if I wanted to move, I'm damn certain there's glass deep inside me. I can't move even if I wanted to. My vision blurs, dark spots dancing at the edges.
You should have known better than to cross me,
he says, crouching down so our faces are level.
If you had shut the fuck up and stayed in your lane like you should have done, you'd be fine.
You're wrong, I gasp, every word an effort. You're the one who should have stayed in your lane. They will kill you, Blake. You have to know that.
I highly doubt it.
He laughs, the sound hollow and mocking.
They have to catch me to kill me.
Every breath is a battle, every second a fight to stay conscious. I clutch at the glass sticking out of my side, feeling the warm, sticky blood coating my fingers. You're finished, Blake, I whisper, teeth gritted against the pain. You don't know who you're messing with. He continues to tower over me like a specter of doom.
Big talk for someone who's bleeding out.
My body screams in protest, but I force myself to focus. Focus on surviving, on holding on until help arrives. I can feel the blood oozing from a dozen different wounds, each one screaming for attention. My vision's a mess of swirling colors and darkening edges, but I can see Blake's boots stop right in front of my face.
Look at you,
he sneers, crouching down to pick up a jagged piece of glass.
Pathetic.
He grabs my wrist with a grip like iron, yanking it toward him. The pain is immediate and blinding as he drags the shard across my skin.
Ask your new boyfriend about slit wrists,
he says, his voice dripping with venom. I bite back a scream, feeling the searing cut deep into my flesh. Everything's fading, the room turning into a tunnel of darkness. But above the roar of agony, I hear something, faint but unmistakable. Motorcycles. The distant rumble grows louder, vibrating through the floor, through my bones. It's familiar, like the dum of a heartbeat. Hope flares, even as my world starts to slip away.
You're done,
Blake mutters as he heads through the back door. The last thing I hear before everything goes black is the roaring symphony of engines, praying they get to me before it's too late. I don't want to die. Not yet.
Chapter 12. Bama. My heart pounds like a jackhammer in my chest as I gun the engine of my bike, tearing down the street. The wind whips at my face, but all I can see is Jordan's text flashing in my mind. 911, Tart. Something's wrong. Wrong enough for her to send that message to the entire club's group chat. Come on, I mutter, twisting the throttle harder. Billings blurs past me in a haze of neon signs and darkened windows. The evening air is cool, but there's nothing to chill the fire burning inside me. Hold tight, Jordan, I whisper, even though she can't hear me. Keep up! Bolt yells over the wind, his voice a growl of urgency. I grit my teeth, pushing the throttle harder. My mind races with worst-case scenarios. Blood, screams, her lying broken and alone. No, I can't think like that. Focus. Tart looms up ahead, its neon sign flickering like a dying star. My heart hammers against my ribs. A few members stayed back, but a few others are supposed to meet us here. I'm riding out with Tex, Dracus, Zane, and Bolt. We skid to a halt, gravel spraying under our tires. The front door to Tart is shut, and all the lights are turned off. I rush up to the door and pull it open, but it's locked. With all my might, I kick the glass as hard as I can until it breaks, making my way through the door. "Jordan!" I shout, yanking my gun from its holster. The weight of it feels reassuring in my hand, but it doesn't calm the fear gnawing at my insides. I stride forward, every muscle tense and ready to snap. "Jordan!" I call again, searching for her. Bikes roll up behind me, and members of the club are searching through the bakery as quickly as possible. The place is pitch black. "Fuck," Dracus mutters, eyes scanning the shadows. "Stay sharp," Zane orders, already moving inside. We follow, stepping into the pitch black. I flick on the light. "Jordan!" My voice cracks with desperation. Then I see her. My breath catches in my throat. Zane's by her side in an instant, kneeling in the shattered glass. "Help, quick!" he shouts, his voice raw. Jordan sprawled in the display case, a mess of glass and blood. Shards stick out of her arms and stomach like twisted knives. My heart drops to my boots. "Jesus Christ," I mutter, holstering my gun and rushing forward. My hands shake as I reach her, but I force them steady. Zane's already there, his eyes wide with panic. "Zane, what do we do?" My voice sounds foreign, distant. "Call 911, he barks, not looking up from Jordan. His hands are pressing down on her wounds, trying to stem the flow. Blood seeps through his fingers. 911? I echo, feeling stupid for some reason. We never call ambulances, unless it's absolutely necessary. "Do it now, Bama!" Zane snaps, desperation edging his tone. "Her injuries are too bad for Cheyenne to handle this at the club. I need help, guys! Her fucking wrists!" The words hit me like a punch to the gut. Cheyenne's good, but even she has limits. I fumble for my phone, dialing with clumsy fingers. The operator's voice is a blur as I give the address, my eyes never leaving Jordan. She's so still. Too damn still. "Ambulance is on its way," I say, my voice shaken. "Move!" Dracus barks, pushing past me. Bolt's right behind him, rags already in hand. They're like a well-oiled machine. Years of dealing with the unexpected, teaching them hard life lessons. "Hold her steady," Dracus orders, his eyes not leaving Jordan for a second. Bolt's hands are swift but gentle as he wraps the rags around her wrists. Blood is everywhere, soaking through the makeshift bandages almost instantly. "Is it working?" I ask, desperation clawing at my throat. My heart's pounding so loud I can barely hear myself think. "Not enough," Bolt mutters through gritted teeth. "But we gotta try." I look at Jordan's face, pale and lifeless. This isn't happening. It can't be. Just a few hours ago she was laughing, teasing me about my southern drawl. Now she's... "Stay with us, Jordan," I whisper, my voice cracking. "Stay with us, babe." "Keep pressure here," Dracus instructs, guiding my trembling hands to one of her wounds. His touch is firm, grounding me. "We can't let her bleed out before they get here." "Got it," I say, focusing on the task. The warmth of her blood seeps through my fingers, sticky and terrifyingly real. "Damn it, where's that ambulance?" Zane growls, looking up from his phone. He's pacing, eyes darting between the door and Jordan. Every second feels like an eternity. "Just hang on a bit longer," I murmur to her, as much for myself as for her. "Help's coming." "Here," Bolt says, shoving another rag into my free hand. "Switch it out when this one gets soaked." "Right," I nod, trying to keep my hands steady. Focus. Breathe. She needs me. "Listen up," Dracus says, his voice cutting through the tension. "When they get here, We make sure they know she's the priority. No delays, no bullshit about what happened.
Understood, I reply, locking eyes with him. We don't even know what the fuck happened. The only person that does is Jordan, but I could take a guess. Stay with us, Jordan, I whisper again, pressing down harder on the wound. We're gonna get you out of this, I promise.
Move aside, Tex barks, shoving through the tension-thick air like a bulldozer. His eyes are wild, but there's a method to his madness. In his hand, he's clutching a bottle of superglue. Tex, what the hell? Dracus snaps, but Tex is already dropping to his knees beside Jordan. Trust me, Tex growls, popping the cap off the bottle. It's gonna help.
Do it,
I say, my voice raw from shouting and fear. Anything that can keep her with us a moment longer. Hold her steady. Tex's hands move with surprising gentleness as he applies the glue to her wrists, sealing up the worst of the cuts. The bleeding slows, almost miraculously. I can't even process it, just relief mingled with terror.
Good thinking,
Bolt mutters, eyes wide as he watches the blood flow lessen. But we're not out of the woods yet.
Ambulance is close,
Zane announces, his phone glued to his ear.
He's been our lifeline, keeping the world outside updated while we fight to keep Jordan alive in here. Thank God, I breathe, though the words feel hollow. My heart's pounding. Every beat feels like it's knocking against my ribs, trying to break free.
Stay focused,
Dracus orders, though I can see the same panic in his eyes. We can't lose her. Not like this. Here they come, Bolt says, glancing toward the door as the wail of sirens grows louder. Relief washes over me, but it's tainted with dread. What if they're too late?
Clear the path,
Zane shouts, running to fling open the door wider. A swarm of paramedics bursts in, tools and stretchers at the ready.
Glass everywhere,
one EMT notes, voice professional but urgent.
We need to cut her out carefully. Do whatever it takes,
Dracus demands, stepping back but staying close, eyes never leaving Jordan.
Working on it,
another EMT replies, pulling out a special saw designed for precision cuts. The machine hums to life, its blade glinting under the dim lights. Hold on, Jordan, I murmur, my fingers brushing a lock of her hair away from her face. She's unconscious, thank God. She doesn't have to feel this nightmare.
All right, boys, step back,
one paramedic directs, and we all retreat just enough to give them space. They work quickly, methodically, slicing through tangled shards of glass to free her from the display case's deadly embrace.
Keep her stable,
the lead EMT instructs, his team moving like they've done this 1,000,000 times before. I watch, helpless but hopeful, praying silently that they can save her. Minutes feel like hours, but finally, they lift her onto a stretcher, securing her in place. The paramedics exchange terse nods, their faces set in grim determination. Get her to the hospital, please, Zane begs, and they don't hesitate. As they wheel her out, I follow, my legs shaky, my mind in a whirl.
She's in good hands now,
Dracus says, placing a firm hand on my shoulder.
But we ain't done here. We'll get whoever did this.
Hell yeah, I agree, jaw clenched. That bastard will fucking suffer. Dracus hops in beside her without a second thought, his face set like stone.
I'll ride with her,
he declares, leaving no room for argument. Go! I shout, my heart hammering against my ribs. The ambulance door slams shut and it takes off, sirens wailing into the night. Shit! My breath comes in ragged gasps. I turn to Zane, who stands there, fists clenched, eyes burning with barely contained rage. Who did this? My voice is rough, nearly breaking. Do you know who would do this to her? Yet the second I ask the question, I think I know. Zane's jaw tightens, his eyes flashing with something dark and dangerous.
Yeah, he growls.
I have an idea. Then let's get him, I snap,
adrenaline surging. "No one does this to one of us and walks free." "Hold your horses, Bama," Tex warns, stepping between us. "First things first. We gotta make sure Jordan pulls through. Then we can handle business."
"He's right," Zane admits reluctantly, running a hand over his face. "Let's get to the hospital. We'll figure the rest out after." "Fine," I grit out, mounting my bike. The engine roars to life beneath me, a sound that should be comforting but only fuels my fury. We peel out, a convoy of vengeance on two wheels. The ride is a blur, shadows and streetlights whizzing past. Every second feels like an eternity, every heartbeat a countdown. I don't just want revenge, I need it. For Jordan, for all of us. We screech to a halt at the hospital, parking haphazardly. I can barely keep my hands steady as I dismount, my legs feeling like jelly. The waiting room is sterile, almost too bright, contrasting sharply with the darkness inside me. "She's in surgery," a nurse informs us, not looking up from her clipboard. "You'll have to wait here." "Waiting ain't my strong suit," I mutter, pacing the small space. Each step feels like I'm walking on broken glass, the image of Jordan's bloodied body etched into my mind. "Bama," Zane calls softly. I meet his gaze, seeing the same torment in his eyes that mirrors my own. "We'll find them. But right now she needs us here." "Yeah," I whisper, swallowing hard. "She'll pull through. Jordan's a strong one," Zane says, almost to himself. His eyes are hard, but there's a flicker of doubt. "She better," I reply, fists clenching. Jordan's hanging by a thread, and I know it. "Dr. Wu?" a nurse calls out, as a man in scrubs steps into the waiting room, his face grim. My heart slams against my ribs as he approaches. "Jordan Harold's family?" he asks, glancing at each of us. Tex, Dracus, and Bolt stand up, meeting the doctor halfway. Roxy isn't here yet, but I'm sure she'll be here any minute. "She's still in surgery," he begins, voice steady but cold. "We have to repair multiple parts of her body. Her injuries are extensive." "How bad?" Tex growls. 6 broken ribs, ruptured spleen," the doctor continues, ignoring the tension crackling in the air. "We're doing everything we can." "Fuck," I mutter, feeling my stomach twist. The room feels like it's closing in, walls pushing against me. "How long?" Zane's voice cuts through, sharp like a blade. "A few more hours," Dr. Wu replies, his gaze unwavering. "But we're optimistic." "Optimistic?" I bark, fists clenching. "You optimistic enough to tell us you think she'll be fine?" "She's in the best place she can be," the doctor insists, but it does nothing to calm the storm inside me. "Just do your fucking job, Doc," Tex grumbles, fear underlying his tone. "We are going to do everything we can. In the meantime, wait and someone will be out to update you shortly," the doctor says, turning on his heel and walking away. "Fuck!" I grit, punching the hard plastic chair beside me. It barely makes a sound, but my knuckles scream in pain. Jordan's blood, her pain, it's all I see. My chest tightens, breaths coming short and fast. "Calm down, Bama. Things could be worse, but that update was good." "It might not seem like it, but it was," Zane murmurs, placing a hand on my shoulder. His grip is firm, reassuring, but it isn't enough to make me relax. "Who do you think did this, Zane?" I ask, voice trembling with rage. "Tell me you have an idea. I think it was that slimy fuck Blake." "We'll talk about this shit later," he repeats, eyes steely. "At the club, in private. All we can do is focus on Jordan right now." "Focusing isn't doing jack shit right now, Prez," I retort, pacing again. The floor tiles blur beneath my feet, white and sterile, mocking me. "She's gonna make it through this, and she's gonna need you to be strong," Zane says, his voice low.
Trust me. Women with our blood always make it through this type of shit.
She better make it out of this,
I grit out, swallowing the lump in my throat. Loyalty isn't just riding together. It's bleeding together, fighting for every breath. And right now, I feel like Jordan's fighting alone. Fuck. Why wasn't anyone there at Tart with her? Was there a way I could have prevented this? She will, Zane states, more a command than a hope.
I hope so,
I whisper, staring at the double doors that swallowed her whole. The waiting eats at me like acid, corroding every ounce of control I have left.
Zane, you staying here with the rest of us?
Dracus's voice cuts through the silence like a blade. His eyes don't waver from the double doors, but I know his mind is already plotting our next move.
Yeah,
Zane replies, not missing a beat. His jaw set, eyes fixed on the spot where Jordan disappeared. She's family, and we always show up for family.
Okay.
Dracus nods, then turns to me.
Bama, let's go downstairs, get some food in you.
I'm not really hungry,
I snap, pacing again. My boots scuff against the sterile floor, each step a reminder of how useless I feel right now.
Didn't ask if you were hungry,
Dracus says, his tone brooking no argument.
It wasn't up for discussion. Now come on.
Fuck that,
I mutter. But my stomach betrays me with a low growl. I haven't eaten since... hell, who knows when.
Tex, Bolt,
Dracus calls out. The two men snap to attention, their leather cuts creaking as they move.
We're taking Bama down for a bite.
Got it, Tex answers, his expression grim. Bolt just nods, his eyes dark and unreadable.
Let's go,
Dracus orders, and I find myself following, legs moving on autopilot. The waiting room fades behind us, swallowed by the maze of hospital corridors. We ride the elevator in tense silence, the hum of machinery the only sound. My mind races, images of Jordan's bloody body flashing like a horror reel, glass shards, blood, her lifeless face.
Zane's right. She's gonna pull through,
Tex says quietly, breaking the silence.
She's tough as nails.
Too damn tough,
Bolt adds, a rare hint of emotion in his voice.
Yeah,
I manage, though my throat feels like sandpaper. She is. The elevator dings, doors sliding open to reveal the cafeteria. It's bright, too bright. The smell of food hitting me like a punch to the gut. My stomach churns, but I follow them inside.
Sit,
Dracus commands, pointing to a table in the corner. I drop into a chair, the cold metal biting through my jeans. They head to the counter, leaving me alone with my thoughts. Minutes stretch like hours until they return, trays laden with greasy burgers and fries. The sight makes my gut twist, but I reach for a burger anyway, if only to keep my hands busy.
Eat,
Dracus says, watching me closely.
You need your strength.
Strength for what?
I mutter around a mouthful of lukewarm beef.
Sitting on my ass while Jordan fights for her life? Strength to be there for her,
Bolt interjects, his gaze piercing.
In situations like this, you might think you're not doing much, but you being here for her means a lot. Trust me, we all went through shit with Roxy and with Kat.
Yeah,
Tex agrees, cramming fries into his mouth.
And you need your strength to find the fucker who did this.
Oh, I'm not letting him get away with this,
I growl, clenching my fist so hard the knuckles turn white.
I'm damn sure Blake did this.
We'll find out when Jordan gets out of surgery, or from the security cameras at Tart,
Dracus says, his voice a steady anchor.
First, we need to make sure she's okay. Then we handle business.
Right, I say, forcing another bite down. The burger tastes like ash, but I swallow it anyway. For Jordan, for the club, for vengeance.
When are Roxy and Nova getting here?
I murmur, curious to know why they haven't been here yet. My heart pounds with a mix of fear and fury.
In an hour or so,
Tex replies. Good, she'd want them here, I reply, rising to my feet. Together we head back to the waiting room, ready for whatever comes next. God, I need her to make it through this. We weave through the sterile maze of the hospital, fluorescent lights flickering overhead like they're mocking us. My boots echo against the linoleum, every step a reminder that Jordan's life hangs by a thread. She has to pull through, I mutter under my breath, but loud enough for Tex to hear.
She will,
he replies, almost like he's convincing himself, too.
Jordan's tougher than she looks.
Wish I could believe that, I admit. My fists clench and unclench, itching for something, anything to hit. Hey, Bolt says, slowing down to match my pace. You got heart, kid, more than most. Thanks, I say, though the word feels hollow. We reach the waiting room, and the air is thick with tension. Zane's pacing, his face a mask of barely contained fury. He stops when he sees us, eyes locking onto mine. Any news? I ask, voice tight. Not yet, he grits out, but I'm sure we're going to hear something soon. I hope so, I reply, feeling the weight of the world pressing down on my shoulders. I glance at Jordan's fathers, Dracus, Bolt, Tex, and realize something. These men, for all their rough edges, care about her as much as I do, maybe more.
Listen,
Dracus begins, his voice softer now.
We see how you are with Jordan, how much you care.
You're different, Bolt continues.
And different is good,
Dracus says, his eyes locking onto mine, with an intensity that sends a shiver down my spine.
Because if anyone can help her through this, it's gonna be you.
I'm gonna be here for her, I vow, my voice low but unwavering. Every damn step.
Chapter 13. Jordan. Beep, beep, beep. The sound is everywhere, invading my skull, pulling me out of the darkness and into this hellish reality. I grimace, a sharp pain slicing down my side as I try to move. Damn it, it feels like someone took a sledgehammer to my ribs. Ugh. I groan, blinking against the blinding white lights overhead. Where the hell am I? I turn my head slightly, wincing at the effort. There's an IV line taped to my arm, snaking up to a bag hanging beside the bed. I must be at the hospital. Thank God. The beeping continues, relentless, each pulse a reminder that I'm still here. I'm still alive. What the fuck happened? I mumble, though no one's around to answer. My mind's foggy, pieces of memory drifting just out of reach. Flashes of chaos, a blur of faces, and then nothing. Come on, Jordan, I whisper to myself. Think. I close my eyes, trying to focus. Images flicker. Blake in Tart, his enraged face. Him grabbing me by my hair, kicking me in the ribs, and throwing me on the display case. My blood. God, there was so much fucking blood. A shiver runs through me. Shit, I hiss, clutching my side. The pain's a brutal reminder that I survived absolute hell. I grit my teeth, determined to push through the haze. I need answers. I need to know everything. Beep, beep, beep. God, shut the fuck up. I mutter at the machines, though they ignore my command. Typical. Everything's out of my control, and I hate it. I've always hated feeling helpless. Focus, Jordan, I tell myself again, breathing deeply despite the agony it shoots through my chest. I force my eyes open, scanning the room for clues. Sterile walls, a tray of medical tools, and a door slightly ajar. So, nothing helpful. "Anyone there?" I call out, my voice raspy and weak. No response, just the damn beeping. Figures. I let my head sink back into the pillow, frustration boiling inside me. I need to get out of here. I need to find Bama, find out what happened after they found me. But right now, I can barely move without feeling like I'm being torn apart from the inside. I close my eyes again, trying to drown out the noise, the pain, the uncertainty. In the darkness behind my eyelids, I picture Bama's face, his rough hands, his fierce loyalty. He makes me feel so calm and safe, and I love it. "Just hold on, Jordan," I think, clinging to the image of him. "You'll get through this." The beeping continues, but I let it fade into the background, focusing instead on the one thing that matters: survival. "Jordan," a voice pulls me from the haze. It's soft, almost hesitant, like it's afraid to break me. I force my eyes open again, squinting against the harsh fluorescent lights. My gaze lands on a figure sitting beside the bed, someone I didn't see before. Dark hair, tired eyes, and a familiar face I haven't seen in quite a while. "Cat." My voice cracks, disbelief lacing every syllable. This has to be a dream. There's no way she's here. "Hey, little sis," Kat says, her smile tender but weary. She leans closer, running a gentle hand along my cheek. "I'm so happy you're awake." The touch is warm, real. It sends a shiver down my spine, grounding me in the reality of the moment. Tears blur my vision, and I blink them away furiously. "What are you doing here?" "Shh," she murmurs, her thumb brushing away a stray tear. "Just rest for now, okay? We can talk later. You need to heal." "Is this real?" I whisper, fear and hope warring inside me. The last time I saw Kat, we were worlds apart, separated by miles and dumb sisterly fights. "Yeah, Jordan, it's real," Kat reassures me, her voice steady. "I'm here, and I'm not going anywhere." Her words hang in the air, a promise wrapped in love and regret. I want to believe her, want to reach out and hold on to her like I did when we were kids, stealing moments of comfort in a world that rarely offered any. But the pain keeps me tethered to the bed, a brutal reminder of my current reality. "Why now?" I manage to ask, my throat constricting around the question. "Why do you come back?" "It's simple. You almost died. I wasn't going to stay in Las Vegas knowing you went through absolute hell." "Thank you for coming," I choke out, the words barely audible. The weight of everything, the attack, the hospital, my sister here, presses down on me. "You're gonna be okay, Jordan," Kat whispers, her fingers still tracing soothing patterns on my skin. "The doctors said you were very lucky, and goodness, we're so glad you are." My voice is raspy like sandpaper. "How long have I been here?" 3 days. Kat answers softly, her eyes never leaving mine.
Damon, Luna, and I got to Montana yesterday.
3 days. I echo, the words foreign on my tongue. My eyes drift down, and that's when I see it. A noticeable bump under Kat's shirt. Are you pregnant? Surprise, she chuckles, placing a hand on her belly. Her smile widens, softening the hard edges of her face. I wanted to freak Mom out next time we came up, but I guess plans changed. A laugh bubbles up inside me, but it morphs into a grimace as pain shoots through my ribs. Ouch, I mutter, clutching my side.
Easy there, tough girl,
Kat says, concern flooding her expression. She reaches out, her fingers dancing across my cheek again.
Where are Luna and Damon?
I manage to ask, trying to shift the focus away from the stabbing pain in my side.
At the club, Kat replies. They're keeping an eye on things while I'm here with you.
I nod, taking in her words. A sudden wave of exhaustion washes over me, but it's tinged with relief. Damon being here means even more protection. But it's crazy because Damon hasn't left Vegas in years. As a matter of fact, neither has Kat. I'm so happy they're here, and they've brought my niece, Luna. It feels like forever since I've seen you, I say, my voice scratchy from disuse. My eyes wander over Kat's familiar features, now softened, but I'd imagine that's because she's a mother now. How's Vegas treating you?
Busy as hell,
she replies, her fingers still resting on my cheek.
Damon's got the club running smoother than ever, but it means he's always buried in work. And Luna, well, she's just like him, wild and unpredictable.
Sounds about right. I chuckle softly, careful not to jar my ribs. I miss having you around. It's different up here.
Yeah, well, we miss you too,
Kat says, her smile fading a bit.
It's not the same as being in Montana, that's for sure. You should come down.
No way. I couldn't handle the heat in the desert. I joke, but there's a weight behind my words.
Or maybe you'd just miss all this damn snow,
Kat teases, trying to lighten the mood. Maybe, I admit with a small grin. Maybe I'd just miss how bossy Zane is. He's like the big brother I've never had.
Yeah, he's still bossy,
Kat agrees with a laugh.
But he means well. He's always looking out for us. Just know that.
Speaking of looking out, I shift slightly, wincing at the pain. Kat, what happened after they found me? Where's Bama? Have you seen him?
Your boyfriend is something else,
she says, her voice turning soft.
He's barely left your side since they brought you in. Only reason he's not here now is because Mom insisted he get some rest. And you know Mom.
Kat laughs and I chuckle. Of course she did, I mutter, feeling a surge of warmth for Bama. What happened after they found me?
Jordan.
Kat's expression turns serious, her eyes locking onto mine.
You don't need to worry about that. What happened to you was bad. Real bad. But you're tougher than nails, sis. The doctors here patched you up and you'll be good as new when you give your body some time to heal up.
I need to know the details, even if they hurt. Kat, come on. What happened?
You needed emergency surgery,
she says, her tone darkening.
Whoever did this to you, they broke several of your ribs and ruptured your spleen.
Blake Ojai, I say, my hands clenching into fists. He's the one who did this to me.
Okay,
I'll text our dads and let them know. The cat soothes, her hand sliding back to mine. Right now, all you need to do is worry about getting better, okay? Yeah, I just don't want to be stuck in this damn bed, I whisper, closing my eyes. Despite the pain, I want to be helping them nail Blake down. I can't believe a man I was starting to care about did this to me. What a fucking joke.
Chapter 14. Bama. The engine growls beneath us as I steer the truck down the lonely stretch of highway back to the clubhouse. The Montana sky's a mix of bruised purples and fading golds, the kind that makes you feel small but alive. Jordan sits beside me, her presence a steady anchor after all the chaos we've dealt with over the past few weeks. "How's your leg feeling today?" I ask, my voice rough from too many cigarettes and not enough sleep as of late. Her left leg is where a lot of the very deep shards went through her.
A little better,
she says, her voice soft but strong.
Still sore as hell, though.
I'm glad it's getting a little better. I place my hand on her inner thigh, feeling the warmth of her skin through the thin fabric of her jeans. It's like touching life itself, something raw and real. She places her hand over mine, squeezing gently. That simple act sends a jolt of electricity through me, grounding me in the moment.
Thanks for coming so fast after the attack. I'd probably be dead if you guys didn't come that fast,
she murmurs, her eyes fixed on the road ahead, but her thoughts clearly somewhere else. We weren't going to let anything happen to you, babe, I reply, tightening my grip on the wheel. The road blurs slightly as I focus on the sensation of her touch. It's been a hell of a week, and this, her, is the first thing that's felt right.
It feels good to be out of there,
she admits, her thumb tracing circles on the back of my hand. Yeah, no one likes to be in the damn hospital, I say, my mind flashing back to the sterile walls and the smell of antiseptic. Being back home will be so much better for you.
Hope so,
she says, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Trust me, I tell her, trying to inject confidence into my words. You'll be happier at home. She shifts in her seat, her body language easing up a bit.
It's weird, being in the hospital, feeling like you're stuck on pause while everyone else keeps moving. I hate not being able to do anything, and being told I need to sit down and heal is just damn frustrating.
Yeah, I get that, I say, glancing at her. Her chocolate brown hair spills over her shoulders, catching the last light of the day. But you're out now. Everything is going to get back to normal soon enough, I promise.
Yeah, I really hope so,
she echoes, a small smile playing on her lips. We drive in comfortable silence for a few more miles, the hum of the engine and the rhythm of the tires on asphalt our only soundtrack. Her hand stays on mine, a silent promise that we're in this mess side by side. You're excited to be coming home, though, right? I ask, breaking the silence as we turn onto the dirt road leading to the clubhouse. The headlights carve through the dusk, illuminating the path ahead.
Yeah, but things feel off,
Jordan says, her voice barely above a whisper. Her fingers tighten around mine.
If I'm being completely honest, I'm afraid Blake's gonna pop back up at Tart whenever I start working again.
God, I can only imagine how afraid she is. Blake's not gonna get near you, babe, I assure her, gripping the wheel tighter with my free hand. The club's got your back. We're making sure there's always someone there with you now. Not just Tara anymore. After what happened to her, my jaw clenches at the thought of Boomer trying to kill Tara.
That makes me feel a little bit better, Jordan admits, her shoulders relaxing slightly. Having someone there all the time will calm me down a bit.
I figured, I say, glancing at her. You're gonna feel safe as hell, babe. Her eyes meet mine, filled with a mix of gratitude and lingering fear.
Thank you.
No need to thank me for jack shit, babe, I reply, squeezing her hand gently. Jordan, I'm curious, I start, keeping my eyes fixed ahead. Ever think about what you want to do? Like, for real, with your life? You want to work at Tart full-time, or is there something else you'd rather do? She shifts beside me, her grip tightening slightly.
I don't know, Bama. Tart's just always been there. I think I feel safe there. It's comfortable, all of that.
Her voice is soft, uncertain. She shrugs like she's trying to shake off the weight of expectations.
Part of me thinks I'm too comfortable there. Didn't really think I had much of a choice either.
Everyone's got choices, I say, though my words sound hollow even to me. Life in the club isn't exactly a buffet of options. Just gotta figure out what you want.
Yeah, I do. At least I'm not in a rush.
She turns to look out the window, the reflection of passing trees casting shadows across her face. Silence settles between us again, heavy but not uncomfortable. We're both lost in our own thoughts, the rumble of the truck the only constant. Jordan, I say, breaking the quiet like a fist through glass. You know, a lot of people don't know what they want to do. Hell, half the guys in the club are just winging it.
Guess that makes me normal then,
she mutters, her voice barely louder than the hum of the engine. I wouldn't say you're normal at all, babe, I chuckle, gripping the wheel tighter, feeling the leather bite into my palms. You're extraordinary. Jordan rolls her eyes playfully and laughs lightly. She was telling me earlier today that if she laughs too hard, it still hurts. We pull up to the clubhouse, its neon lights flickering in the dark, casting eerie shadows on the gravel. I kill the engine and hop out, rushing around to her side. She's already pushing the door open, stubborn as always. Take it easy, I chide, offering my hand. Her fingers slip into mine, a lifeline I can't afford to lose.
Thanks,
she mumbles, her steps unsteady but determined. We make our way to the double doors, each step echoing the beat of my heart. The night air's cool, biting, a reminder of just how fragile all this is. Ready? I ask, pushing one of the heavy doors open.
As ready as I'm gonna be,
she replies, her eyes scanning the room the second we step inside. The familiar scent of booze and smoke hits us like a wave. Jordan doesn't waste a second. She beelines for the bar, determination etched in every line of her body. Hey! I call after her, but she's already too far gone, focused on her destination. I follow, my gut twisting with an uneasy feeling. I'm not sure why, but it might be because we haven't nailed down where Blake is yet. Part of me thinks the commander is hiding his dumb ass. As she reaches the bar, I hang back, watching her like a hawk. This place, this life, it's all she's ever known. I obviously want to be in the club, but I wonder what kind of life we can create together. One step at a time, I whisper to myself, hoping the words can bridge the gap between what is and what could be. Poison's behind the bar, her bleached blonde hair catching the dim light. Curves in all the right places. She's a sight that could make any man's head turn. But she's not my type. Honestly, I'm surprised none of the brothers have slept with her yet. I've been wondering who would be the one she'd go for, but the woman doesn't seem interested in the least bit. Jordan doesn't waste a second.
Need a Smirnoff Raspberry Seltzer stat, she says, voice tight but strong. Poison's lips curl into a smile and she nods. Coming right up. I watch as Poison moves with practiced ease, grabbing a can from the cooler. She pops it open, her eyes flicking to me with a knowing look. Here you go, darling, she says, sliding the seltzer across the bar to Jordan. Thanks, Jordan mutters, grabbing the can like it's a lifeline. She takes a long sip, her eyes closing for just a moment, as if the cold fizz is washing away the weight of the world. I'm still hanging back, hands shoved in my pockets, feeling like an intruder, even though I have every right to be here. It's not that I don't belong here. I'm just walking on eggshells trying to see how things are going to be since Jordan's just gotten home. Poison? I nod in greeting, trying to keep things casual. Hey, Bama, she replies, her smile softening as she looks between me and Jordan. You guys need anything else? Go ahead and get me another seltzer while you're at it, Jordan says, her voice a touch steadier now. She gives me a small, forced smile, and I hate how much pain I see there. The clubhouse should be a sanctuary, but right now, it's just something else Jordan has to deal with. Nova's arms wrap around Jordan from behind, catching her off guard. Jordan stiffens and grimaces, letting out a pain-filled groan. Fuck! I'm so excited you're back, Nova exclaims, squeezing her tight. It's felt so weird with you being in the hospital. First of all, don't grab me like that. I'm still in a lot of pain. Jordan pulls away, eyes narrowing. Secondly, why didn't you come see me in the hospital, Nova? I thought both of my sisters would come see how I was doing. The air crackles with tension. I can tell Jordan's pissed, and Nova's about to get the brunt of it. Jordy, Nova starts, but Jordan cuts her off. Kat flew all the way up from Vegas to check on me, she snaps. You couldn't even come a few miles? Tell me how fucked up that is. Listen, it's not that simple, Nova pleads, her face contorting with frustration. You know how things are. Fuck off, Nova. Jordan's voice is ice cold. She turns back to her seltzer, ignoring her sister completely. Nova stands there, looking like she's just been punched in the gut. She opens her mouth to say something, then thinks better of it and walks away, shoulders slumped. I glance at Jordan, who's gripping her drink like it's the only thing keeping her grounded. Damn, I've never seen her this angry. Everything okay? I ask, knowing full well it's not. She doesn't answer, just takes another long sip of her seltzer, staring into the distance like she's trying to hold herself together. Guess not, I mutter to myself, feeling the weight of whatever the hell is going on inside her. I watch Jordan's fingers tremble as she lifts the Smirnoff seltzer to her lips. Her eyes dart around the room, avoiding mine. Finally, I muster up the courage to speak up. She's been too quiet the last few minutes. Jordan, I say, my voice low but insistent. Are you good? She takes a deep breath, and I can see the struggle in her eyes. She swallows hard, setting the seltzer down with a clink that sounds louder than it should in the crowded clubhouse. Before I passed out, she begins, her voice barely above a whisper. Blake told me to ask you about slitting wrists. The words hang in the air like a death sentence. My heart drops into my stomach, cold and heavy. How the fuck does Blake know about that? Babe, I manage to choke out, but my mind is already spinning, replaying memories I'd buried deep. What did he mean by that? She asks.
Allow the music to steady your thoughts and soften your emotions as we prepare to return to the narrative.
eyes wide and searching, pleading for something I can't give her.
Bama, I keep thinking about it, and I need to know.
Fuck, I mutter, running a hand through my hair, the world narrowing down to just the two of us. It's really complicated, babe.
Complicated?
Her voice rises, anger and fear mixing in her tone.
I'm sure it will be a hell of a lot easier if you just explain yourself.
I glance around the room, seeing familiar faces lost in their own worlds, unaware of the tense situation Jordan and I are having. I grab her hand, pulling her closer so our conversation stays private. Listen, I say, keeping my voice low. There are things you don't know about, things I've done to survive.
Okay, we all have,
she snaps, yanking her hand back.
What could be so bad?
Things I'm not proud of, I admit, feeling the weight of those words settle on my shoulders. But everything I did was warranted, I promise.
Really?
She repeats, incredulous.
How the hell am I supposed to believe that?
Chapter 15. Jordan. Blake's words still echo in my mind as I watch Bama, his ocean blue eyes clouded with something dark and stormy. The clubhouse buzzes around us, clinking glasses, rough laughter, the low hum of engines outside. But all I can focus on is him. Come on, talk to me, I plead, trying to catch his gaze. He looks away, jaw tight, and runs a hand through his short, golden curls. It's like he's trying to bury something deep, something he doesn't want me to find out about. My heart pounds against my ribs, a mix of fear and curiosity clawing at me. Come on, please, I push, keeping my voice gentle but firm. I need to know what he meant. Bama's shoulders tense, and for a moment I think he's going to bolt. But then he takes a deep breath and meets my eyes. There's a flicker of vulnerability there that makes my chest ache. He's hiding something big, something that's tearing him apart from the inside. His voice is rough.
I don't want you to look at me any differently.
There's nothing that could ever cause me to do that. He swallows hard, and I see the muscles in his neck strain. His hands tremble slightly as he grips the edge of the table, knuckles white. Whatever this is, it's ripping him open. Please, Bama, I whisper, reaching out to touch his hand. His skin is warm, almost burning. Trust me. His eyes lock onto mine, and for a second everything else fades away. The noise, the people, the chaos. It's just us. He looks like he's about to shatter, and it breaks my heart.
Okay,
he finally says, voice barely above a whisper.
But promise me something first.
Anything, I breathe, leaning closer.
That you won't look at me differently. You'll know I'm still the same man who would move mountains for you.
He pleads, eyes desperate. I won't, I assure him, squeezing his hand. Just tell me. He closes his eyes, takes another deep breath, and begins to speak. He swallows hard, Adam's apple bobbing in his throat. For a heartbeat, I think he might clam up again, but then he lifts his head and meets my eyes.
My father,
he starts, words coming out slow and jagged.
He slit his wrists. That's how he died.
The room spins for a moment, the weight of his confession crashing over me like a wave. I grip the edge of the table to steady myself, trying to process what he's just said. It's not what I expected, not by a long shot. Slit his wrists, I echo, voice barely audible. But why? Bama's face hardens, a mask of old pain and simmering anger.
He was a bastard, a drunk, a cheat. He made our lives hell.
I furrow my brows, feeling the confusion and doubt swirl inside me. There's something in his eyes that doesn't sit right with what he just said. The tension between us is thick, almost suffocating. I need the truth. Tell me the truth, Bama, I insist, my voice steadier than I feel. I reach out, placing my hand on his. His skin is warm, rough from years of hard living. Please. His eyes flicker to mine, searching, pleading. He takes a deep breath, the kind that seems to draw strength and resolve from somewhere deep within.
Jordan,
he says, his voice low and gravelly. He looks up, locking his gaze with mine, ocean blue depths pulling me in.
don't look at me differently. Please.
I swallow hard, my fingers tightening around his hand. I'm not going to, I promise, even though the words feel like they're hanging in the air, waiting to see if they'll hold. But I need the truth, Bama. His eyes flicker with something I can't quite name. Fear? Shame? He looks away for a moment, staring at the floor of the clubhouse. The silence stretches thin, taut like a wire about to snap.
All right,
he says finally, voice rough as gravel.
You want the truth. Here it is.
He takes a deep breath, and I can almost see him pulling the memories from some dark corner of his mind. His face tightens, jaw clenching like he's bracing for impact.
My mom, she overdosed on heroin.
He starts, his eyes distant, lost in the past.
I came home that night, found her, cold, lifeless, empty eyes. My old man wasn't there, probably at some bar or with some other woman.
My heart aches at the pain in his voice, but I stay silent, letting him continue.
He came back hours later, stumbled through the door, reeking of booze and cheap perfume. I told him she was dead, Jordan. Told him my mother was gone.
His voice cracks and he pauses, swallowing hard.
You know what he did? Nothing. Not a damn thing. Didn't care. He said she was a waste of space.
The anger in his voice is palpable now, simmering just beneath the surface. I can almost see the young boy he must have been, standing there, shattered by grief and rage.
All he ever did was drink, beat her, cheat on her.
Bama continues, his voice trembling with emotion.
Every day was a nightmare. And seeing him stand there so indifferent, I lost it, Jordan. I lost control. I was furious.
His words hang heavy in the air, the weight of them pressing down on us both. I squeeze his hand, trying to anchor him, to let him know I'm here.
That's the truth,
he finishes, eyes locking onto mine, ocean blue depths swirling with torment.
That's what happened.
I nod slowly, my mind reeling from the intensity of his confession. I can't change his past, can't take away the pain he's endured. But maybe, just maybe, I can help him carry it. Bama's hand trembles beneath mine, the rawness of his confession hanging between us like a storm cloud ready to break. Why didn't you tell me before? My question comes out sharper than I intended, but I can't help it. My head's spinning.
How could I?
He looks down, shame flooding his features.
It's not exactly first date material, you know.
Still, I trail off, struggling to reconcile the Bama I've known with the one sitting before me now.
Jordan, please,
he whispers, eyes filled with torment.
It's ugly, but it's the truth.
Tell me why, I say, voice steadier now. Why'd you slit his wrists?
To protect myself. To make sure no one would ever suspect a scared, broken kid did it.
He swallows hard, the weight of his actions dragging him down.
It worked, or at least I think it did. I haven't heard anything.
Wow. I draw in a shaky breath, trying to process everything. Bama's past is a dark labyrinth filled with shadows and secrets. Yet here I am, standing at the entrance, unsure if I want to venture inside. I pull my hand away like I've been burned. The warmth of his skin replaced by a cold shock running down my spine. My heart pounds in my chest, each beat echoing the disbelief coursing through me. Murder. Bama. My Bama capable of murder. Anyone else know what you did? I ask, my voice barely above a whisper, yet sharp enough to cut through the thick tension between us. He looks down, the weight of his confession pressing his shoulders low.
Zorro knows,
he mutters.
And Zorro told Zane.
The names hang heavy in the air. Zorro, who has been part of the club for years, and Zane, my cousin, the president. The revelation slices through me, leaving me raw and exposed. They knew. They all knew.
Jordan.
Bama's voice is a rough plea, his ocean blue eyes searching mine for any sign of understanding or forgiveness. But all I can see is red. Red like blood, like the rage that must have consumed him that night. The night he became someone I didn't recognize. Why? I managed to choke out, my throat tight with emotion. Why didn't you tell me?
Because,
he breathes, stepping closer but stopping when he sees me flinch.
I didn't want you to look at me like this, like I'm some monster.
How am I supposed to look at you, Bama? I snap, the anger bubbling up despite myself. You killed your father. You made it look like suicide, and then you let everyone believe it. That's why I'm like this right now. You could have told me all of this in the beginning, and you didn't. The fact is, I'm not angry about what you did. I'm angry about how I know you weren't going to mention any of this to me. He runs a hand through his golden curls, frustration etched into every line of his face.
I did what I had to do. He was a bastard, Jordan. He deserved it.
Maybe he did, I admit, hating the truth of it. But that doesn't change what you did.
Do you hate me?
His question is a whisper, a fragile thing that could shatter with the wrong answer. I don't know what to say. My mind is a whirlpool of thoughts dragging me under. Hate? No. Fear? Maybe. Confusion? Definitely. But love is still there, buried beneath the rubble of this revelation.
Jordan, please,
he begs, taking a tentative step toward me.
I get this is a lot to process. Just don't walk away from me right now, okay?
I stand there, staring at the space between us. The air feels heavy, like it's pressing down on my chest. My mind's a mess, tangled with thoughts that refuse to untangle.
Jordan,
Bama's voice breaks the silence.
He was a horrible man.
Yeah, I'm sure he was, I managed to say, my voice sounding foreign to me, hollow. But I'm tired, Bama. I need to go to bed. His eyes search mine, desperation flickering in those ocean blue depths. I can see he's hurting, but damn it, so am I. Everything feels upside down now. Can I stay? I ask, my voice softer, trying to bridge the gap that's formed between us. With you, I mean? His face softens, relief washing over him. Maybe he understands that staying means I'm not running. Not yet, anyway. He nods, stepping closer, his movements slow and cautious.
Of course,
he says, his voice barely above a whisper. We move through the clubhouse and head upstairs. His arm is around me the entire way up, and we walk slowly, sure not to push my body too hard, too fast. Once we get to his room, I sit on the edge of his bed, feeling the exhaustion seep into my bones. He stands by the door, watching me like he's afraid I'll vanish if he blinks. Come here, I say, patting the space beside me. Bama hesitates for a second before crossing the room. When he sits, the mattress dips under his weight, bringing us closer together. I lean back slowly and very carefully, letting myself fall into the comfort of the pillows, and after a moment, he does the same.
Thank you,
he whispers, turning his head to look at me. His face is inches from mine, and I can see every line, every shadow that tells the story of his pain. Don't thank me, I murmur, closing my eyes. Just let's sleep. We'll figure it out tomorrow.
Okay,
he agrees, his voice a gentle rumble. As I drift off, I feel his hand find mine under the covers. His grip is firm, as if he's holding on to a lifeline. He might have done something horrible and kept it from me, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't care about this man more than anything else in the entire world.
Chapter 16. Bama. The room is hot, filled with a scent of sweat and leather. The boys are laughing, slapping each other's backs, pool cues clacking against balls. My eyes drift to Jordan, who's sitting at the bar, her fingers tracing the rim of a beer bottle, lost in thought. Odd. I've never seen her drink a beer since I've been here.
Hey, Bama!
Dracus's voice cuts through the noise like a blade. I look up, meeting his intense gaze. He gives me a nod, jerking his head toward the corner of the room. I guess we need to have a chat. I push off the wall I've been leaning on, weaving through the crowd. My muscles tense, heart pounding as I wonder what's coming next. Dracus isn't the kind of guy who calls you over for small talk. His dark eyes are serious, almost too calm, which makes me uneasy. "What's up?" I ask when I reach him, stuffing my hands in my pockets to hide the slight tremor.
"Got some news," he says, voice low. "And I think you're gonna like it."
"Yeah?" I try to keep my tone casual, but my curiosity piques.
Blake Ojai.
He lets the name hang in the air, watching my reaction closely.
We found him.
A rush of adrenaline floods my veins. Blake Ojai, the bastard who put his hands on Jordan. My fists clench involuntarily. "Okay, so what are we doing about it?" Dracus smirks, that predatory glint in his eyes.
"We're going after him tonight."
"Who's we?" My voice is steady, but inside I'm itching at the chance to get to this slimy fucker.
"Me, you, Tex, and Bolt," he says,
listing off the names like a death sentence.
"No one touches our family without paying for it."
"Good," I spit out, barely containing the rage building inside me. It's like a fire, burning hotter with every second. "Do we know where he is?" Dracus chuckles, a dark, humorless sound.
"Yeah, we know exactly where he is. At work. New office building in Billings. He works late hours. Means he's alone, which is perfect for us."
"Great," I comment, my mind already racing ahead to tonight, to what we'll do, what I'll do. My rage isn't just a fire, it's an inferno, and Blake Ojai is about to get burned.
"Be ready,"
Dracus says, clapping a hand on my shoulder.
"We leave in 2 hours."
"Oh, I'll be ready," I reply, locking eyes with him. This isn't just about loyalty or revenge. It's about making sure no one ever thinks they can mess with us again. As I turn back to the room, I catch another glimpse of Jordan. "Jordan!" I call her name as I stride across the room, my boots echoing on the wooden floor. Those caramel-highlighted strands of her hair catch the light. It was weird between us a couple days ago. Hell, it's always weird when you find out your boyfriend killed his own father. But Jordan, she gets it. Maybe in a way no one else ever could.
"Yeah?"
Her voice is soft but steady. She's been through a lot, but she's tough. Damn tough. "I just wanted to see if you're good," I say, trying to keep my tone casual. "I'll be heading out in a couple of hours."
"Yeah, I'm okay,"
she replies with a small smile.
"How about you?"
"You know me, I'm always fine," I mutter, though it's far from the truth. My mind's already on Blake Ojai and what we're gonna do to him. But for now, I need to focus. Take care of what's right in front of me.
"Be safe,"
she says, touching my arm lightly. It's a simple gesture, but it means everything. "Always am," I promise, giving her a nod. For the next 2 hours, I keep myself busy with some things Zane asked me to get done before I leave for the night. Once the 2 hours pass, Dracus is standing at the double doors waiting for me, with Bolt and Tex by his side. We pile into the van, the scent of leather and old greasy food thick in the air. Dracus takes the driver's seat, his fingers drumming on the wheel with a rhythm that matches my own heartbeat. Tex slides in next to him. Bolt and I take the back. The van roars to life and we're off, heading towards Billings like hounds on a scent.
"Everyone knows what they're doing?"
Dracus asks over his shoulder. "Yeah," we all grunt in unison. This isn't just any other run for the club. This is personal. The city lights blur past as we drive, the hum of the engine a low growl beneath our conversations. We don't talk much. Don't need to. The plan's simple. Wait for Blake and make him pay.
"Remember, he works late,"
Dracus says, eyes locked on the road ahead.
"He'll be alone, and that's when we'll strike."
"Good," I mutter, more to myself than anyone else. My knuckles are white, gripping the seat in front of me. Every bump in the road feels like a jolt of adrenaline straight to my veins. I'm ready. We pull up to the industrial park and kill the headlights. The building's new, shiny even, but tonight it looks cold, lifeless, a perfect stage for what's about to go down. We park the van in the shadows, hidden from any stray eyes that might wander this way.
All right, masks on,
Dracus commands, pulling his over his face. I do the same, the fabric tight against my skin. It's suffocating, but necessary. Tex, you got eyes on the lobby? Bold asks, already scanning the area through binoculars.
Yeah,
Tex replies.
he's still in there, working late like clockwork. Perfect.
Dracus grins, his voice a dark promise.
Bama, you ready?
More than ever, I say, and I mean it. Every second we wait feels like a lifetime. My fists ache for the release they'll get when I finally lay them into Blake. Time crawls by, each tick of the clock louder than the last. We're coiled springs ready to snap. The parking lot is empty, silent except for the distant hum of machinery from the nearby warehouses.
I see movement,
Tex whispers, nodding toward the building.
That's him.
I see Blake through the glass doors, moving like he's got all the time in the world. Arrogance. Ignorance. He has no idea what's waiting for him just outside those doors.
Showtime,
Dracus growls, and we move as one, silent and deadly. The anticipation is a tangible thing, wrapping around us like a shroud. Blake steps out, oblivious. His fate sealed the moment he laid a finger on Jordan. The rage inside me is volcanic, ready to erupt. Tonight, we reclaim what's ours. Tonight, Blake Ojai learns the cost of crossing us, and for hurting someone we care about. My heart pounds like a war drum. Dracus signals with a quick nod, and we're off. No hesitation.
Go!
Tex barks, and we surge forward. Blake looks up, eyes wide with shock, but too late to react. He's ours.
Grab him,
Dracus commands. I take the lead, my fist smashing into Blake's jaw. He staggers back, disoriented. Bolt's right there, landing a punch to his gut. Tex grabs him by the arms while I drive my knee into his solar plexus. The air rushes out of him in a wheeze.
Lights out,
Dracus sneers, delivering a final blow to Blake's temple. He crumples like a rag doll, unconscious before he hits the ground. Get him in the van, Bolt grunts, lifting one of Blake's limp arms. Tex and I grab the other side. He's dead weight, heavier than he looks, but adrenaline makes him light.
Move it,
Dracus urges.
Let's get out of here.
We haul Blake to the van, shoving him inside with zero care. He sprawls awkwardly on the cold metal floor, still out cold.
Drive,
Dracus orders, sliding the door shut behind us. Tex jumps into the driver's seat, and the engine roars to life. We pull out of the parking lot, leaving no trace behind. How long till we get there? I ask, glancing at the rearview mirror. Blake's unmoving form is a grim reminder of what's coming next.
Not long,
Tex replies, eyes fixed on the road ahead. Good, I mutter, clenching my fists. The rage in me simmers, waiting for its next release. We ride in tense silence, the hum of the tires against the asphalt the only sound.
Almost there,
Tex announces, turning onto a dirt path that leads to the back of the property. The lake looms ahead, dark and foreboding.
Wake him up when we stop,
Dracus says, his voice low and menacing.
He needs to know why this is happening.
Believe me, I say, staring down at Blake. He'll know. We stop at the lake, gravel crunching under the van's tires. The moonlight casts a silver glow over the dark water, making it look like liquid metal.
Perfect timing,
Dracus mutters, stepping out.
Blackjack, Ashley, and the kid should be miles away by now. They went away for the weekend. No witnesses.
Good, I grunt, sliding open the van door. Blake's still out cold, sprawled on the floor like discarded trash.
Get him out,
Tex growls, cracking his knuckles.
we got work to do.
I grab Blake by the ankles, dragging him out of the van. His body hits the ground with a thud, but he doesn't stir. My heart pounds in my chest, adrenaline mixing with the cold rage simmering inside me.
Hold him still,
Dracus orders, tossing me a length of heavy chain and a cinder block.
Let's make sure he isn't going to go anywhere.
On it, I reply, kneeling beside Blake. The rough dirt digs into my knees as I loop the chain around his waist, securing it tightly. The metal links clink together, a grim symphony in the quiet night. Make it tight, Bolt advises, watching me with steely eyes. Can't have him slipping free. Don't worry, I say through gritted teeth. He isn't going to get away from us. The cinder block is heavy, but I lift it with ease, threading the chain through its center. I yank hard, testing the security. Satisfied, I let it drop back to the ground with a dull thud.
Wake him up.
Dracus says, kicking Blake's side.
Time for him to face the music.
Blake groans, eyelids fluttering open. Confusion fills his eyes as he takes in his surroundings. Then panic sets in. He starts thrashing around, making the chains rattle.
Easy there.
Tex chuckles darkly.
Ain't no use fighting.
What the hell? Blake sputters, trying to sit up. The weight of the cinder block pulls him back down, anchoring him to the ground. Welcome to the end of the line, Blake, I say, crouching beside him. Did you really think you'd get away with it? Let me go, he screams, yanking at the chains. You can't do this!
Watch us,
Dracus sneers, his eyes cold and unyielding. You're gonna pay for what you did, I hiss, fury bubbling to the surface. No one fucks with anyone in the club and gets away with it, especially hurting one of our girls. Blake's eyes widen as the realization sinks in. He's trapped, and there's no escape. And for the first time, I see real fear in those eyes. It's a sight that fuels my resolve, making me grip the chains even tighter. Please, he begs, voice trembling. I'll do anything. Too late for that, I growl. This is your reckoning. Reckoning? Blake begins laughing, and it grows louder and louder. You don't scare me. You think you're better than me? Better? My face is inches from his. We ain't better than you, but we're loyal. Big talk from a guy who murdered his own father, Blake snarls, lips curling into a sneer. How's that for loyalty? A chill runs down my spine, but I don't show it. My jaw tightens. What did you say? That's right, Blake says, his grin widening. I know all about it. How you put a bullet in your old man's head. You think you're safe because you're hiding out here? People talk, Bama. They always talk. Doesn't matter, I say, voice steady. You're not walking away from this. Think again, Blake retorts, eyes gleaming with malice. I can make this disappear. Just let me go and I'll keep your little secret safe. Otherwise...
Otherwise what?
Dracus steps in, looming over us both.
You gonna blackmail him? Good luck with that. Yeah.
Tex chuckles, shaking his head.
We're past bargaining, Blake.
You're bluffing, Blake insists, panic creeping back into his voice. You can't kill me. The cops won't find shit. I cut him off, standing tall. And even if they do, they'll never connect it to us. We're smarter than you think. I'm so tired of dealing with your dumbass. We drag Blake toward the lake, each step heavier than the last. He thrashes, but it's futile. Goodbye, Blake, I whisper, releasing the chain. The cinder block hits the water with a splash, dragging him down. His screams are swallowed by the dark, murky depths.
Rest in hell,
Tex mutters, turning away.
Chapter 17. Jordan. The bar lights flicker above, casting a dim glow on the worn-out wood and scattered club members. I lean against the counter, my fingers tracing the rim of my raspberry Smirnoff. It's been 2 weeks since Blake got what was coming to him, and for once, I feel like I can breathe. "Hey, Poison," I call out, catching her attention as she walks up to the bar. She saunters over, her leather pants hugging her legs like a second skin. "I have to ask you something. On the lowdown, okay?" Poison gives me a curt nod and takes a seat beside me. "Sure. What's up?" I'm not overly concerned, but I do want to know what's going on. "What's going on with Stiletto? Haven't heard or seen much of her lately." Poison rolls her eyes, a smirk tugging at the corner of her mouth. "Stiletto's been keeping her distance. If you ask me, she's kinda bitter about you and Bama." "Really?" I raise an eyebrow. "Is that why Siren's been acting all distant too?" "Yeah," Poison nods, wiping down the counter. "They're sisters. Comes with the territory." I get it. Loyalty runs deep. Even if Nova and I aren't exactly seeing eye to eye, we still have each other's backs in a heartbeat. Cat flew up here after my attack, no questions asked. Family is family. That's why I'm so upset Nova didn't come see me. "Enough about that," I say, changing the subject. "How are things with you?" "Not bad," Poison shrugs. "Zane mentioned he might send me out on tour with Sydney and Gears. Still up in the air, though." "That sounds like a blast," I reply, genuinely happy for her. "Get away from here, see some sights?" "Yeah, we'll see." She gives me a knowing look before heading behind the bar to get a drink. Just then, Bama walks into the clubhouse. His golden curls catch the light, and his ocean blue eyes scan the room until they land on me. He strides over, a confident smile playing on his lips.
"Hey, babe,"
he murmurs, pressing a kiss to my cheek.
"How's my girl doing?"
"Better now that you're here," I reply, feeling my heart do that stupid flutter thing it always does around him. "Ugh, you two are disgusting," Poison mutters, rolling her eyes and making a gagging sound before walking off.
"Charming as ever,"
Bama chuckles. Then he turns back to me, his expression softening.
"I need a shower. Come with me."
"Lead the way," I say, letting him grab my hand. We weave through the clubhouse, heading upstairs to his room. The moment we close the door behind us, the rest of the world fades away. It's just us, and right now, that's all I need. The shower's hot spray pounds against my skin, steam curling around us like a secret. Bama's hands are everywhere, firm, insistent, claiming. His lips trace the curve of my neck, sending shivers down my spine despite the heat.
"Jordan,"
he murmurs, his breath warm against my ear.
"You okay?"
"Yeah," I whisper, leaning back into him. "I just have a lot on my mind."
"What's on it?"
"That night, a couple weeks ago when you came home late." My voice is barely audible over the rush of water, but I know he hears me. He always does. His grip tightens on my hips, a reminder of his strength and presence.
"I remember."
"Do you?" I turn to face him, looking up into those ocean blue eyes that hold so many secrets. "You promised to be honest with me, Bama, and I need to know what's going on." He sighs, running a hand through his damp curls.
"I did tell you, Jordan. I told you everything."
"Then remind me." I say, my voice firmer now. Remind me why I should trust you.
Because I love you,
he says simply, his gaze unwavering.
and because I'd do anything to keep you safe.
Even if it means getting your hands dirty? I challenge, though I already know the answer.
Especially that.
His jaw clenches, and I see the determination in his eyes.
Blake had it coming, Jordan. You know that.
Yeah, I do, I admit, feeling a strange sense of relief wash over me. Bama's voice softens and he reaches out to brush a strand of hair from my face.
We did what needed to be done. For you.
That's just it, I say, my throat tightening. I've always felt safe with them, but with you, it's different.
Different how?
Better, I admit, surprising even myself. Because now I know you'll do whatever it takes, too.
Damn straight I will,
he promises, sealing it with a kiss that leaves no room for any doubt. We stand here wrapped in each other's arms, letting the water wash away the cruel realities of the past. Bama's hands roam across my body, rough and demanding. His fingers trace the curves of my body, igniting fires wherever they touch.
God, I can't get enough of you,
he growls, his breath hot against my ear. I press myself closer, feeling the heat of him through the slickness of the water. Then take me, I challenge, my voice barely above a whisper, but strong enough to send a shiver down his spine. He doesn't need more encouragement. His lips crash into mine, desperate and hungry. We've danced this dance before, but it always feels like the first time, raw and unrestrained. My back hits the cold tile wall with a thud, and I gasp at the sudden chill. Bama's hands roam lower, gripping my thighs and lifting me effortlessly. I wrap my legs around his waist, feeling his hardness pressing against me.
Fuck, Jordan,
he murmurs, his voice thick with desire.
You drive me crazy.
Good, I manage to say, biting back a moan as his mouth finds the sensitive spot on my neck. With a swift motion, he enters me, and any coherent thought evaporates. It's wild and frenzied, each thrust pushing me further into oblivion. The sound of our bodies colliding echoes in the small space, mingling with the rush of water and our ragged breaths. His eyes, those ocean blue depths, bore into mine, filled with a mix of possessiveness and reverence. It's intoxicating, knowing that despite the chaos outside these walls, here in this moment, we belong to each other completely.
Jordan,
he groans, his grip on my hips tightening as he drives deeper.
You feel so damn good.
Don't stop, I plead, digging my nails into his shoulders. The sensation of his wet curls brushing against my face, the rough scrape of his stubble. It's all too much and not enough.
No, don't you worry about that. I'm not stopping,
he promises, his pace quickening. Each movement sends shockwaves through my body, building up to a crescendo that leaves me breathless. We're both teetering on the edge, the intensity of our connection pulling us closer toward release. With one final thrust, we shatter together, the world dissolving into a haze of pure sensation. As we come down from the high, Bama holds me close, his forehead resting against mine.
Damn, woman,
He pants, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips.
You sure know how to make a man feel alive.
You do the same for me, I reply, feeling a warmth spread through me that has nothing to do with the water still cascading around us. As much as it scares me, I'm falling in love with this man, and I'm falling hard.
Chapter 18. Bama. The sun's setting over Billings, painting the sky in streaks of orange and pink. I kick up the stand on my Harley, the rumble beneath me a familiar comfort. Ripper's beside me, his bike growling low like a beast waiting to be unleashed. We're supposed to be heading back for the club's 4th of July bash, but I've got something else in mind. Ripper shouts over the roar of engines and wind.
Where are we heading, Bama?
Got a stop to make, I holler back, eyes fixed straight ahead. My pulse hammers in rhythm with the engine, every mile closer, ramping up the adrenaline coursing through my veins. We tear through the streets, weaving between cars, leaving a symphony of honks and curses in our wake. The lights blur past us, neon signs and street lamps blending into one chaotic stream. The thrill is intoxicating. It's what I live for.
You're out of your damn mind.
Ripper laughs, shaking his head, but he follows without question. He may be misunderstood, but he's the closest brother I have in the club. We pull up outside a small, nondescript shop, wedged between a rundown bar and a pawn shop. It looks out of place in the modern hustle of downtown Billings, like a relic from another time.
Here?
Ripper raises an eyebrow. Yeah, here. I nod, swallowing hard as my stomach does backflips. Taking a deep breath, I push open the door, a bell tinkling pathetically above my head. The scent of polished wood and something floral hits my nose as I step inside. "Evening, boys," the shopkeeper says, looking up from behind a glass counter filled with glittering treasures. His eyes narrow slightly, taking in our leather jackets and tattoos. "Evening," I reply, trying to keep my voice steady. My heart pounds so loud I'm sure everyone can hear it. I walk up to the counter, knuckles wide as I grip the edge. "I need something special." "Special, huh?" The shopkeeper's eyebrow arches. He pulls out a tray, displaying a lineup of rings that sparkle under the overhead lights. Emerald cuts, princess cuts, round brilliants. Each one seems to mock me, knowing I can't afford the real flashy stuff. "That one." I point to a simple emerald cut, its facets gleaming clear and pure. It's not the biggest or fanciest, but it's honest, like me. "Good choice," Ripper murmurs, giving me a reassuring nod. "Hope she likes it," I mutter, not sure what Jordan's style is. "She will." Ripper claps a hand on my shoulder, squeezing hard. "She'll love whatever you get her, 'cause it's from you." I take another deep breath, feeling some of the tension release from my shoulders. I hand over a wad of cash, watching as the shopkeeper carefully wraps the ring in delicate tissue paper. "Good luck, son," he says, sliding the tiny package across the counter. "Thanks." I force a smile, pocketing the ring. As we leave the shop, the weight of what I'm about to do settles heavily on my chest.
Hey, Bama,
Ripper calls as we straddle our bikes again.
I've been thinking. You worried about Blake showing back up?
I freeze for a split second, then shake my head slowly. Blake won't be a problem anymore. Trust me on that. Ripper smirks, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes.
Good. Ain't nobody gonna mess with your woman.
Not ever, I vow, fire burning in my gut. Anyone tries, they end up in the ground.
That's the spirit?
Ripper claps me on the back, pride evident in his gaze.
Ready to head back?
He asks, revving his engine. Yeah. I glance at the darkening sky. Tonight's the night.
Let's get back to the fucking clubhouse then before you chicken out.
Ripper grins, and we peel out onto the street, engines roaring as the city lights flicker to life around us. We get back to the clubhouse and park our bikes where they typically go. As soon as we put our kickstands up and turn off our ignitions, Ripper's talking.
Do her fathers know?
Ripper's voice cuts through the cool Montana air as we step out of the jewelry store. The sun's starting to dip, casting long shadows across the pavement. Yeah, I say, nodding, my heart still pounding from making the purchase. Got their blessing.
All three?
He raises an eyebrow, almost impressed. All three, I confirm, feeling a smirk tug at my lips. It wasn't easy convincing them, but I did it. For Jordan, I'd do anything. For fuck's sake, I know how important having their blessing is to her. Ripper chuckles, low and rough, lighting a cigarette. He takes a drag, the smoke curling around his face.
When you planning on doing it?
Tonight? The word feels heavy, final.
Tonight?
Ripper's eyes narrow, like he's trying to read something deeper in my expression. Yeah, tonight, I repeat, a little firmer this time. At the 4th of July party.
Big move, brother.
He blows out a cloud of smoke, clapping me on the back again.
Jordan's a lucky girl.
More like I'm the lucky one, I mutter, my fingers brushing over the small box in my jacket pocket. The weight of it, of what it represents, grounds me.
Just make sure it's perfect,
Ripper says, flicking ash onto the sidewalk.
You only get one shot at this, and women love it to be romantic as all hell.
Don't I know it, I reply, my mind already racing with thoughts of how I'll pull it off. Fireworks, everyone around, the whole damn club watching. I just really hope she likes what I've picked out for her.
She'll love it,
Ripper adds, his voice softer, almost reassuring.
Trust me, Bama. You've done good.
Thanks, man, I say, meeting his gaze. His eyes are hard, but there's a glimmer of pride there.
Chapter 19. Jordan. The bass from the speakers thumps through the clubhouse, making my heart race in time with the beat. Tara and I are laughing so hard our sides hurt. Poison's leaning back on her chair, feet kicked up on the table, a half-empty beer bottle dangling from her fingers. "Did you see that guy's face when you told him to shove off?" Tara snorts, nearly doubling over. "Priceless," I say, wiping a tear from my eye. "He looked like someone had just kicked his puppy." "Or stolen his bike," Poison adds with a mischievous grin. Some of the guys invited some friends who aren't part of the club, and one of them thought he was going to have a shot with Poison. She humbled him very quickly. We're having a blast. It's like we've known each other forever. Our laughter blends with the chaos around us. Bikers shouting, glasses clinking. The occasional roar of a Harley outside. But amidst all this, there's something else lingering in the air. Something awkward. And it's not coming from me or Tara. Poison asks, eyes shifting toward Tara. "Has Stiletto still been giving you the cold shoulder?" "Yeah," Tara says, twisting her drink in her hands. "It's really fucking weird. We used to be tight, but ever since Jordan got involved with Bama, things have been different." My chest tightens at the mention of his name. Bama. My Bama. The one who makes my pulse quicken with just a look. But none of this awkwardness is on me. It's all Stiletto. I get that they had a thing. I really do. Hell, I'm not an asshole. I get that she developed feelings for him. but it wasn't reciprocated.
She's been through a lot, you know.
Poison says, her tone softer now. She looks me dead in the eyes, almost like she's seeing right through me.
Like your mom and sister.
I nod slowly, absorbing the weight of her words. I had no idea Stiletto's past was so messed up. Beaten, assaulted. My heart aches for her, but it doesn't give her a hall pass to be rude and act the way she has been. Internally, I make a vow. I won't take anything personally unless she crosses a line. We all have our demons, I say quietly. Maybe she just needs space while she deals with them. Maybe, Tara echoes, though she doesn't sound convinced.
Hey, Blackjack's coming,
Poison says, jerking her chin toward the door. Blackjack strides in, grinning from ear to ear with fist perched on his shoulders.
Fireworks starting soon, folks,
he announces, his voice booming over the noise. Guess that's our cue, I say, standing up and stretching. I feel Bama's presence before I see him, a pair of strong hands wrapping around my waist. His lips find mine in a passionate kiss that leaves me breathless.
Ready for the show, babe?
He murmurs against my lips. Of course, I can't wait to see it, I reply, feeling every ounce of love and excitement coursing through me as we head outside. I follow him outside, the cool Montana night air hitting my face. The night sky is clear, stars scattered across it like diamonds on black velvet. The scent of burnt gunpowder and barbecue lingers in the air, a sure sign of a classic party the club throws. We find a spot near the picnic tables, and I can't help but feel a bit more at ease. The tension from earlier slips away, replaced by the sense of camaraderie that always comes with these club gatherings. It's weird how fast things can shift. His hands wrap around my waist, pulling me close. I smile and look up at him. The fireworks are going to be so beautiful.
Not nearly as beautiful as you,
he whispers into my ear, his breath warm against my skin. Before I can respond, his lips capture mine in a kiss that's both claiming and reassuring. His ocean blue eyes lock onto mine for a split second before they flutter shut, lost in the moment. I melt into him, forgetting everything else. The drama, the club politics, even the fireworks about to start. It's just us, tangled in a moment that feels too perfect to be real.
I missed you today,
he murmurs against my lips, his hands tightening their grip on my hips. Missed you too, I manage to say between kisses, feeling the world blur around us. The first firework explodes above us, painting the sky in brilliant hues of red, white, and blue. But all I can see, all I can feel, is Bama, holding me like I'm his anchor in the roughest seas known to man. The sky erupts in a symphony of colors and sound. Fireworks crackle and boom, lighting up the night like a battlefield. My heart pounds, the echoes of explosions mingling with the rhythm of Bama's lips pressing soft kisses against the back of my head.
Whoa!
Someone shouts, pulling my attention away from the sky. Gasps ripple through the crowd like a shockwave. I turn, eyes scanning frantically. What the hell is happening? And then I see him, Bama, down on one knee, his ocean blue eyes piercing straight into my soul. The world stops. The fireworks fade into background noise. It's just him, looking up at me with that mix of vulnerability and determination that makes my knees weak.
"Jordan,"
he begins, voice steady despite the chaos around us. Oh my God, is this really happening? Time seems to stretch, every second an eternity as realization sinks in. My breath catches, heart hammering against my ribs.
"Will you?"
His words are drowned out by another explosion overhead, but I know what he's asking. I can see it in his eyes, hear it in the trembling silence between the beats of my heart. This rough, beautiful man, with a past as twisted as my own, is asking me to be his forever, and I can't believe it. Yes, I whisper, though I doubt he hears me over the noise. But he sees it in my eyes, the answer written in my soul. Yes! I shout, louder this time, feeling the word echo through the night, powerful and freeing. The crowd erupts, cheering and clapping, but all I can focus on is Bama. His face lights up with a joy I've never seen before, and it's like the whole universe has aligned just for us. Yes, I repeat again, as tears prick the corners of my eyes. 1,000 times yes. I don't even wait for another second. Bama stands up, and the second he does, I leap up, wrapping my legs around Bama's waist and my arms around his neck. His strong hands catch me effortlessly, holding me like I'm the most precious thing in the world. Our lips crash together, an explosion of heat and passion that rivals the fireworks bursting overhead.
"God, I love you, babe, more than you will ever know,"
he murmurs against my mouth, voice rough with emotion. "Love you too," I breathe back, barely able to get the words out between kisses. My heart's pounding so hard I think it might burst, but I don't care. All I want is him, right now, forever. The world fades away as we kiss, everything else just a blur of color and noise. I can feel the cheers of our friends vibrating through the air, but all that matters is the man holding me, Bama, my rock, my everything.
"Let's make this official,"
he growls, pulling back just enough to look into my eyes. Already said yes, didn't I? I tease, my fingers tangling in his hair.
"Yeah, but I want everyone to know you're mine,"
he says, his gaze burning with intensity.
"Forever."
Forever, I echo, sealing the promise with another kiss. He spins me around and I laugh, the sound pure and unrestrained. It feels like we're the only two people in the world, despite the crowd surrounding us. The entire clubhouse. They're all there cheering us on, but right now, it's just me and Bama. You think we'll survive this crazy life? I murmur against his ear, feeling the steady thrum of his pulse beneath my lips.
"With you by my side? Hell yeah,"
he replies, his grip tightening.
"Nothing can tear us apart."
As the last of the fireworks light up the night sky, I know, deep down, that we're ready for whatever the future holds. Together we'll face it all, and nothing, not even the darkness lurking in our pasts, will ever break us apart.
Chapter 20. Bama. The door to Zane's office creaks open as I step inside, the smell of leather and old whiskey hitting me like a punch in the gut. The room is dimly lit, shadows playing across the cluttered desk where Zane sits, his eyes sharp like a hawk's. "Prez, I hope now's a good time," I say, my voice coming out rougher than I intended. My nerves are shot. "Any update on what Blake was running his mouth about? Him telling the cops where I was?" Zane looks up from the mess of papers in front of him, a frown etched deep into his face. His gaze pins me in place, making my chest tighten. He gestures for me to sit down, but I stay standing. My legs feel too restless to sit. "Yeah," he says finally, leaning back in his chair. "I made some calls to see if anything checks out." The silence stretches between us, thick and suffocating. I can almost hear the seconds ticking away on the clock behind him. My heartbeat drums in my ears, loud and insistent. "Blake's full of shit," he continues, his voice steady, cutting through my anxiety. "Just trying to scare you, Bama. You're not on anyone's radar." Relief floods through me so fast it makes me dizzy. I grip the back of the chair in front of me, knuckles white. All this time, I'd been thinking I was a dead man walking. "Good to know," I managed to say, my voice barely above a whisper. "He was trying to get under your skin, kid," Zane assures me. "Yeah, okay." My mind races with the implications. Blake might be dealt with, but the commander, that's a whole different beast. My gut tells me things are just heating up, but I nod anyway. "I spoke with one of our allies, Zeus," Zane says, his eyes locking onto mine. "He's a good friend, and the prez of the Sons of Gods MC. He's got a buddy who's the sheriff back in your hometown." "Yeah?" My voice cracks. "Yeah. I ended up doing some of my own digging, and your father's death was ruled a suicide." The words sink in slowly, like ink spreading through water. Relief hits me like a tidal wave, washing away the tension, coiled tight inside my chest. My knees almost buckle, and I grip the doorframe to steady myself. "Thank fuck," I mutter under my breath, feeling the weight lift off my shoulders. The room seems brighter, air easier to breathe. "Don't let your guard down," Zane warns, his gaze piercing. "We're still in deep shit with the commander. But Blake? He's nothing but a ghost story now." "Yep, you got it," I nod, trying to focus on the next steps. But right now all I can think about is how damn relieved I am. For the first time in days, I feel like I can breathe without a 100-pound weight on my chest. "All right then," Zane says, dismissing me with a wave of his hand. He turns back to his paperwork, the conversation clearly over. I step out of his office, the cool air of the hallway hitting me like a splash of cold water. My mind races, adrenaline still pumping through my veins. But for once, it's not fear driving me, it's relief. That son of a bitch Blake had me twisted up in knots, thinking I was one step away from jail, from being ripped away from the woman I love. Knowing it was all bullshit makes me want to punch something, but also laugh at how easily I fell for it. "Focus," I tell myself, shaking my head as I make my way upstairs. There's still so much to deal with, but for now, I need to clear my head. Reaching my room, I push open the door, expecting nothing more than the familiar sight of my messy bed and cluttered dresser. Instead, I find Jordan sprawled out on my bed, wearing a lace lingerie set that leaves little to the imagination.
"Hey there, stranger,"
she purrs, her voice soft and inviting. My heart skips a beat, and a grin tugs at the corners of my mouth. All thoughts of Blake, the commander, and everything else fade into the background. Right now, it's just me and her. "Well, isn't this a pleasant surprise?" I say, stepping closer, my eyes drinking her in. "You always know how to brighten my day, babe."
"Come here,"
she whispers, her fingers curling, beckoning me. And for the first time in what feels like forever, I let go of everything else and just live in the moment. She looks up, a slow smile spreading across her lips.
Thought you could use a distraction,
she purrs, her voice low and sultry. Distraction? Hell, darling, you're about to be the main event. I step closer, my eyes not leaving hers. For a moment, all the shit with the commander fades into the background. Right now, it's just her and me.
Is that so?
She arches an eyebrow, teasing, as she shifts slightly. Her lingerie catching the light just right. It sends a jolt straight through me, making it hard to think straight. Oh yeah, I murmur, sitting on the edge of the bed. You know how to make a man forget his troubles.
Good,
she says, her voice barely above a whisper as she reaches out, her fingers trailing along my arm.
Because you look like you've got plenty.
Maybe, I admit, taking her hand and bringing it to my lips. But right now, all I'm thinking about is you, and how damn lucky I am.
Suck up,
she laughs softly, but there's a flush to her cheeks that tells me she likes it. Just speaking the truth, babe. I lean in, my lips brushing against her ear. You're making it real hard to focus on anything else.
Then don't,
she whispers back, her breath warm against my skin. Don't have to tell me twice. I grin, pulling back to look into her eyes. So, what's the plan here, Miss Distract-A-Lot?
Why don't you try to figure it out?
She challenges, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Guess I'll have to, I reply, my voice dropping lower. But let me tell you, I'm pretty damn good at finding what I want.
Prove it,
she says, her tone daring me. With pleasure, I say, feeling the tension between us coil tighter. I close the distance between us in a heartbeat, my hands finding her waist, fingers grazing the smooth lace of her lingerie. Her breath hitches, and the sound alone sends a thrill through me. I slide my hands up her sides, feeling the curve of her body, firm yet soft under my touch. You're playing with fire, Jordan, I murmur, my lips brushing against her neck.
Good thing I like the burn,
she replies, tilting her head to give me better access. I take the invitation eagerly, pressing kisses along her collarbone, tasting her skin. She shudders beneath me, and I can feel the anticipation building between us like a live wire.
Need you, Bama,
she whispers, her voice rough with want. Got me, I promise, my voice low and gravelly. I pull back just enough to look at her, eyes locking onto hers. There's a hunger there, raw and primal, matching my own. My hands move down, catching the hem of that lace set, lifting it slowly. She arches her back, aiding my efforts, and soon enough it's tossed aside. My eyes drink her in, every curve, every inch of bare skin laid out for me. God damn, you're beautiful, I breathe out, unable to hold back the awe in my voice.
Show me how much you mean that,
she teases, but there's a desperate edge to her tone. Gladly, I growl, capturing her mouth with mine in a searing kiss. Our tongues clash, battling for dominance, and it's a fight neither of us wants to win. It's all about the journey, the heat, the way we drive each other wild. My hand trails down her stomach, fingers brushing the waistband of her panties. She moans into my mouth, and I take that as encouragement, slipping my fingers beneath the fabric. She's already slick, ready for me, and that knowledge sends a jolt of pure need straight to my core. Fuck, Jordan, I groan against her lips. You're killing me here.
Then stop talking and do something about it,
she challenges, her nails digging into my shoulders. Yes, ma'am, I smirk, pulling her panties down and tossing them aside. I position myself between her legs, feeling the heat radiating from her. I can't wait any longer. I slide a finger inside her, then another, curling them just right. She gasps, her hips bucking against my hand. "Like that?" I ask, my voice rough with need.
"More,"
she demands, her voice breathless.
"All of you."
"Don't have to tell me twice." I echo her earlier words, positioning myself at her entrance. I slide into her slowly, savoring the way her body welcomes me, hot and tight around me. She wraps her legs around my waist, pulling me deeper, and I can't hold back the moan that escapes me. "Fuck, you're perfect," I rasp, setting a steady rhythm. Her nails drag down my back, leaving marks that I'll wear proudly. Each thrust drives us higher. The friction, the pressure, everything building to an inevitable crescendo.
"Harder, Bama,"
she pleads, and I oblige, increasing my pace, driving into her with everything I've got. The bed creaks beneath us, the sounds of our bodies moving together filling the room. Her cries grow louder, more urgent, and I know she's close. So am I. "Come for me, Jordan," I urge, my voice strained. "Let go." She does, her body tensing, then shattering around me, her orgasm pulling me over the edge with her. I spill into her, groaning her name, lost in the euphoria of the moment. For a few precious seconds, there's nothing but us, tangled together, riding out the aftershocks. Then reality seeps back in, but it doesn't matter. We've got this moment, this connection, and for now, that's enough. "You're something else, you know that?" I murmur, pressing a kiss to her temple.
"Right back at you, sweetie,"
she replies, her voice soft but filled with satisfaction. "Guess we should get cleaned up," I suggest reluctantly, not wanting to move, but knowing we have to.
"Yeah,"
she agrees, but her arms tighten around me.
"But maybe we can stay like this a little longer?"
"Of course we can," I whisper, holding her close. "Because no matter what comes next, this is where I want to be."
Epilogue. Jordan. "God, it's hot," I say, slumping onto Kat's couch and fanning myself with a magazine. This Las Vegas heat is no joke. It might be toasty in Montana, but it's never like this. "Tell me about it," Kat replies, propping her swollen feet on the coffee table. She leans back, closing her eyes. "I miss Montana's cool breeze sometimes." "Yeah, but this place has its own charm." I look around her living room, cluttered but cozy. Photos of the club, family, and friends cover the walls. It's different from Billings, louder, brighter, but it feels like home, too. Kat cracks one eye open and grins. "True. And the charter here? They're good people, Jordan. Real good." "Glad to hear that," I say, smiling. "That's how I feel about back home. Like a crazy, dysfunctional family, but still family. Plus, Kate is here, so I'm sure it doesn't feel like you're far from home." Kate is Zane's twin brother. "Exactly." She nods, understanding in her eyes. "So, what's new up in Montana?" she asks, shifting a bit to get more comfortable. "Not much," I shrug. "Poison's going out on tour with Sydney for the next month. Her fans are getting a bit rowdy. They've had some security issues, and the event security isn't enough." "Really?" Kat raises an eyebrow. "What's she need protection for?" "Same old story," I answer. "Fans are nuts, especially when they think they can get close to her." "I don't know how she deals with that," she says, shaking her head. "Me neither, but she loves it, so she puts up with it." I chuckle, but my thoughts drift to Bama. I wonder what he's up to right now. As if on cue, Damon bursts through the door, Luna wailing in his arms.
"She wants her mom,"
he says, sounding exasperated.
Come here, sweetie.
Kat calls, reaching out for Luna. The little girl scrambles to her mother, instantly calming down. Kat's face lights up, and I can't help but wonder what it would be like to have that kind of bond. Not yet, but someday, with Bama. Where's Bama? I ask Damon, trying to hide my curiosity.
Arm wrestling with Cobra,
Damon replies, rolling his eyes.
Want me to go get him?
Let him win the game, I say with a laugh. Damon gives me a skeptical look, like he doesn't believe that Bama will win the game, before turning away and shutting the door behind him.
Guess we'll just have to wait then,
Kat says, rocking Luna gently. Yeah, I reply, sinking back into the couch. I glance over at Luna. What's bothering you, sweetie? You cranky? Luna pouts and nods a couple of times. Kat runs her hand along Luna's dark hair. It's probably about time for her to take a nap, honestly. She didn't sleep very well last night. She was too excited her Aunt Jordan was coming to see her. I smile lovingly at Luna. I'm so happy you wanted to see me, but you have to get some rest, baby girl. Luna groans and snuggles up to her mom even more.
Venus is kicking up a storm again,
Kat grunts, shifting on the couch to find a more comfortable position. Her hand rests protectively over her swollen belly. She's impatient, I laugh, watching her struggle with equal parts sympathy and admiration. Like her mom. Yeah, she wants out. Kat smirks, but her face softens as Luna nestles into her side, small arms wrapped around her mother's waist. And this one, she ruffles Luna's hair, always needs Mama too. You're a natural, I say, shaking my head in wonder. You make it look easy.
Trust me, it's anything but.
Kat chuckles, then her eyes catch the glint of my ring. For the third time today, she gasps.
Seriously, Jordan, that ring is incredible. Bama did good.
Yeah, he did. I smile, twisting the band around my finger, feeling its weight and significance. He really did.
How'd he manage to pull off something so perfect?
Kat leans forward, eyes wide with curiosity. I'm going to guess weeks of secret planning, but who knows? I shrug, but inside my heart swells. I guess he really wanted to prove to me that he loved me, and I was it for him.
Well, he sure as hell did that, don't you think?
Kat says, her voice filled with genuine admiration.
I'm so happy you're happy, Jord. That's all I've ever wanted for you and Nova. To find a man that treats you as well as Damon treats me.
Thanks, I whisper, lost in the memory of Bama dropping to one knee, his ocean blue eyes locking onto mine. It was a moment I will never, ever forget.
Do you ever think about what comes next?
Kat asks suddenly, her voice softer now, almost hesitant. All the time, I admit, my gaze drifting to Luna, her innocent face pressed against Kat's belly, unaware of the world's harsh edges. But I'm not ready yet. Not for kids. Not for a long time.
That's okay,
Kat reassures me, her hand squeezing mine.
You'll know when it's time.
Yeah, I nod, feeling a strange mixture of anticipation and fear. I just don't want to rush anything, you know? Plus, I'm so young. Kat's voice pulls me back.
You're going to be an amazing mom someday, just like you're already blossoming into an amazing woman.
Thank you for saying that, but before I even think about motherhood, I need to figure out what I want to do with my life. I squeeze her hand back, grateful for her unwavering belief in me. Kat nods.
If it makes you feel better, none of us really know what we want in life. We all just wing it and hope it works out.
I force out a laugh. Yeah, I don't think working at Tarte the rest of my life is my career or choice. Kat giggles.
Of course not, but you'll figure it out. Just don't rush it. I think we've left the boys alone long enough. What do you say about going to see if Bama can really win this contest?
Let's go and see how bad Cobra's arm hurts. I laugh, imagining him all muscle and determination.
There's not a chance in hell that's possible.
Kat winks, and for a moment, everything feels right. This concludes Bama's Babe by Elizabeth Knox, narrated by Jay Alder and Lori West. Copyright 2024 by Elizabeth Knox. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Elizabeth Knox, care of SBR Media, and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.